And here we stumble upon a pair of stoners in their natural habitat. Notice the red eyes and laid-back demeanor. Now it looks like they're going to talk to each other. Let's listen in.
And welcome to what is, I don't care about episodes, I don't care about series. This is a new format, new Rambling Stoners, new everything, basically. New house, new studio, that's why we've been gone for so long. So, no Bungle, unfortunately. I don't know. But we are here. I am joined today by Naomi once again.
Hello. And
we have some new guests. So joined by a couple of friends of ours who are we met at a wrestling friends that we met at a wrestling event. Our friends Catface and Teager.
Hello. What's up?
So we're here today to talk. It's going to be a show of two halves. Let's be honest. We're coming. This is being recorded. Not 2 days after the storming of the Capitol in the US. Mm-hmm. So we've got some political shouting and ranting to do, not only about that, but also about COVID, the UK politics. Brexit's kicked in now, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I saw the signs on McDonald's like, we're not going to have any tomatoes.
Yeah, it's. Do you know what? Like, I work in the railway, so a lot of Europeans who work in the railway, and it's really scary hearing them talk about it.
I'm not surprised at all. So, I was saying, we're going to have the first half of this podcast. We're going to probably get some shit off our chest and have a bit of a laugh with it. And then the second half, we are reviewing Wrestle Kingdom Nights 1 and 2 from this year, the shining hope of wrestling in the pandemic era. Although AEW have been putting on some great pandemic era shows as well, I still like that night 2 of Wrestle Kingdom. That main event. It makes you moist. It makes you moist.
Borderline pornography.
Genuinely, Wrestle Kingdom is wrestling porn.
Yeah.
It really is.
The commentators were having a bit of an orgasm on that night.
Like watching Kevin Kelly almost break down. But we'll come to that. First off, so let's start with the shit fire that is, or the tire pit that is America. So yes, as we all know, Joe Biden won the election how many times now? Given all the recounts, so probably he's won that election around 6 or 7 times, I think.
Easily.
What's my favorite one? What was it? Satsuma. Chris Titus's insult. I can't remember. Sweet Potato Hitler. Sweet Potato Hitler.
Yeah, so like Tango Mussolini.
Tango Mussolini is also was in full denial. And as we all know, there was the Georgia runoff. So during the main elections, Georgia turned blue. They voted for Biden, and the congressional races were so close they turned into a runoff, which was held on the vote came in on the 6th.
That's Monday, was it?
Yes.
I think we got the results kind of on Tuesday.
So that would have been the 5th. So the results came in on the 6th.
Yeah.
As the results were being tabulated for basically the confirmation, it's just a ceremonial process more than anything else, which is where they confirm the retarded electoral college system delegate votes in Senate or House? Senate.
Yeah.
It's basically like a bookie's office. Basically, we bet this person will win.
Yeah.
We think.
A drunk bookie's office that came up with the most ludicrous, odd system that you've ever seen in your life.
Yes.
200 years ago. And didn't bother to update it in the interim.
No.
Hey, if it was good enough for our slave-owning forefathers, it was good enough for us, they said. And then they moved on.
But as we all know, Tango Mussolini decided to hold a rally for his maggots during the counting of those, the certifying of the electoral ballots, and he basically incited a fucking insurrection.
He incited a coup. It's domestic terrorism.
Yeah.
That's all that you can call it.
And it's the worst Star Trek Next Generation film.
Yeah.
Just like,
I agree.
No, it completely is. Although, I don't know, like, what's the one where Picard fights himself thing? The Genesis. That's a bit ropey.
I actually kind of like Genesis.
It's better than Insurrection.
I like Genesis for the ridicule value of it.
And whoever the Romulan clone of Picard is a great actor. I can't remember who it was that played him.
As usual, I haven't seen it, so...
Yeah, Naomi's seen no films.
Name a film, and I haven't seen it.
Well, I was saying, like, we should watch 2001: A Space Odyssey the other day. She's like, not seen it.
Oh my gosh.
I know, right?
You have to see it.
I know. Also, we wanted to do a Blade Runner back-to-back.
I have seen both of those. I have definitely seen both Blade Runner movies.
Yes, I know.
I haven't seen
together.
yet.
You've not seen? Oh, dude, it's actually really good. Like, I went in there so skeptical and came away like, oh, yeah. But yes, back on the topic of the moment. So Tango Mussolini got all his QAnon believing assholes riled up, and they literally stormed and broke into the Capitol. I mean, I'm pretty sure anyone listening to this is well fucking aware of the events that have transpired. But it's so we were watching a documentary last night, which I highly recommend. It's called Unfit: The Psychology of Donald Trump.
Oh yes, I saw something about this. I really wanted to watch it because
really
it's very, very interesting.
Yeah, so it's basically a lot of psychoanalysts and therapists talking about Trump, and basically saying he is a malignant narcissist. Malignant narcissist, I believe, is the term. And they're talking about, like, you know, how can you diagnose someone who you've never had sat down and talked to? It's like, they're saying, like, the psychiatrist couch interview is actually the least reliable way of diagnosis, because you can lie. When you can see someone's actions on a fucking day-to-day basis, you can tell what they're like.
You get a baseline for them, don't you, by just watching them interact with different kinds of people and how he reacts with his wife, with delegates, with professionals. You get a really, really good baseline. And a lot of people have said that they think he also has some form of dementia or Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
No, he didn't have mini strokes, remember? He clearly said he didn't have mini strokes, even though no one asked.
Yeah.
And, you know, person, woman, camera, man, TV.
Oh, you got it in the wrong order.
Oh, shit.
Dementia.
What was it?
Oh, I can't remember. You know, I can't remember fucking anything.
I'm adamant that when he said that, it was just the things that in front of him at the time.
Blatantly.
Yeah.
And I'd also like to know that person is the same thing as man and woman.
Yeah.
What else did he
What's the
see?
definition?
He wasn't sure.
Like, I appreciate, you know, non-gender, binary, all that kind of stuff, but, like,
that's clearly not what he meant.
yeah, it's like, not a person. But, like,
He doesn't believe in any of that stuff anyway.
exactly.
Doesn't he,
Like, what if a man and a woman is not a person? What is a person? What does he think a person is? Is it something?
That's probably a very layered question. Yeah.
So anyway,
Not a woman.
so yes, this insurrection happened, and it's been a fucking travesty and a real, like, for those people that didn't even already fucking believe it, just fucking proof of how institutionalized racism is in America, because you changed the shade of that riot just a fraction, the death toll would be astronomical.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There were pictures of the National Guard in front of the Lincoln Memorial during the BLM protesters. And if those BLM protesters had tried to storm the Capitol, there would be more than one woman shot.
Yeah.
I mean, they already
That's for sure.
They already opened up rubber bullets and pepper spray and fucking all kind of stuff on like that one Karen video that was circling around about her
Oh,
crying
that was
like
so funny.
It's the revolution.
yeah. So
She had an onion in her hand.
Yeah.
yeah.
I was like, what are you doing here? Why are you faking being shit at your goal?
Yeah.
So, it's a revolution. I brought an onion.
Did you see the one guy who'd obviously put into Amazon Georgia flag and got the country Georgia instead of the state?
Yeah, I saw that.
Country Georgia flag.
It is just like it's a good thing that most of these people weren't better prepared. Like, obviously there were a few who had come with like fucking zip ties and they were fully masked, and like you think, if they had got their way, more people would be dead.
The thing
But
that
the
worries
majority
me,
of these people seem to have kind of come out of their basements for the first time.
Wearing a
I
bear
think
skin.
bunker is a better word for it.
but they all had guns, and that's the worrying thing. And this is another reason why gun control is such an important issue. These people were armed, and they were allowed to go into the Capitol building.
I mean, fuck, the Capitol Police were taking selfies with the cunts.
I know.
It's like...
It just seems ridiculous to me. Like, nothing like that would ever happen in this country. Doesn't matter if they were white or black. In this country, if people tried to storm, say, 10 Downing Street, oh my goodness, no, there would be riot police.
Well, the thing, there would, and they like that. I do think there would be. I do still think there is some institutional racism in the UK, and I do think there would be a different response. But I don't think it would be as starkly different.
But I think that the whole American mentality is very different. This this idea of American exceptionalism and manifest destiny, it really breeds this streak of. I mean, it's beyond patriotism. It's kind of they're zealots, and they've found their guy to rally around.
And
we haven't seen. Sorry, we haven't seen this level of a cult of personality since the revolution with King George.
Exactly.
This is them not learning from history at all.
Well, how can they? Because how can they learn from their own history when their own history is so whitewashed and like what they're taught in schools is so abbreviated? Like, and like I think it was either. Was it Colbert or was it Myers we were watching where he was saying, his history book went from the Depression to the Second World War, and the bit in between was just yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
It's like, or to the civil rights movement is just like yada, yada, yada. And one of the things that because I haven't listened to a lot of his speech because I don't like listening to Trump in general. But I was watching a Vice video today where they just kind of overlaid a lot of his speech over scenes from the insurrection. And one of the things that I hadn't heard before, which I heard in there, was him specifically saying in Georgia, in Fulton County, where Stacey Abrams lives. I'm like, my God, get some fucking protection on that woman. Because in a lot of ways, I know, like, I'm pretty sure she would not invite the comparison, but there is a lot that I think you can draw in comparisons to the work that she does now to Martin Luther King, Obviously, the challenges and the arguments are different, but she really is a champion and has done such fucking phenomenal work.
Absolutely.
And she's a best-selling author at the same time as well.
Yeah, romance author. Don't fuck with romance authors. Like, they come for you hard. They really do.
Badass women. Go for it.
So I was saying the other night, like, because you were saying like, you don't think Joe Biden's going to run for a second term because of his age.
I do. I can't remember where or when it was, but I
think the only person who's going to be running against is time.
Yeah. I think probably not long after the election result, or maybe just before, though, it was basically like, he's already ruled out a second term.
Because I do think they should put forward, like, I do think there's, it's time for a female Democratic president. I do think, like, okay, there are certain criticisms that you can level at Hillary, but I still think she would have made a good president. The only problem...
Anything's better than Trump, let's be honest. I mean, I don't like Hillary Clinton by any stretch of the imagination.
The biggest criticism that you can really, the biggest criticism you can lay at Hillary is that she was very... quick to jump on board with going into Iraq with Bush. And Also, that if she had got to president, I don't think there'd have been much progressive movement because it would have been a status quo. Just bear with me for 1 second. You talk amongst yourself because my fucking cat is trying to eat my wall scrolls.
I just moved her once. Like, no, I do what I want.
Yes. I mean, I think I have many, many issues with Hillary Clinton, but I was gunning for her instead of Trump just purely because Trump should not have been allowed to continue his presidency. There was one instance that made me say, absolutely not. That's beyond forgivable now, was when he made fun of the disabled reporter. I actually did the impression. Yeah. That was it for me.
Yeah. But it's just like there are countless incidents of him doing this kind of thing on camera really brazenly.
Yeah.
And they would have tanked anyone else. Like some presidents had to drop out of races because, they laughed in a stupid way. Ed Miliband, he ate a bacon sandwich a bit weirdly, and that was it. His political career was over. But for some reason, none of it sticks to Trump.
No, but it's very, very, very similar in UK politics where, Boris Johnson and Jacob Rees-Mogg have been allowed to get away with so much more than their opposition would have.
Oh, God,
they get a sniff of anti-Semitism and it's like, well, Labour are all wrong.
Yeah.
So, I think you get it everywhere that you go.
I think it's difficult. Like we were talking about it yesterday. Like on the left, you tend to get these insane levels of purity tests. The left kind of eats itself.
Yeah.
Whereas the right can sling as much mud as they like at the left and somehow don't ever get held accountable themselves.
But this is the problem that I see with politics globally at the moment, is that there is no middle ground. The left attack the right attack the left, and no one's listening to the people in the middle.
This is exactly what we were saying last night. There is room for centrist politics. And the other problem as well is that we've lost I was just talking about it earlier today because we were talking about the concept of the word argument, and I think that actual the understanding of what the word means is lost because you can have an argument with someone, and politics is based on arguments, but you can have a civilized argument. There's a reason when in a debate you say this candidate now puts forward their argument. An argument is not a fucking shouting match where you just disagree or refuse to acknowledge the other person's point of view. An argument is where two people with two opposing views put forward their views and discuss them.
Absolutely.
We as a society have kind of lost that concept and have justified. Like, you can't have a reasoned, in-depth discussion when the discussions now just stop because the base level facts cannot be agreed on. So how can you proceed any further into a discussion if the base level facts are disputed?
Because people think that their opinions are facts and people won't listen to other people's opinions now. And it's gotten to that stage of society. We have friends, two of my best friends who are Tories. They've been Tories their entire lives. Their families are Tories, all of that. They respect my decision as a Labour supporter. They respect Teager as a Liberal Democrat, even though I find it pointless to be a Liberal Democrat.
So much for giving the centrists a fucking chance.
I completely understand it, and because I have my own misgivings about Labour, although I do I had a lot of problems with Corbyn because
me too.
It was completely clear that Corbyn was never going to be able to unite the party. He was never going to be able to lead them to victory. I really hate how much shit Keir Starmer gets because Keir Starmer's actually really, really great. And
he's very centrist, which I really love. I think it's what they need.
They do. This is the other thing we're saying is progress doesn't happen in big leaps. It happens incrementally and it happens over time. So yes, at the moment, moving to a more left-leaning centrist political norm is a good bit of progress. Yeah. And then from there, you can gradually keep moving things to the left. But then you've got the left, the really, I hate to use the term far left or extreme left, but that's kind of what it is. That are like, nothing is ever left enough or liberal enough. So
the David Starr approach, as I like to call it.
So it's just like it is just like you never make any progress because the progress that you do make gets shit upon. So I'm currently listening to Obama's book, The Promised Land.
Okay.
It's genuinely really good. You have to listen to it on like double speed because the guy talks like Tony Blair and is just slow. But
It's very soothing.
It's really soothing. But one of the things that, like, listening to just the talk of his first year in office, the amount of actual policies that they got passed, yes, there were compromises in there, but the amount of work that they did in their first year, no president had done in, like, the last 40 years in terms of pushing liberal reform. Like Obamacare, I forget. I can't remember all the different
and many more.
Yes, but just getting Obamacare through in his first year alone is a fucking heroic effort.
Absolutely. He did amazing things, and I don't think people give him enough credit. You know, we've got friends, like I say, who were Tories. We've got an American friend who was an avid Trump supporter until last year. You know, even our friend who is like from a US military background and his family are like military patriots, even for him to say to us, I think Trump's gone a bit far now. That was like, oh, okay. Yeah, no, he really has, if you're saying that.
Yeah, completely. But I was going to say, in terms of Obama and the thing, like, so I was talking to my friend Danny the other night about it. He's liberal as fuck and he is an Obama supporter. But the first thing most people bring up are like drone strikes. It's like, okay, you can't define every leader by the mistakes that they made. Like, we were saying this the other night, and you know, I'll probably get fucking heat for this, but Labour has never been as good as it was under Tony Blair.
No,
I agree. Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
He fucked up at the end and committed a war crime, but up until that point, he was one of the better leaders that we've had in our lifetimes.
Absolutely.
By a fucking country mile.
And I think you look at
was very
yeah. And you look at the kind of the quality. This is, oh God, I sound so, yeah. You look at the quality of British politicians we have now, like they're fucking lightweights. Tony Blair would wipe the floor with any of the past three Tory prime ministers at question time.
Embarrassed. When I have to talk to people who aren't from the UK about Boris Johnson, I'm embarrassed. I say, please don't let him represent us, please.
Like, I didn't
We're
vote
more
for him.
intelligent than that.
Well, I mean, obviously we're both from the UK, but we don't live there anymore. We live in the Netherlands. But, like, you know, there were a lot of things that I and still am to a degree generally quite proud of on our country. On a lot of things we are, like, it may not necessarily be represented in our politics, but I've seen it in society, especially in Cambridge. FYI, we all live around that Cambridge. When we lived in the UK, we're all around that Cambridge area, and Cambridge is very very liberal. And you can see that in the society. I mean, a really great example was when the EDL said they were going to come to a march in Cambridge, and there was the anti-EDL march, because we went on the anti-EDL march, and it was great fun. And then the EDL march turned out to be about 10 guys who showed up and then just started fighting themselves.
Yeah, it was great. They were trying to start fights with the counter marchers, but nobody would fight them, so they just started fighting each other. So it's like, okay, this is a self-solving problem.
I would love to know who was planning that. I know we want to spread our right-wing message. Where should we go? I know, the city with the most students.
Yeah. Like one of the most culturally diverse cities in the UK. Like Cambridge is generally one of that you can probably hear my cat in the background now. It's time for Nara to sing. So we've got, like, since we've moved here, because there's a cat that's like kind of marked its territory in our garden. She wants to go out, but as soon as she goes out, she's too scared and comes back in. So then she just spends all fucking night doing this. Like, we have not had one good night's sleep since we moved in. Like 1 a.m. between 1 a.m. To 3 a.m. it starts and it just doesn't stop. I'm like,
bless her.
And then you get Kazu who'll jump on your bladder in the middle of the night.
But he does it silently.
That is true. I love what Yuki does to you, which is just sits behind you and just taps you on the head.
That when she wants feeding in the night, she comes and she just taps me with her claws like bare arm. She'll just tap and tap and tap until I wake up. And during the day, she'll come like behind me on the sofa and do it. And if my hair's in a ponytail, she just starts pulling strands of hair out until I pay attention to it. But she never did it before we left her with Tully for cat sitting. So he taught her these tricks.
Blame Tully.
Yeah.
When in doubt, blame Tully.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I think that's what Arn Anderson says a lot.
See, there's something in it.
But yeah, so like, obviously UK politics is a fucking shitstorm at the moment. Like, the entire world is a mess because of the pandemic. But the UK, okay, obviously we know that we've got the vaccine starting to be rolled out. The UK have already started to hash that up by like, oh no, we're going to make this go further and just arbitrarily spread the time between doses because reasons.
Teager had his 2 days ago.
Cool.
Congratulations.
Got it free from work. So
no, that's awesome. I actually know, like, what do you do, Teager? I've never asked. Obviously, don't go into like who you work for, just like general.
I won't go share the specifics of the company, but basically, I work in healthcare.
Okay, good.
And the key thing here is I don't work for an NHS care firm. I work for a private charity run.
Oh wow,
care firm.
Awesome.
So all of our patients, all of our secretarial staff, clinical staff, and healthcare assistants got the jab on the company dime.
That's really good.
That's
Before
really
the
good.
NHS workers got it though.
That's the Tories.
Yeah.
No,
If you have money, you can get the vaccine.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean that's great news. I'm really happy that you've been able to. I mean, the rollout here has not been.
They haven't started yet, and there's been a lot of
back and forth and changing of the
I'm not yet tuned in enough to Dutch politics to have really strong informed opinions about the government and then the various bodies, but they've handled a lot of this pandemic by being like, Dutch people are sensible, we don't need to give them a lot of regulations. The reality is Dutch people have this very strong individualistic streak where they're like, you can't tell me what to do. And that's kind of the end of the discussion. I'm not going to wear a mask. It's not in the Constitution.
Right.
And so the government have taken a bit of a
American.
softly approach with it all. It was they did this intelligent lockdown where it's like, we are going to trust that you will stay at home. And
no one fucking did.
we are going to trust that you won't all get drunk and roll out of the pubs at midnight, that kind of thing.
Like, I will admit to being guilty and going to the pub twice during the pandemic. But in that sense, I was responsible with it. One mask while I was out. It was with a very small social group. There was like 5 of us tops, and we kept to ourselves.
We've been to the pub a couple of times as well in the UK, but again with regulations, one-way systems, masks, and we stayed outside because it was during the summer.
Yeah. And the one good thing with the pubs here, because Europe and everything, you get table service, so you don't even need to go inside. So that was really good.
But in terms of rolling out the vaccine, we're behind the rest of the EU in starting. And the initial response to this was, we need to make sure the infrastructure to do it properly is in place, which is like, okay, fine. If you're deciding we need to just set up big centres where people can roll through, like, I get it. You want to make sure you can do that properly. But the more the rest of Europe gets ahead, the more it kind of looks like, you knew a vaccine was coming. Everyone knew a vaccine was likely to come. Why weren't these conversations happening in the run-up to that as opposed to after it was available?
Yeah.
I think
good question.
Like Holland is taking the horror movie approach and saying that because everybody there gets high all the time, they are immune to everything.
No. It's just like everyone because the stoner, the horror movie
stoner always dies first.
The horror movie is the black person, the sexy couple, and then the stoner. Like that's the order that they go off.
Unless it's Cabin in the Woods.
Yeah.
Great fucking film. Great film. But yeah, so things here have been a bit we're just staying indoors. Like we've been having a friend over every Sunday or going to hers to play board games. I've got 2 friends coming over to play board games because we've got a maximum of 2 people any one time. And again, I know all the friends that I'm inviting are responsible people, so they've been being safe as well. But this is the thing that fucks me off. So I had to do a run because I had a couple of friends over for drinks for my birthday back in December, and I had to do a run to Hallen, which is our equivalent of like Freshers, just to get some booze. And I had to get the metro there because there isn't one near us, and the metro back because the supermarkets don't sell spirits. It's fucking weird. Yeah.
Really?
Okay, so Dutch. Okay, I'll give you the quick thing on the Dutch system. You can't go into a supermarket and get all the shit you want. Supermarkets basically just sell food, and that's it. If you want like electrical goods, you have to go to an electrical shop. If you want towels, you need to go to a homeware shop. So you have to go to different shops. They've no Tesco's. I miss Tesco's.
There's no such thing as that weird middle eye of Lidl.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it just
Aldi.
there's no concept of like a supermarket that sells everything. It just doesn't happen. Like we have Lidl here, but it's
They're
shit.
a very organised people, the
Do you remember,
Dutch.
but do you remember how excited we were when Jumbo started selling fucking wall hooks?
Yeah. I was like, oh no, yeah, it was like because they started selling HEMA stuff, and I was like, oh,
now we can buy overpriced scented candles.
So yeah, that's just like, and also supermarket food here is fucking shocking.
Don't talk down on the Stampot.
It's the quality. You can't get good beef. It's really hard to get good steaks. Getting good lamb, you have to go to a Turkish butcher's. And if you want anything like game or anything like that, fuck my life, it's damn near impossible. Although Albert Heijn, which is our local supermarket, has started selling some ostrich and some venison, but it's very hit and miss.
But my counterpoint to this is going to be, Stampot is great. It's just mashed potato and cheese and vegetable is great. And hagelslag is great because it's just little chocolate sprinkles that you can put on your toast or in your yogurt or whatever, and they're really into it. So they have so many varieties of hagelslag.
Well, if you like sweet shit, they got you covered. This is definitely the stoner country, right? Like going around like Amsterdam Centre, like when my friend Tully came over, like we just basically the first day out in Amsterdam Centre, all we did was smoke a joint, go and eat, smoke a joint, go and eat, smoke a joint, go and just round and round and round and round and round. Fuck, I miss restaurants.
Yeah,
like
I'd get really
what's the soft drink situation like in Holland? Because back when I did smoke weed, been drug free for a long time now, but when I did smoke weed, I'd never get the munchies, but because of the dry mouth, I would just neck 2 litre bottles of pop.
Oh no, I mean you can get I'll tell you one thing that's great here. You can get Arizona iced tea really fucking easy in all supermarkets and all the different flavors. It's the shit. Iced tea is really big here, so that there's a lot of that in the supermarkets. In terms of like actual, like, I mean, obviously Coke and Pepsi, all that shit's available. But they have like here, the big Fanta flavor is blackcurrant. Yeah, right. And then,
I like the red one.
I've never been partial to many Fantas, but we do have watermelon Fanta here.
What?
I've tried that and I didn't like it.
It's
Google flights to Amsterdam immediately.
The only problem is it's only in sugar free. Yeah.
See, I tried the watermelon Fanta once and I didn't like it very much. And I usually love watermelon. I've got watermelon vape flavour right now. You know, watermelon slushy actually.
So mine's kiwi apple. I've got 3 different vape juices mixed together, which is Fuji apple, pineapple yogurt, and a sour green apple, just all mixed into one because they were all ends of bottles.
I used to mix green apple and one called Frost by the brand Elements that don't exist anymore. But that Frost was like the best menthol flavour in the world. If you had a cold, just vape some Frost.
Was it high? Did it have that high coularder thing? So it was that really, yeah. So the pineapple yogurt that I've got in here has got a nice hit of coularder in it as well. Because I used to make my own vape juice as well. Because this podcast once upon a time was called The Rambling Vapors because it was mainly a vape podcast.
You can't even call it The Rambling Stoners anymore if it's just you, because I don't do drugs. So you're going to have the Rambling Stoner and friends.
Well, I mean, still, I give hope that Bungle will return one day.
One day.
Yeah. And the name, I don't want to change the name. It's fucking work.
Yeah.
We diverged. Oh yeah,
You were going to get booze.
yes. But before I go back to that, back to soft drinks. The other stuff. Nora, shut up.
I'm going to go give them some food.
Yeah. Okay. So now we're going to go feed the cat, see if it'll shut them up from it. So yeah, like it's so. In terms of soft drinks, yeah, there's a lot of really cool ones. But one thing that's really fucking weird and it really irks me is, like you go into your supermarket, you get your 6-pack of can of soft drink or whatever.
Yeah.
In every supermarket here, they break open all those packs. And everything's individual.
Oh no.
Yeah,
no.
I know, right? It's so fucking irritating. It drives me up the fucking wall. But other cool soft drinks that we like. The one thing that I miss the most, which you can't get as much variety of, the Volvic flavored water. I fucking thrive on that. And also, so you talk about dry mouth. My go-to is because I don't get the munchies either. I liked ice pops, like Jubbly or Mr. Freeze, because they are the fucking king for dry mouth. But you can't get ice pops if they don't exist here. The only place I can get ice pops is from the American sweet stalls, which thankfully there are plenty of, that have like the imported like Jolly Rancher freeze pops, which are the fucking shit. But they are also full of high fructose corn syrup. So I have like 3 of them and I've got acne for like a week. So I do occasionally order like retail boxes of Mr. Freeze from Amazon. But
I know what I'll be buying you when we come and visit. I will get some ice pops.
Bacon here is it's all wafer thin. You can't get back bacon. It doesn't fucking exist. It's all
so it's all streaky.
It's all streaky and it's fucking translucent. It's so thin.
Oh my god!
Bacon
we'll bring you some proper
we'll bring
back bacon.
Oh, it's like bacon here is like a major fucking contention point for me.
So god, please! Bacon. Is there anything else from the UK that you would like us to bring for you?
The banana serene malt loaf and the serene banana loaf.
Yeah.
Those with fucking butter are just like more.
I love the malt loaf.
Yeah, it's so good.
Have you finished your story about buying booze
No,
yet?
going back to the story about buying booze. So I was saying, like, you can only have like a maximum of 2 people visit. It was 3, it's now 2, visiting your house. I get on the tram back from buying booze and everyone's like nose to nose packed, like.
Ooh.
So it's like, I can't have people to my house, but you'll happily shove me on a fucking packed tram, like.
Yeah. I work in the railway, as I mentioned, and the amount of people who come through the station, because I work at a station that's kind of a hub for people crossing over to different counties, because I'm in the middle of 3 counties.
Yeah.
So you get a lot of people sort of coming through, getting on different trains and leaving again. None of them wear masks. As soon as they get off the train, they pull their mask off if they are wearing one. And the biggest thing that annoys me is we've opened our waiting rooms again, with limited numbers available.
Yeah.
People ignore the signs on the chairs saying, please don't use. And they take their mask off as soon as they get inside the waiting room. The amount of times I have to go in there and say, this is an enclosed space. The train is an enclosed space. It's the law. Young people are the absolute worst. Just as a generalization, what I have noticed is that people sort of in their, I'd say mid-20s and below, do not want to wear their face masks.
Because they think they're fucking invulnerable. Because everyone thinks they're invulnerable at that age.
Yeah.
And if you ask them to put it on, it's like you've asked them to kill their mum or something, you know?
It's like, I remember being that young and I was a fucking idiot.
I just don't understand why it's become such a kind of point of contention to wear a mask.
So I mean, obviously, having been to Japan a couple of times and things, and like we pretty much got COVID while we were in Japan because I think everyone that went to Wrestle Kingdom 14 got fucking COVID. Was it 14? Yeah. Like because
last year.
Last year. So. I mean, we were wearing, because it's the dumb thing in Japan, if you're ill, you wear a mask in public. So we were doing that anyway. And I the first time I encountered that, the first time we went, I really liked the idea because it just fucking makes sense. It's like, why would I want to give my cold to everyone on a train? Even if it's just a fucking cold, right?
Absolutely.
So actually, that whole mask thing, if this is a sticking thing that stays around, I'll be glad of that.
I'm all for it. Especially every time I go to London to visit my family, because that's where I come from. I notice that if I blow my nose when I come back, this is gross. I blow my nose when I come back, and it's black. The pollution levels are
always
insane. And I'm just thinking now, I probably won't go back to not wearing a mask. I probably will continue. I mean, I wear a snooty type thing over my face. But it makes sense to me.
I have a Bullet Club mask.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think I did see a picture on your Facebook with that.
I also have a Kaneki from Tokyo Ghoul. I've got his like full fucking actual mask.
I think I invested quite a lot in like cool, funky masks. And the thing that is most effective is just the one we found in Etos.
Which is like the kind of boots, but not as good. But it's the good thing about it is it's got the pinch thing over the nose, so it doesn't steam your glasses up.
That's been an annoying factor for me.
I went to get contacts and they don't fucking work. Because I've got an astigmatism, so
I can't wear them for that.
I need to get them adjusted. I need to have a top of them. I'm sweating my ass off. Just share that information.
This is what the listeners tune in for.
Yeah,
the nudity.
Were the nipple pasties really necessary?
So I've been investing in like lots of Japanese kind of oversized clothing. So like all my shit's like triple XL and like super warm.
You do surprise me.
And now I'm instantly too cold because this fucking room is just the weirdest temperature. But so like actually, because one thing I want to talk about while we're still on the kind of political subject of shit. I know we've kind of veered through things, but obviously Brexit's come into effect now, and I know there's not going to be a lot of instantaneous things that you're going to see, but have you started to notice anything yet, like things disappearing from shelves? Is there anything that's really kind of jumping out yet?
I think not especially.
No, I think the biggest thing that's jumped out for me is obviously I work with a lot of Europeans, and I work with a lot of people whose families aren't in the UK, and because of coronavirus, they have already not been able to see their families for a long, long period of time.
Yeah, I mean,
one of my colleagues has just had a baby and he doesn't know when his parents are going to get to hold their grandson.
I mean, we've not seen family now for what, nearly?
Well, we haven't been back to the UK since November 2019.
Yeah.
And in the last year, my granddad passed away last May. One of my cousins had a premature baby that's only just come home from the hospital. And there's all these things that like, I didn't get to go to my granddad's funeral, so there's been no closure for me. And I imagine when I do go home, it's going to be like it's just happened.
Yeah, same for me. My grandfather passed away in May, and April. Yeah, I had to watch his funeral via webcam.
Wow,
it sucks.
Surreal.
But I mean, that's not a Brexit thing. But
no, but it's going to be like that. It's going to be like that for a lot of European families now.
Yeah.
Where they don't have the support systems that they had before, where their family can come and visit them, or they can go and visit their family. And they're over here getting a better life for themselves, and now it's just so much more difficult for them. The one thing I have noticed, though, is that my Romanian colleague, she discovered that she has to now pay for Romanian channels, whereas before she could get them for free.
Wow. Okay, that's I guess because there's probably some licensing laws and things.
Region blocking and stuff.
Yeah. Well, not region blocking, but there's probably because it's no longer just within the EU bloc. There's probably some licensing fees that need to be paid that probably didn't before.
I think she's sorted it out now, but she has to do something extra to get the Romanian channels that were included in her package before. So that's weird.
So does this mean when I'm watching Kerrang, I never watch Kerrang, but go with me on this. Like say a Rammstein video comes on, is that little banner at the top that you get on New Japan?
Oh, what every time
come up? Music has been altered due to national copyright.
Basically, the Togi man.
You're just going to hear some generic drumming.
It is, man. It is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, because it's an
Please
immigrant
don't
song,
make
isn't it?
it Will Ospreay's awful replacement.
Why have they done that? Why have they done that?
I mean, his old music is very face music, and
But I mean, it's written for him. It's got his name in it.
I don't like the new one though. I mean,
No.
my alarm clock was elevated for so long because I just wake
It's
up.
a fucking get up anthem.
It really is. It's like you can't not get hyped to that. Like when he came out of Wrestle Kingdom, oh fuck it, you know what? I'll save it till the wrestling half of the show because I'm gonna take a quick break shortly with a message from our sponsor. Yes, we have a sponsor, by the way. Oh god, I forgot to open up with that. But I was gonna put a message from the sponsor thing in the middle anyway. But yes, my friend Dan has opened his own CBD company, easypeasycbd.co.uk. They sell all sorts of CBD goodness, ranging from crumbles to terps to vape oils to vape juice, to oils to waxes and so on. The full range of CBD products. Absolutely great stuff. During the break, I'll go into a little bit more detail, and then I'll insert that in afterwards. I'm not going to make you guys sit and listen to me to record an advert. But yeah, I obviously he was kind enough to send me over all of his products. So I'm working my way through trying them at the moment. Out of what I've tried so far, the Diesel Crumble Fuck Me is great, as is I think it's the Lemon Haze Crumble as well. I've been really partial to, because Lemon Haze is like one of my go-to weeds here as well. That and Blueberry Haze. So yeah, going to take a quick break now because I think even though we never really came to a conclusion on politics,
Everything sucks.
everything sucks. The world's on fire.
Yeah.
And we're all going to die. So
I just want to put one thing out there to end the politics stuff. I don't know if you remember this, but last night when you were trying to say the Biden presidency, you just said the Biden-cy. And I would like to move that we only refer to it as the Biden-cy from now on. That should be the thing.
Okay. Well, hopefully, after the 20th of this month, the Biden-cy will make 2021 a better place.
if America survives that long.
Yeah. Trump's not going to turn up, so I'm sure it'll be fine.
This is my final thing on this whole, actually circling back to the whole insurrection thing. Like, all the calls for the use of the 25th Amendment, obviously that's not going to fucking happen because no one in the GOP has got a fucking backbone. And they should try and impeach him. Even if it doesn't fucking work, they should still fucking do it just to show force. My only thing that kind of made me a little bit, Joe saying that he's not interested in going after Trump for this. Like he's no interest in impeachment or 20, and he just wants to bring the country together and heal. And I understand the message he's trying to put out, and I do respect it.
But then he did come out and condemn Ted Cruz specifically for his role in things. And I think when he talks about I want to unify the country, he's talking about the people, not the politicians.
Oh, I mean Ted Cruz, Josh Holloway, all this as they call him, the seditious six or seditious seven.
And I think ultimately it's not really going to be Biden's choice. Like he can certainly voice an opinion on it, but if the Department of Justice. Is it the Department of Justice? Investigate and decide there is something to pursue. That's separate from anything Biden says. It'd
be the Attorney General. Like if he follows the approach that Obama he took when he appointed his AG, is he specifically didn't want to be involved in those affairs. Like obviously he'd be briefed about things, but the AG was left to act. He wasn't in controlling the AG in the way that Trump has. I think
ultimately the reason that Biden has kind of gone on that I'm not going to pursue Trump is because he doesn't have to. Other people are going to. Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have to be seen as the bad guy in this situation. Yeah. And rightly so. You know, I think if he did, it could incite more violence and it could incite more rioting. But, you know, I think that ultimately I want Donald Trump to be impeached because then he doesn't get all the benefits of being an ex-president.
Well,
I think they can also then bar him from seeking other public office, can't they?
The key thing is putting something in place to stop his 2024 run.
Yeah.
That's why they need to take these actions because to prevent him from getting in there.
Hey, at least Twitter, social media, his audience will disappear.
At least Twitter have banned him. Did Facebook ban him as well?
Facebook and Instagram.
Yeah.
So that's at least a big victory in of itself because
Zuckerberg did something good.
Only took him 4 years.
Yeah, but now he's been taken off. He's been taken off Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. He's now going to have to resort to opening an OnlyFans.
Can't find OnlyFans. Oh no!
Why have you said this? Why have you done this?
Why have you put that image? But that was going to be today.
It's time for a break. While we
Yes.
cleanse it.
On that note,
I'm going to go gargle bleach and rinse my eyes out with disinfectant. And maybe perform some trepanning and see if I can get that image out of my head. Right, so yeah, we'll be back shortly.
guys, Nero here.
And
I
here's
just want to take
me
some time to
talking
tell you
more
about our
about
fantastic
CBD
sponsor,
in the interim.
easypeasy.co.uk. So, as you know, here at Rambling Stoners, we're huge proponents of the medical benefits of cannabis. Hence the name, like, we are fans of cannabis. But unfortunately, as we all know, cannabis is not legal everywhere. Not everywhere is as forward-thinking as the damn and, I hate to say it, the United States. And Canada as well, I believe. But, we've talked before on Rambling Stoners about the benefits of CBD. It's a non-psychoactive element of cannabis that still offers like a lot of the really great medical benefits that you get from smoking weed. Maybe not the full spectrum, but definitely still worth a shout. I mean, I use it to help with insomnia, lower back pain. Naomi uses it to help with nerve pain in her arm. And it's also a really nice alternative for stoners who do want those medical benefits, but without, not everyone wants to get high all the time, right? So, this is where CBD comes in. Now, my friend Dan, he's got his own site, easypeasycbd.co.uk, and it literally is your one-stop shop for pretty much everything that you can think of CBD. They have really high quality CBD profiles, multiple profiles available, which you can read about on their site. They provide full chemical lab reports for all their products, so you know that you're getting top quality products from, like, top quality CBD products from them, and you can be really confident in knowing what you are buying is some of the best stuff on the market. So the five main profiles of CBD that they cover over at Easy Peasy CBD are CBD isolate, which is the standard form that you will find CBD in most places. It's pure CBD, and it's generally the most cost-effective option. It's just an extraction of that CBD with nothing else, no bells and whistles. They also have CBD broad spectrum, which this isolate includes 90% CBD and also 10% CBG, which is cannabigerol, if I'm saying that right, which it provides a nice like entourage effect to the CBD. It's definitely worth checking out. Some of the earlier vape juices that I had were broad spectrum vape juice, and they were all really, really good. Then you're coming on to some of the more big daddy stuff. You've got CBD full spectrum. Now, the joy of full spectrum, this is one of my favorite profiles, is it preserves a larger portion of the natural cannabinoids from the plant in the extract process. So you're not just getting the CBD and the CBG. There's a whole spectrum of cannabinoids in a cannabis plant. So therefore, I find this profile to be a lot more effective, and it has the added bonus of it retaining a lot more of that natural plant flavor to it as well. You can. Yeah, I've had multiple vape juices on that are full spectrum, and it's definitely one of my preferred profiles. The other one they do, as we were mentioning about CBG, they have got a CBG focus isolate, which is basically a 50-50 split of CBD and CBG. It's interesting. It definitely, like, you get more of that entourage effect from the CBG. It's a nice profile. I definitely recommend it. Is like, once you go from CBD, if you like broad spectrum, it's something worth checking out. But the big daddy, and it's something that I never had before I tried the stuff from Easy Peasy CBD, is CBD flow form. Now, Flowform is probably the best type of concentrate that you can get on the market. It has over 30% non-CBD cannabinoids in there, and it can also contain trace THC as well. Not enough to actually have any psychoactive effect, but enough that you should be wary if you are in a profession where you have like fairly stringent drug testing or something, because that could show up on there. But if you're able to, Flowform is... it's really, really effective. It's really, really good. I've been vaping Flowform now every evening night when I'm not smoking weed, and even then sometimes when I am smoking weed. And again, in terms of helping with my back pain, especially my insomnia, it's been absolutely fantastic. I can't recommend it enough. They do their vape juices as well with 2 different carrier oils, typical PG, which most of you vapors out there are going to know, but they also use like MCT oil as well, which is better off using maybe one of their products. So they do some like the Dib Dab vape pen, which is actually a fantastic product because it's great for working with crumble as well. Speaking of which, they do offer Easy Peasy CBD do offer all these profiles that I've mentioned in a wide range of formats. So you can get it in vape juice, in oil drops, and as I was mentioned, in crumble. And now crumble, like I personally eat crumble as well. Like, it's maybe not the recommended way, but you can effectively treat crumble the way you would shatter and dab it. And they do have a great product called the Dib Dab vape pen, which has an attachment for melting down crumble and dabbing it in that, a normal standard vape liquid attachment, as well as I've not actually used this one yet, but it's basically like a pen end that you'd stick into the crumble and it'd heat up and melt it, and you dab it that way as well. Really cool product. I've been using it mainly as a dabber for crumble if I don't fancy using my dab rig or my bong. But they have, like I say, a great range of products there. They also have you covered for all your DIY needs. So if you want to make your own personalized CBD, CBG, broad spectrum, whatever, vape juice, crumble, whatever you want, they've got all the kit there that you need, including a great range of terpenes, which is basically the flavors from the cannabis, and they've got a lot of different strains of cannabis flavor profiles in there. So you could probably find one of your favorite strains on there that you like the taste of and make your own CBD product to replicate that flavor. So that's just great stuff. They've got really good FAQs and details and more than I can go into now on all their products on the site. So do please go to easypeasycbd.co.uk and check out their awesome range of products, and I guarantee you'll find the CBD product that is right for you. Anyway, that's easypeasycbd.co.uk. Check them out. Cheers, guys. And now back to the show.
Welcome back, and the wrestling half of the show. So if you don't like wrestling,
why are you here?
If you don't like
this is what
wrestling,
we do.
if you don't like wrestling, I recommend sticking around and listening, because maybe we'll entice you in. And oh my god, wrestling is the best. Apart from when it's not, because then it's the worst.
And what a better way to introduce someone to wrestling than Wrestle Kingdom?
Yeah.
Yes. So we are going to kick off things with a rundown review of this year's Wrestle Kingdom, which was. For those that don't know, Wrestle Kingdom is the biggest event of the year in the calendar of the biggest wrestling promotion in Japan, New Japan Pro Wrestling, or Shin Nihon Pro Wrestling. So it's held every year at the Tokyo Dome. Which is a huge indoor baseball arena in Tokyo. Typically it's on the 4th of January, but since last year it's now become a 2-night event, so on the 4th and the 5th of January. Myself and Naomi were actually there last year. And for those listeners that have heard mine and Naomi's rundown of WrestleMania 30, whatever, the COVID mania.
36.
Oh yeah, I can work it out because I'm a year older than WrestleMania, so must have been 36.
New Japan Pro Wrestle Kingdom is the Japanese equivalent to WrestleMania. Effectively, that's the best way.
There was a tweet that Matt Jackson wrote about 5 years ago, which I think sums up Wrestle Kingdom perfectly. He said, "Wrestle Kingdom is the WrestleMania of wrestling," which I think is just shady, but at the same time, a very apt description for it.
No, that's I completely agree with that. I think it's because the in-ring work of just across the board of New Japan Pro Wrestling is some of the best in-ring work that you'll see ever. Like if you're the booking, oh my god, I could just gush for ages. But we're going to focus on and we'll give you a taste of this as we run down this card. So should we do a bit of backstory on the main things going into it? Just a quick overview of. The main thing to cover, I think, is New Japan have a tournament every year called the G1 Climax, which is the wrestling, the apex of wrestling in terms of it's one of the most brutal things that you can do in wrestling because it's a ridiculous schedule of wrestling. But the ultimate thing is it's 2 blocks, an A block and a B block, and it's a round robin affair. Whoever has the most points at the end of everyone wrestles everyone in A block, everyone wrestles everyone in B block. Whoever has the most points, you get 2 for a win, 1 for a draw, none for a loss. Whoever has the most points from A block and B block fight each other in the final night. The winner of that match challenges for the IWGP Heavyweight Championship, which is the biggest, the top championship in Wrestle Kingdom. The Wrestle Kingdom we were at last year, though the IWGP Championship and Intercontinental Championship, which is the second tier belt, were unified when Naito beat Okada.
They weren't unified.
Well, he became the double champion, so they're tentatively
the
they're tentatively unified. We'll get into more on that as we come to the end of things. But going into this Wrestle Kingdom, the winner of the G1 Climax was Kota Ibushi, who won the right to challenge Tetsuya Naito at the Tokyo Dome for the double championship. However, it's very similar to the Money in the Bank briefcase from WWE. And not in a lot of ways as well. But sometimes the winner of that briefcase has to defend it, so they can lose that right to challenge. And Kota Ibushi did to another wrestler called Jay White, the leader of Bullet Club. Jay White cheated to win. But because Naito is basically going for full face turn, he basically challenged Kota Ibushi for the first night of the 2 nights of Wrestle Kingdom. Because he was like, no, you won the G1 Climax. I don't care if you've not got a contract. You won, you get a match with me. So that was the main event match leading into night 1. And then Jay White, who had won the contractual match from Kota, is scheduled to face the winner of that main event on the second night. And obviously, it's the COVID era of wrestling. So it's Japan, because they're better than us, have already been able to bring people back to live events in limited capacities with obviously strict COVID guidelines. So typically in the Tokyo Dome, it's a 40 to 50,000 seat building, but I think they may have had like between 10 and 20,000 fans this year.
Funnily enough, still not the lowest attendance for a Wrestle Kingdom.
Oh no. Well, I mean, there was the dark days of New Japan, man.
Yeah.
There was the dying days of the Inoki administration.
Basically, like the Inoki period of New Japan is fascinating and just like, but obviously we're going to start with the first match. Typically, every Wrestle Kingdom opens with a rumble, effectively, a battle royale, if you will, where I think it was how many participants was it? Like 20.
Was it 20 or 30? We skipped the pre-show, so...
Okay, we'll run down that. Trust me, you've missed fuck all. But it will make you angry about the King of Pro Wrestling shit, though. So the thing with this year's Battle Royale was the 4 last people in the Battle Royale were going to go on the next night into a 4-way to challenge for the King of Pro Wrestling title, which is currently...
Did we watch that one?
Which was currently held by Toru Yano, who is a good comedy wrestler.
Yes.
So this Battle Royale had between 20 and 30 people. I forget exactly how many. But, because you didn't see this, I'll let you know. In that fucking Battle Royale were people like Minoru fucking Suzuki and Ishii and Hiroki Goto. You know, people that are really fucking good and could put on a fucking barn burner of a match. But instead, the final 4 turned out to be Bad Luck Fale, who I think, as much as I like Bad Luck Fale, the concept, the character, the person, maybe one of the worst wrestlers there on there. Just
limited.
Definitely one of the most limited.
Yeah, okay, worst maybe not. Like, it's not like he's that like the shit that he does is bad. It's just slow and there's not a lot happening there.
That's found out he's a Trump supporter as well.
Really?
Which is
well, then fuck that guy.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy. I revert my current statement. He's the fucking worst. So the final 4 were Bad Luck Fale, Chase Owens, and who the
Yano and...
This is how bad it was. We can't even fucking remember who the 4th one was.
Bushi.
Bushi, who is actually a pretty good junior heavyweight wrestler. He's never going to light the world on fire, but he can put on a good match when the chips are down. But with those
you can always tell when LIJ have a multi-man match which team is winning, because if Bushi's in the match, then he's taking the pin.
For those that don't know, LIJ, Los Ingobernables de Japón, is Tetsuya Naito's faction. The thing to understand about New Japan is most of the wrestlers are separated out into factions. It's a very faction-based promotion. Your big factions are Chaos, where Kazuchika Okada, one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, former IWGP Heavyweight champion, no, he was the belt. Former IWGP Heavyweight champion is the leader of. You have Los Ingobernables de Japón, originally founded in CMLL by who is now Andrade Cien Almas in WWE. Los Hombre. Tetsuya Naito, obviously, they have a working relationship, and New Japan and CMLL have a working relationship. Tetsuya Naito went on an excursion there. There's a whole thing to unpack about that backstory. But anyway, he came back and formed the LIJ, which used to consist of himself, Hiromu Takahashi, Sanada, Bushi, and Evil. Evil has earlier this year defected to Bullet Club, which is the other major faction, which was originally a Gaijin faction, foreigner faction, founded by Prince Devitt, now known as
Finn Balor.
That's the one, in WWE. And then Hontai, which is basically everybody else.
The main unit, as it's sometimes referred to.
Yeah. So anyway, that little bit of like admin backstory out the way. So you've got in this final 4, you've got Chase Owens and Bad Luck Fale, both members of Bullet Club. Fuck me, Chase needs to accept he's going bald and shave his fucking
does. He really does.
Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. And
but I will say that butt still looks good.
Yeah, he has got a shapely bubble butt.
I can't. When you realise that Kota Ibushi is on that card, like, how can you look at anyone else?
Yeah, I know. Well, Kota Ibushi's butt is like Adonis butt, and Chase Owens is bubble butt.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's thick.
I've never really paid attention. The only thing that always draws my attraction to Jay is just like, I'm like, mate, do some fucking sit-ups. That little bit of hanging gut, you could easily get rid of it.
He's definitely got muffin top.
It's an achievable physique, though, right? It's reassuring. But like, I can look like that. That's fine.
And
Yeah,
it's
but
not
then people like Peter come on the screen, and I'm
Yeah.
just like, no,
Never mind.
I'll never look like that.
and for me, it's
He's got the physique of a territory wrestler from like the late 70s.
Yeah.
yes, but not just a jobber, like, you know, just someone who would job out in like fucking Georgia Championship Wrestling or something to fucking, and not even job out to Ric Flair. This is a guy that would like job out to, you know, like Paul Anderson or something like that. Paul Jones, sorry. But yeah, so those final four, and the kicker is, because it was the final four, Toru Yano won by not even getting in the ring. He was the last one out, and they eliminated everyone else before he even got there. And I'm like, how?
Which is very Yano.
Wow.
Yeah,
Very
it's very on brand.
Yeah. But I'm like, how
Yeah.
do you decide? Yeah, we're going to put these four in a match over Ishii.
But I think the point, like the whole King of Pro Wrestling thing
figured out.
is, you go first.
Oh, I think I figured out why that was. Is because this whole King of Pro Wrestling trophy, it was originally just devised by Kazuchika Okada because he wanted to go for a period without chasing the title.
Yeah.
And he wanted to create his own thing that he would sort of work himself around, which became the King of Pro Wrestling trophy, which led to this absolutely batshit book tournament that made no fucking sense, and was won by Toru Yano. And Toru Yano can only do comedy.
Yeah.
So if we're going to have this match for this comedy trophy, might as well get four people who can do comedy.
Yeah.
But I would argue Farley comedy,
But they're
not
also
so much.
There are
There
also
was
guys
one
who
spot in the match that did make me laugh of night two. There was one spot in the match in night two that did make me laugh.
I do like the commentary around Farley and the tongue and massage parlor and all that kind of stuff. That stuff's quite funny.
But I think there are also four guys who, in the grand scheme of things, them doing that doesn't affect anything else going on in the card, right?
I guess.
Like,
Yeah.
they're not big enough players that it matters if they're not elsewhere.
Yeah,
they can do that.
I guess the reason you could say is that you don't want to actually have Suzuki, Ishii and stuff dragged down in challenging for that shit and having to defend that shit, whereas, you know, you'd rather be putting them in fucking New Japan Cup or G1 stuff. So okay,
I think it was the point of, it's nice that they showed up and that they were a part of the match, but the people who are actually going to work for it are basically jobbers in New Japan.
Yeah, so they should have put Yoshihashi in.
Yoshihashi deserves nothing.
He will always
Watto in there.
He will always just be known as Loose Explosion. So remember when he had that on the back of his wrestling trousers? Like, that just makes me think you've got diarrhea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it's something that was like lost in translation, but yeah.
So that was the dark match of the show. It was
a thing that
happened. If you skip it, you're not missing anything.
Yeah.
It was then followed up by a motherfucking barn burner of a match, which was Hiromu Takahashi, possibly one of the greatest junior heavyweight wrestlers of all time.
I would argue he is. Yeah.
Like,
I mean, after coming back from his injury where he broke his motherfucking neck and still being able to perform the way that he does.
Correction, Dragon Lee broke his motherfucking neck.
Yeah. You know,
it's like that their fucking match where they just they just chop each other for like 10 minutes. But obviously we were there last year. I was there for like basically Hiromu's like first proper match back in Tokyo Dome, where he won the IWGP Junior Heavyweight Championship. Another bit of clerical admin explanation. New Japan has two weight divisions: junior for like smaller, smaller fly guys, flippy shit. And then you've got your heavyweight, which is anything over 200 kilos or pounds I think it is.
It's 100 kilos and over is heavyweight.
Okay, thank you. So last year he challenged, he beat Will Ospreay for the belt. During the year he lost it to Taiji Ishimori. So there were two junior tournaments that happen connected to New Japan. They have their Best of the Super Juniors, where the winner will typically go on. It's effectively the junior heavyweight G1 climax. So see my explanation of G1 climax and apply it here, basically. And then you also have the Super J Cup, which typically happens all around the world a lot as well.
Wasn't it a couple of years ago? It was actually held in Rev Pro in the UK.
And completely. They did a lot of it in the UK. But what happened here was because of the limited wrestlers they could get for the Super Juniors, El Phantasmo, Hiromu Takahashi won the Super Junior tournament, and El Phantasmo won Best of the Super Juniors.
No, other way around. El Phantasmo won
other way around. El Phantasmo was part of Bullet Club. Hiromu, as we mentioned, LIJ. El Phantasmo basically argued that you didn't beat me, so you're not the best. So they decided to have this match here. So Hiromu was like, no, I'll beat you for this title, and they had a fucking fantastic match. So starting off, like, obviously the entrance is fucking fantastic. I love Hiromu's jacket.
It was amazing.
I want that so much.
It looked like a LSD trip on drugs.
It looked like
bit of a tautology, but yeah, I get where you're coming from.
It looked like the stuff that I used to wear when I was a happy hardcore raver.
Yeah. He's taken like happy hardcore and punk and mixed them into like this whole new style that is just Hiromu style.
Yeah. It's very Harajuku style.
Yeah. It's amazing. And I think he's so fun as a person, as a wrestler. You know, every interview he's in, he's just so much fun. But then he's so technically gifted as well in the ring.
Amazing.
It's one of my biggest regrets of that first ROH show we went to in the UK. We didn't go and actually meet him when we had the opportunity. But he comes out, and then ELP comes out as El Phantasma with basically dressed in tribute to Edge. From WWE.
Yeah, it was kind of a bit. Now I go back and think about it.
And say it was an Edge tribute.
Yeah,
they're both Canadian.
Yeah, both Canadians.
Yeah.
Also, his hair's getting long as well.
I don't know. I really liked him with the short hair. There was something different about his look, and I really liked his original theme music as well. Like, it was a good package.
Yeah,
new one's not bad.
It's
not bad.
It's all right. It's not as bad as the downgrade that Will's got. That's for sure.
Definitely.
Just referring over to my notes here. So ELP basically does usual kind of like heel tactics opening at the start. Just rolls outside at the opening bell, grabs Hiromu's Best of the Super Junior trophy, and then just kind of throws it down on the ground. Then grabs his own Super J jacket and basically demanded that Jushin Liger wear the jacket. Jushin Liger, for those who know,
best junior heavyweight wrestler ever.
Yeah, all-time legend, all-time great.
Retired last year, didn't he?
We were there for that as well. Yeah. We saw that retirement match. That was against Hiromu as well. He was the one that retired. Yeah. So after a little bit of shenanigans, while he's basically taunting Liger, Hiromu hits him with a shotgun drop kick off the apron. Basically, just sends ELP fucking crashing into the gate, through the gate. Thing about New Japan, man, they hit hard.
They do,
and they don't like their necks.
See aforementioned comment about Hiromu's neck being broken.
Like, New Japan's slogan should just be "fuck necks."
Yes, not king of sports. Fuck necks.
Fucker of necks.
We hate necks. 2020.
It was quite a good match in terms of like lucha style wrestling.
Definitely.
Good lucha things. Definitely good lucha things.
Well, I think obviously both of them are great junior heavyweights. ELP's got really good timing, I think. He was it during that match where he did the moonsault off, like bouncing off the top rope.
And he did the tightrope walk.
Yeah. And the tightrope walk and then the moonsault, which is like fucking like that was incredible.
He's so good.
Yeah,
he really is fantastic. A really great pickup for New Japan. And I can definitely see a run with the main title in his future.
Yeah, I think if he isn't junior heavyweight champ at some point this year, I think they've made a mistake.
I think they might push him more this year, especially after that match with Hiromu. I think he deserves a big push this year.
Yeah, I think...
I know it's a bit early to be making predictions for later in the year, but I'm picking him to win this year's Best of the Super Juniors.
I think I'm going to reserve that until I see the field. Because...
well, the field, as we saw from this year's Best of the Super Juniors, pretty fucking thin.
Yeah, well, obviously it's going to depend on COVID and so on. But I know Hiromu's really making a push to want to main event. So I think maybe next year, if they do the 2 nights, they may, if they really go with Hiromu's thing, main event the first night with the junior heavyweight and the second night with the heavyweight, or vice versa.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Could happen.
I know it's weird because the junior heavyweight division is generally seen as a second tier down.
There's a definite ceiling on what a junior heavyweight can do unless they go up to heavyweight, right?
Rather than being just parallel divisions for weight classes, like
it's
in something in UFC.
You graduate from. Like, okay, he did his time in the junior heavyweight, now we're going to let him go up.
Like when Shingo first joined. Shingo was never a fucking junior.
No, like the minute he debuted, I'm just thinking, that's a former Dragon Gate heavyweight champion. Why is he a junior?
Not a junior at all, ever.
So so after we do we had that we had ELP throughout the match was doing lots of callbacks to all Bullet Club leaders because he hit a Styles Clash, he did a Terminator dive. He do Bloody Sunday as well.
I think so, yeah.
He did Bloody Sunday. He went for the One Wing Angel at one point, but didn't get it.
Yeah, no one should be allowed to hit that move apart from Kenny, I don't think.
Nope.
He also did
We're looking at you, Killian Dane.
I've not been watching NXT, so like I have.
Has anybody this year?
I've literally stopped now. I mean, like, what is the point?
No,
it does not work in a 2-hour format.
Since AEW came out for me, I have not watched NXT.
AEW is my Western wrestling fix. Everything else,
same.
Yeah, I just don't see the point. But yeah, so ultimately, with a lot of back and forth in that match, ELP gets a couple of near falls towards the end. There was one particular really good one where ELP used a victory roll for a near fall, and then Hiromu hit just a throat kick. Is the best way I can describe it on ELP. ELP then comes back and teased an airplane spin neck breaker. Hiromu blocked that, but fell victim to a bastard driver for a 2 count.
I just felt so sorry for his neck. Like during that end portion, I think he landed really funny on his head at one point, and I was like, no, Hiromu, why are you doing these spots? You broke your fucking neck.
It wasn't that long ago.
Worst neck spot was the rolling suplex in Kenny and Phoenix's match, though. That was horrible. AEW also fuck necks. And just generally Matt Hardy because we think we might want to kill him. But yeah, so ELP tries to go to his finisher, CL2. Hiromu blocks it. ELP then hit a Styles Clash. He also hit a V-trigger, which is bait, and that's when he went for the One-Winged Angel. Then ELP countered. Was it? It was just this time bomb that ELP countered, wasn't it?
Yes.
And then Hiromu finishes off with a. He blocked Hurricane Rana.
He blocked the Hurricane Rana with what I've written down here as "dick punch shitty bitch."
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. I think. Yeah. And then
why does he keep hitting me in the dick?
Also, you should know that I think it was like early to mid way through the match, ELP stamped on Hiromu's hand because there's kind of like a big story. Like, so basically, ELP is doing a loaded boot gimmick. which is a weird thing to be doing in 2021.
I assume there's going to be some payoff to it. Like, I'm sure that's what it is.
As long
Because
as
commentary kept drawing attention to the boot.
As long as it's, and
But
he
I don't know
kissed,
what your
he
payoff
kissed the
can
foot
be.
as well. Like, but I don't. As long as it doesn't go the way of the Sean Spears Tully Blanchard loaded glove gimmick, which is going
that went
nowhere.
fucking nowhere.
a very weird thing happening there. But yes, so ultimately Hiromu gets the 3 count, wins, which means he's going on to night 2 of Wrestle Kingdom to face the current junior champion, Taiji Ishimori, who I can only describe as a heavyweight wrestler compressed.
He's the
like
most jacked 5 foot nothing dude you will ever see in your life.
He's like a 5 foot block of concrete.
Yeah. He walks as if he can't move his butt cheeks because they are that jacked.
Like his body fat percentage is actually a negative number. That's how built he is.
It's fucking crazy. So next match, I believe was the IWGP Heavyweight Tag Champs. Champ match.
God, yeah.
Dangerous
GOD.
Seconds, yeah.
GOD versus Dangerous Tekkers.
So GOD consisting of Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa, representing Bullet Club, and Taichi and Zack Sabre Jr.
So
with Doki representing Suzuki Gun.
we have to stop and talk about Tama Tonga having turned himself into Alberto El Patron.
Oh God!
Yes.
Yeah, let's.
Okay, so
it just isn't right, is it?
he was
It's so
such a
upsetting
good
to
looking
me.
bloke. He was
So
so good looking.
Let me tell you a little story. Okay, I was on a Chase Owens live stream last week on Twitch when he was doing his Q&A with Peter, and I asked the question, do you prefer Tama Tonga with or without the beard? And they both said with the beard.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not even a choice.
Well, I don't understand. Like, what point do you wake up and go, do you know what? I want to be ugly now.
But it's not necessarily that he's ugly, because I think it's fair to say he's a
he's a
good-looking
very
man.
attractive man.
But
lockdown does things to people.
It's not
it makes
the same.
them do shit. Crazy shit.
Couldn't he just dye his hair like everyone else?
He had beautiful curls and a brilliant beard, and with the face paint as well, especially.
it was just such a
like
good
it
I miss
just
the face paint.
Yeah.
It just
done that
went
for ages.
so
I miss the
well.
face paint.
with that beard as well. Like it just all tied together so well. And I just absolutely loved his look. And now it's like,
nothing really stands out anymore. Like, I didn't particularly like his ring gear either. I know it's it's a really shallow thing. Like, he's no longer as attractive to me, therefore I don't like him anymore.
Yeah, that's
really
another
what I'm
note I
saying.
made whilst watching this match. What the fuck was up with GOD's codpiece outfit? Like,
Yeah, I'm not.
it was just like, why? Why are you drawing so much attention
They have
to
had
your dick?
genuinely some of the oddest ring gear. Like, always, I think. Like, the mask thing
Power
was kind
Ranger
of weird.
helmets?
Like the Iron Man, Power Ranger weird helmets.
It was
one
kind of
thing
cool, though.
One thing that I will say is they have a banger of an entrance
Amazing
theme.
song.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing.
Da-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na.
Isn't that your ringtone?
Yes, it is.
Is it your
Ain't
ringtone
nobody
as
really
well?
than Gorilla.
No, yours is Bullet Club for
No,
Life.
mine's the straight Bullet Club thing.
Yeah.
I
I do like that.
So when we were at last year's Wrestle Kingdom, I bought the LIJ EP that had all their entrance music. So it's got everything but Takagi's because they hadn't added it on there. But it's got Stardust, which is Naito's, which I think is one of the best wrestling things.
It's so good.
Do you know what though?
Evil's
My ringtone is Hangman Page's because it is so
It's
good.
so good.
It's like Ennio Morricone fucking level spaghetti western shit, and it suits him so
It's
much.
so good.
I do.
And I just love him. So
I do love Kenny Omega's new theme, that like the battle. It's so
It
good.
took me a while to warm to, but like now I'm listening to that while I'm on the toilet at work. It's just
but
so good.
like once you actually listen to the full track and everything, I'm like, but it's so hype as well. It's so great.
See, I have non-wrestling ringtone music, but I never hear it because my phone is always on silent. So
Same.
mine
Yeah,
is too.
same.
Same.
Why
As
do
well,
I have a
yeah.
ringtone?
I've
like,
got
I don't want to know if people are calling me.
because I've got an Apple Watch. Everything fucking comes through on there.
Yeah, we should probably talk
So-
about the actual match.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
so we talked
Enough
obviously,
about the aesthetics. Yeah.
Yes,
We love you, Tamatonga.
we do.
We do. Your podcast is fantastic. I love it.
I've never actually listened to it. I really should. So
He's
I will say before we get into the match proper, that out of all like everyone that I met at
Royal Quest.
God were the funniest and were the nicest. And when because I was so excited being there, left my LIJ hat behind. They kept it safe for me when I came back in to get it.
Oh, that's really nice of them.
They were awesome. They were really, really fucking like the pics I've got with them were all just cracking up in hysterics and stuff. Like they're just great guys. Anyway, into the match.
Before we get onto the match, can I just say one thing?
Go.
Why the fuck did we get Taichi's extended entrance for this match
without Mio Abe as well?
Yeah,
I know.
New Japan loves Taichi though.
I
don't understand why.
No, I have turned
His
the fucking
music
corner
can
on.
fuck itself.
His entrance is bollocks.
I have as well.
But in ring, I have definitely turned the corner on Taichi.
Yeah.
He's like the more aggression that he's been showing and everything. Like I thought his run through the G1 this year was pretty solid.
Great matches with
I've
Ishii.
never understood.
It was fantastic.
I don't
I've
get
never
the
understood
gimmick.
his gimmick.
No.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I get it in the sense that, like, okay, he's meant to be a visual Kai singer because you told me that. I didn't know what one was, but I assume it's a real thing.
Visual Kai
but I don't care about it.
Visual Kai is it's a genre of Japanese music that kind of straddles a bridge between rock, metal, and J-pop as well. But it's kind of a lot, as much as it's defined by its like audio style, it's more defined by its fashion sense, which is very elaborate and very almost Victorian.
Why would a visual Kai singer be in Suzuki Gun? What
This
do
is my
Minoru and
point.
Taichi talk about? He's there with all his like, hard-hitting, tough, sadistic guys.
They're all scary.
And the opera singer guy. Like,
Yeah, I'm not exactly.
And I don't think it suits the aggressiveness that he's portraying now, which makes me like him in the ring. But he comes out really badly miming to his entrance theme, by the way.
That's the gimmick, though. That's the gimmick.
That is the gimmick, yeah. Like
he's just not, but he doesn't sell it to a Western audience. I think if you're not in the know, I just don't like it.
Just become a Japanophile like me. It's fine.
You mean a weeboo?
I totally get the gimmick, but this entrance went on for like
so
5
long.
minutes.
Yeah,
We didn't get Miho Abe to look at either,
know,
which was just.
we've not seen it since the pandemic.
Yeah,
I know.
the ramp to Wrestle Kingdom looks like a mile long.
Yeah,
And-
it really
And this
does.
entrance went on for God knows how long before he came out, and his music is so shit. I know it's part of his gimmick, but it's
It
so
is shit. It is fucking terrible. Like
5
even
minutes before he even comes out. Oh.
so, like I will say, like in terms of like the music of like it's such a piss poor representation of Visual Kai like than the music there, because some of the music in that kind of genre is fucking fantastic. Just check out Japan X. They're not strictly Visual Kai, but they're fucking awesome. Or a band called Exist Trace. They're fucking incredible. All female band. Really, really good. So yeah, it's the gimmick definitely could do with an overhaul, but as far as like his actual in-ring work is going, I've definitely turned a corner on him.
Yeah, I have.
And I thought this was overall a solid match, if not, it was competent, it was good. I there was nothing that was like I would say was groundbreaking or like specifically standout, but it
was solid.
Yeah, and God is always solid. Tamatonga,
Good sequences. They all work well together. It's an enjoyable match to watch, but nothing outstanding.
The thing about like Tamatonga,
I was actually really impressed by this match.
Okay,
and I think I might have actually liked this a little bit better than the opener.
Wow, that's a
bold statement.
I mean, hey, wrestling is subjective, man. So
I will elaborate a little bit. I feel like the opening match should have had like 5 extra minutes.
Yes.
So I feel like they were just like building up to a crescendo and then it just ended. I felt like I was expecting more.
Yeah,
just a little bit more.
It reminded me of how I felt with Kota Ibushi and Will Ospreay's match 2 years ago.
Yeah, that was kind of ruined by Ospreay concussing the fuck out of Kota Ibushi.
Like, even outside of that, it was just booked to go short, and it felt like it should have had more time because
those guys you need to give at least half an hour.
Even 25 minutes would be plenty.
Yeah.
But I think it was like that 1 year at Wrestle Kingdom, every undercard match was like 18 minutes or less or something ridiculous. They were all really short matches. But anyway, so carry on. I'm really intrigued on your thoughts and takes on this match, actually.
I liked a lot of the spots in this match. Some things did get a little bit repetitive. Like, I thought there was way too many choke spots in this match.
Yeah.
To the point where I did actually write down in my notes, choke me like you hate me, but you love me.
So...
Shout out to Corpse husband.
Yeah,
I think. So I just want to chime in on the choke thing. I do think it was overdone, but I do also there is a storyline element to it because obviously God have stolen the Izakaya glove, and there's this whole thing with fuckface. Oh God, that he's the ugliest man, apart from Yoshihashi. With Taichi and that. So I understand why there were so many, but they could have knocked maybe 3 or 4 out and still had enough or so.
Yeah, but it just felt like as the match was building up, there was a lot of back and forth between the two. There was some really good, almost near falls, breakup spots. I think. Doki and Jado played their parts perfectly in this match as good heaters.
I enjoyed the commentary when they said Doki Choki.
I will say one thing, man. Jado has got into a lot better shape. He looked...
Yeah, he's looked jacked now.
Yeah, he looked really good.
Really impressive.
I was genuinely well, we know what you've been doing in lockdown.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. I mean, I definitely agree that it was a good match. I'm not saying late. There is the thing is that my thing with God is I always feel like there's a next level to God that they just never seem to let show. I think there's some interesting comparisons that can be drawn between Tama Tonga and Randy Orton in terms of just in ring. Obviously, Tama Tonga is far more Randy Orton wrestles at a pace that I would be hesitant to call glacial because that would make it seem faster than it is. But Tama, it's just in that I feel like you've got it's the Sonada thing as well. You've got the talent and the skill there to do more, but I don't know why it never seems to happen.
I feel like we were almost going to see God really come into their own during the Bullet Club feud with, God turning on the Elite, before they all left. And I thought, this is going to be great because God are really going to come into their own. And then when the Elite left, I was excited to see what they would do. And it kind of just fizzled, didn't it? It kind of went...
I think it was
AEW happened.
It was the same the year that Tama was in the G1 as well. We thought this is going to be it. We're going to see some really breakout performances from Tama as a singles guy.
And it was just interference, and that was although that was not Tama's fault. That was how that shit was booked.
No, I know, but I think it's the same thing. You're always they could go further, but they never do.
Yeah,
and it's am I just wrong, or is there something?
I mean, the thing is, I guess as well, if they, I could understand maybe a psychological aspect as well. If they're never gonna, they're tag division for life, and let's be honest, New Japan don't really look after their tag division that well.
Well, any other heavyweight tag teams at the moment, apart from Dangerous
Not in
Tekkers
recent
and GOD?
years.
No. It's been, it's been definitely a thin, obviously when the Bucks were there, the Bucks elevate any tag division that they're in because they push for it. But obviously since they departed, things have definitely taken a hit in the tag side of things. The junior heavyweight has been up and down.
It's still only like 2 or 3 teams, though, like proper teams, as opposed to here are 2 guys who are now
we'll
a tag
get that
team.
when we talk about night 2. We'll get to that.
What the?
I would love to see Tama do more as a singles competitor, though. I think he's very, very talented, and like you say, he is reminiscent of Randy Orton, but just more agile and a bit more exciting.
Yeah.
I love Mr. Randall, but you know, it is. I would just love to see more out of
agreed.
I
Tama,
think he's got a
especially.
really unique style as well. Like he does a lot of really cool defensive
The way
stuff
he
that you don't
moves.
see. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just brilliant. He's got this character about him that is just interesting, and I think that being in a tag team is holding him back. No shade to Tungaloa, but I think it is.
I would object because, like you'll say, waiting for GOD's coming out party, they actually had it in the summer of 2019 in their series in Ring of Honor with the Briscoes.
Fuck yeah. Okay, yeah, that was a great series of matches.
That was good.
That was where I realized, like, okay, it's not GOD's fault. They have just no tag teams to have actually good chemistry with.
And it's like, you know, the tag team they were going up against, like, obviously Zack Sabre is fucking amazing, but he's better in a singles match where he can spend, you know, the match just tying people in knots and making them cry.
Swearing.
Yeah.
And they're all very different technical abilities, aren't they? Zack Sabre Jr. And I don't think it was the best matchup. I don't even know why they keep putting him with Tai Chi. I don't like them together that much.
No, I'm not the biggest fan of the team either. But I think independently they're better. But who else is he going to team with in Suzuki Gun?
Yeah, this is true.
Doki's Jr.
Davey Boy Smith quit. Lance Archer's now in AEW.
Davey Boy was never. I mean, he's all right. He was never going to I don't think he's ever going to light the world on fire though. He's just big, and I think Lance is a better big man.
I agree.
But yeah, so I would agree. It was a good match, but it was like my thing is it's just never going to light the world on fire. But it did serve its purpose. There were some really nice spots. Which the stack superplex on Tonga was really nice.
There was a great bit during that spot. When Zach's signaling to Tai Chi and says, like, come on, we've got to do this. It's the fucking Tokyo Dome. And the first thought that entered my head was that it's the fucking Catalina wine mixer.
Okay, why?
I love Step Brothers.
Fair enough. So, my favorite Zack Sabre Jr. moment of all time, though, was his match at Royal Quest, where everyone was just chanting "fuck you, Boris," and "fuck you, Brexit."
That was Boris Johnson, clap your hands.
Yeah. That was amazing. But I'm trying to think of any other notable spots throughout that match. Obviously, there was a bit of interference from Jado and Doki, and then kind of like I don't know, like, are they setting up a feud between Jado and Doki? Because it kind of felt like it.
Because they kind of set it up at New Year's Dash.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it, which is going to be a weird one to watch. Like, is it just supposed to be Kendo versus Pole? I don't know. We'll see. Sorry.
Because Doki is very much the Bushi of Suzuki Gun. Like,
yes.
He's in the match purely to take the fall.
Yes. Yeah, like his showing in Best of Super Juniors when he debuted was
He walked away with 2 points.
Yeah.
I like him though. I don't know what it is about Doki, but I'm always like, hey, there's Doki.
He's got a great look. He's got a great look.
Yeah.
I will give him that.
You like weird things. You have a crush on Pete Dunne.
Yes, and I stand by it.
I have a crush on Peter Avalon, so that's weirder.
There you go.
Yes, it is.
That is weird.
Yes, it is. Although I can kind of see a little bit of him in Teager, maybe. There's a bit there.
Teager, go kill yourself.
Hang on.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go.
It's just like generally, you know, the face, in the shape. The shape, not like any kind of the details, but I can see like you both have quite slender faces.
I tweeted at Mafu and was like, when lockdown has hit you and you've got a crush on Mafu and Peter Avalon at the same time. Like, what's wrong with you?
Since Matthew's grown out the beard, he does actually look quite tasty now.
I don't know what it is about him. I think it's his sense of humour makes him more attractive.
Maybe I'm just really, really like I've just got higher standards, I think.
Yeah, probably.
I'm like,
I like weird men. I like weird men.
Although I do have a thing for Jay, and you find that weird, don't you? Because like you don't. I like Jay. I definitely Jay. Yeah.
You know what, Jay? I'm seeing it now. Although I will come to a point when we get to his match with Ibushi, though.
So going back to the match in hand, ultimately God get the pin. I think it was finishing sequence was Tama jumped in with Taichi's iron glove. He used it on Taichi. God then hit ape shit and pinned Taichi to win the title. God then did a huge celebration on top of the dugout in the stadium. And then we come to the Mox.
The Mox.
I
cheered. I audibly cheered from my sofa when he came on screen.
So Moxley's been John Moxley, former Dean Ambrose, former AEW World Champion up until a couple of weeks ago, really. Has been their IWGP USA champion for a while now. Obviously, he's not been able to get back there to defend it.
A year.
I think
he's been their champion for a year.
Right.
I think he's had like
defended it
one
once.
defense.
They did a similar kind of tournament in. So they've got an American-based show called New Japan Strong because they have a New Japan have a dojo in LA. And they've been filming stuff out of that. And they did a tournament there for a briefcase right to challenge for the US Championship, which Kenta won. Defended it a couple of times, broke Tanahashi's head with it, the briefcase. But ultimately, the big question is, when is Moxley coming back? Still don't know, but he caught Moxley's such a good fucking promo.
Yeah.
Such a great promo. And he got a fucking fantastic promo, which basically was, everyone thought I was gone. You thought you're safe, but I'm lurking the shadow. I'm coming for you kind of thing.
He's fantastic. He's fast becoming one of my favourite wrestlers, I think, of all time.
I remember when we first started watching WWE again, it was 2016, because we knew AJ was going to be in the Rumble. We wanted to watch it, and Dean Ambrose was on the undercard fighting Kevin Owens, and it was the first time I'd seen either of them wrestle. And I was just like,
Last
Man Standing? I was like, Ambrose is my guy. That's my
one
guy.
of my favourite IC title matches ever.
Yeah, it's been so cool to see him go from strength to strength in AEW.
And basically prove everyone wrong, right? In the success of John Moxley, it's laid bare the flaws with WWE, because it's just proved this is what happens when you actually give a guy the run.
But that's not going to happen for everyone. I think, not everyone who has been, air quotes, held down by WWE is necessarily capable of more. But the transition,
it's looking like that with Miro.
The transition from WWE Dean Ambrose to AEW John Moxley has just been so cool to see, because it's like everything that I was drawn to when I saw him as Dean Ambrose has kind of intensified as John Moxley. And it's like, that is the kind of guy I love to watch wrestle.
Yeah, he's really come into his own in such a big way. And it's like, because he's finally been given that creativity to just be the character he wants to be and be so badass at it and so natural at it. It's so believable.
That's it. So that authenticity. It's the same reason I love Eddie Kingston. Like, I really believe these guys mean every word they say.
Yeah.
So one of my actual favourite matches of last year was Suzuki and John Moxley.
That was a great match.
Fucking amazing match.
And he's going to have a great match with Kenta whenever it happens.
I hope so, because Kenta's been hit and miss.
Which brings us to
the next match, which I was not a fan of. Obviously, so the next match was Kenta defending the said briefcase for the US Championship against Satoshi Kojima. I love Kojima, but he is a New Japan granddad now. You know, he should be in multi-man tags.
He's part of the dad brigade.
Yeah, he's a New Japan granddad.
And when there are people in the fucking Rumble like Minoru Suzuki, Hiroki Goto, and Tomohiro Ishii, the fucking bread guy is the guy who's challenging for the briefcase.
I mean, originally, wasn't it supposed to be?
I think it was meant to be Juice.
Yeah, it was supposed to be Juice, but then Juice is out with injury. So
there's just no heat.
Yeah,
there's no heat.
It was kind of a foregone conclusion, right?
Yeah, no one thought Kojima was winning that. Like, so by that, like, I'll be honest, I didn't pay a lot of attention to this match from the get-go.
No.
So I've not really got much to fucking say on it, apart from Kenta won, no shocks there.
We had 2 notes on this match.
Do you want me to read them out?
Yeah. Please do.
Okay. The first thing I wrote, obviously, well, actually 3 notes. The first thing I wrote is Dad Brigade.
Yep.
Which is an unofficial stable with him, Hiroyoshi Tenzan, and Yuji Nagata.
I just refer to them as the New Japan Granddads.
Yeah. And this match has about as much heat as gazpacho soup.
Yep.
And former All Japan Pro Wrestling Triple Crown champion versus former Noah GHC heavyweight champion. This should feel more like a big deal than it actually is.
I think it would do if it wasn't for Kojima's age and therefore his limitations. You know, limitations. Because like Kojima is still a great worker, but obviously he's never, because he's getting on, man, and he's racked up those injuries, and you know, he's never.
Kenta's not the Kenta of old anymore.
No. He's not been the same since the injury in NXT.
No.
It does feel like a wasted opportunity though, because Kenta is good in the ring.
You put Kenta in there with someone like Ishii or someone like Suzuki, they're gonna have a good match, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he can do way more than what was shown.
I really think, especially because it was Wrestle Kingdom, I think they should have thought, let's put someone in there who's fucking Hiroki Goto would have been better. You know, he's great. I think I love Hiroki Goto.
I think, you know, even somebody like Jeff Cobb or someone, you know, could have been,
because Jeff Cobb was having a barn burner on the next night. So I think that was.
But I think ultimately it is a shame that you had guys like Ishii and Goto in the Rumble.
Yeah.
And Kojima
you could have used them in this position. But I think maybe because obviously there's the stuff from Dash that happened, which may touch on in a bit, but that might be leading into something because they obviously fucking beat the shit out of Tenzan.
Yeah.
But anyway, so anyway, this match happened. Kenta won. Let's move on.
Yep.
So we then come to the intermission and we have another match which why is he in the United Empire with Will? So the next match is Hiroshi Tanahashi, the ace of New Japan, versus Great Okan. And I say great with so much sarcasm in my fucking voice.
He's good. He can work.
Yes.
He does not deserve to be in this position.
No, but I think he's lucky that he's in a faction with the Will Ospreay.
Yes.
We actually first saw him at
it was from Style Evolve.
Yeah, the Rev Pro show in Milton Keynes. That was when we first saw him, and when he came out, and we're like,
"The fuck is this?
The fuck is this?
What's he wearing? Like, what's happening?"
Yeah.
I mean, the match was good because Tanahashi was in it, and Tanahashi he can't have a bad match, even though he's as broken as he is. He's fucking Tanahashi. He's got
Tanahashi made Fat Jericho look good.
Tanahashi can't have a bad match. He's got too much ring acumen and is such a good seller and has such good ring psychology that it's just not possible.
That's what we said about this match, is that he's such a good seller that he made Great Okan look good in this match, you know. And it's good to see
of this match,
that even in lockdown, Tana's hair game is still on point.
Yeah,
okay.
He should give his stylist details to Tama.
Yeah.
But I will say, not a fan of the Mongolian chop. Always thought it's a dumb move. And I think the way
so
Khan,
much as well.
I think the way Khan does it with the whole jump.
It gives the opponent so much time to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, like, oh my god, in any kind of real fighting thing, obviously wrestling's not real or not. It's predetermined, script. But like, you would just like, he's doing this. You just be like, fuck you. Like, just kicking the like anything. Like, you could just step backwards the amount of time he takes on it. I definitely think they need to drop that. I get the whole thing. He's supposed to be like Mongolian.
Don't necessarily drop it, but don't do it so often. Like, they really talked up his amateur background. You don't see much of that in his matches.
He does nothing to exhibit. Like Jeff Cobb, you can tell he's got an amateur background.
Oh god,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, wasn't he Olympian?
Yeah.
Yeah, but for like Guam, which is basically like saying you're the fastest swimmer at the amputees club.
Yeah, but he is still
But still, I'm never going to be an Olympian for Guam, so respect.
I mean, I don't even think I could be an Olympian.
But I think if you're selling Great O'Khan as someone with this amazing amateur background who was, highly recruited because of that, let him show that off. Don't have him screaming and doing Mongolian chops.
I just felt very bad for Tanahashi during all this because I only just realized like a couple of minutes ago, 2 years ago, he won the heavyweight belt in the main event.
Yeah, I actually wondered. Like, I actually asked Dave Meltzer this on Twitter once. I was like, when he won that reign, I was like, is this the last heavyweight championship reign of Tanahashi? And he was like, yes. I hope not, but I'm starting to think it actually might be.
Yeah, I'm starting to think he might be ramping down a little bit.
I don't know if he's got much of a choice. Those knees are shot to shit.
I don't think he's
quite... Knees are shot. I think he's like being groomed for like movie roles now as well, because Bushi Road, who owns New Japan Pro Wrestling, also has high stake in the talent agency that does a lot of stuff for movies, which are obviously like Fukuoka is like the Hollywood of Japan, and New Japan is in Fukuoka a lot. And so I think he might be winding down to do a sort of movie roles. Like, it's been said for years, but
I was going to say, didn't he already do what my father is a heel wrestler? Yeah, which I've not seen, but apparently is great.
Yeah, I don't think he's quite at the stage where he's going to be shuffled into the New Japan granddad tier, but he's
heading
more
there.
Of kind of putting over new talent rather than being.
He's
on
only
top
43.
Yeah,
he's only 43. Like, to provide context, John Cena's 45.
Yeah.
AJ Styles is also 43.
Yeah.
Like, so he's
still. What they need to do is give him time off.
Yeah. He does need to rest, and I think that with Tana, it's because he's been so successful and he's got the looks and everything going for him, and he can do movies and stuff. I think it's a case of, I still could wrestle, but why would I put myself at risk?
And I will say this about Tanahashi: I don't think there will ever be a better pure babyface in wrestling.
No.
Like, the connection that he has with the crowd is unfucking parallel. Like,
he's fantastic.
He is amazing, and he is a legend and one of the greatest of all time. I mean, the guy, he is the reason that we're here talking about New Japan now, because if it wasn't for Tanahashi, New Japan would have died a death. He rescued that company and brought that company back from the brink.
He carried that company on his back through the dark cages, both him and Shinsuke Nakamura.
Yes, completely. And so like, any match with Tanahashi is gonna have my attention. And he did elevate Great O'Khan in this match. That was good from that perspective, but I would question whether this should have been part of the Wrestle Kingdom card. I know you want to get over Great O'Khan and things, but
I think
now.
Yeah, and at the same time, for me, O'Khan doesn't really fit into the Empire for me.
Yeah, I would agree.
Like, he's almost like a yokai, and I think, I feel like his character would be so much better suited to something like, I don't know, Suzuki, or even LIJ.
I don't know.
It could. Well,
no.
I think it.
He's not cool enough.
I think
one of his
it's
first
just
appearances after the G1, where he came out in like the pinstripe suit wearing the single glove.
Oh, you mean when they fucked over Okada and that?
Yeah.
But the way he looked amazing. Yeah. And it's so much better than the fucking harem pant bag on the face thing. And
at least was it this one, or was it a New Year's Dash where he changed from the harem pant to trunks?
It was Dash, New Year's Dash.
Yeah.
It looks so much better.
No, he started doing that in World Tag League.
He was wearing the harem pants at Wrestle Kingdom, though.
Yeah.
He was wearing the harem pants at Wrestle Kingdom, but he was wearing the trunks at World Tag League when he was teaming with Jeff Cobb.
We
but it's
missed
such a better
World Tag League. We didn't catch up on World Tag League.
I watched most of the highlights, but
I just don't think he fits very well there.
He's
next to
definitely
Tory Boy.
He's definitely the odd one out in that faction, and it's going to be interesting to see. Like a few tweaks to the gimmick, maybe we can make it work. But I mean, because like the one thing the one way that I've been trying to rationalize it in my head is like, okay, they're the Empire who had one of the greatest empires on earth, the Mongol. So okay, fair enough.
But it's just a bit strange, and I think if they dulled it down a little bit and it wasn't so in your face, like, I mean, I know it's Japan, and I know they love their yokai and everything like that. Like, as that they're kind of giving him that gimmick of like this mysterious kind of thing, this monster almost, who is a Mongol. But I think if they kind of just dumbed it down a little bit and maybe had him a little bit subtler, kind of a Mongol Empire guy, then it could work for the Empire. But to have him in full, and it's so colourful as well, it's so out of place.
Yeah.
But so coming back to the actual match itself, looking through, let me actually just grab my laptop so I'm not like leaning over to read notes, because it's all the way far away from me. All the way far away from you. That's a fucking winning sentence right there. I have the best words.
I just said subtler, so.
So the match really didn't pick up until Tanahashi made his comeback, because he did sell for a lot of the match, but it did help build a Khan a bit, definitely. So they open up with a bit of mat work. Obviously the commentary were going over, like really putting him over as an amateur, but I still didn't really see anything that would really say, this is a Chad Gable kind of like angle, amateur, strong. No, I didn't get that vibe. It was just standard. Then they come back, a bit further on, Khan posted Tanahashi hit a slam on the ramp, and they did the typical count out tease, which I think is obligatory in like every other New Japan match.
Yeah.
Obviously Tana makes it back in. Then some of the wacky Mongolian chops.
Yeah.
A knee bar, but Tana made it to the ropes. The knee bar was good. I thought that the knee bar spot was good, but that was mainly down to Tana. And that was mainly down to Tana selling. I mean, it didn't look like a sloppily applied knee bar or anything like that, but I think in the submission, the ground of the diva submission always comes from the guy who's selling, right? Unless it's Zack Sabre Jr. Then we get Tana Khan tried to kick, Tana blocked, teased a dragon screw, Khan slides out. Tana then hits the dragon screw, a series of flying forearms, so beginning the bit of the comeback here. But he's kind of selling the damage to his knees from landing on the forearms. Tana then hits the slam and does the somersault senton. At least that is one aerial move he does that it doesn't land on your fucking knees. Then Khan blocks a sling blade. And then drives him to the mat with a unique throw.
About that.
Could have been cleaner, couldn't it?
I don't know what that was supposed to be. We'll call it a Mongolian throw.
It was a Mongolian throw, but in reality, it was a botch belly to belly.
Yes, definitely. And how do you botch that? Like, then we go into a Khan hitting the inverted suplex. Then he grabs a chair. Khan he's going to do the Dominator on the chair, which I believe is his finisher. Then Tana slides out, hits a twist and shout. He's using the chair, but he's obviously not going to use it because he's the babiest of baby faces. Hits a dragon suplex for a near fall. Then Tana does the high fly flow finish. Flips over Khan, hits the set on. So he does the first high flow to the back, then the second to the front, and then wins.
I don't know why, but it just really pisses me off when he does that.
What, the two fly flow, flow?
The high fly flow to the back, flips him over, and then does the high fly flow to the front. Like, go for the cover after the first one.
I think it's just crowd pandering, isn't it?
Mhm.
It's completely crowd pandering.
Yeah, 100% just showing off at that point. Like,
But this is why you resurrect Tanner.
yeah, exactly.
But
I mean, he is ultimate babyface, and people love it when he jumps off the ropes. And why not? Yeah.
I mean, the match went 17 minutes, or just over 17 minutes.
5 minutes longer than it should have.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 17
Could have been shorter.
minutes, 17 minutes longer than it should have. But, Phantasmo and Hiromu were around the same length. I would have argued should have been in that position on this card.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I think, if anything.
There was at least something at stake there. I know, like, Hiromu's, Tanner is Tanner, so you don't want to put him too far down the card, but
yeah,
I don't know.
But I feel like if Tanahashi's opening the show, then I can.
Yeah.
Then it's still in a prominent spot because you're opening the show.
Yeah, definitely.
So if him and Great O'Khan opened the show, I think maybe people would have been kinder to this match.
Yeah, and a Tanahashi match is always going to be an event wherever it is. It's always going to mean something.
And in the middle of this card, they had 2 matches where there was nothing on the line, right?
Yeah. No. Wait. No.
The next one.
Oh yes, the next one. But the next one had a lot of story going into it, and it's fucking Will and Okada.
We are gonna love talking about this next match. In fact, can we just skip? Can we just talk about the next match?
Yes, that's exactly what I was about to do. Is move on. So the next match is my personal favorite wrestler, Will Ospreay. Versus arguably one of the best wrestlers in the world right now, and the greatest IWGP champion of all time, Kazuchika Okada. This was really interesting because Will worked a very different style through this match. Obviously, there were still some of the spots in there that you expect, like the Pip Cheerio, Cheeky Nando's, and so on. But there was definitely a more amped up aggression, more of a heelish style, obviously. And a lot more just, a bit more power moves, a lot more boots and strikes, and just, a lot more paced, a lot less just balls to the wall. And I really enjoyed it.
Even Okada was more aggressive in this match. I mean, he did a tope, didn't he?
Yeah, which I was like, what the fuck? Okada dive?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So obviously,
that's how good a wrestler Okada is, where he can just break out something you've never seen before, and you totally lose your mind because he is just. God, he's just the perfect wrestler.
Isn't
he?
He
Really
just
is.
like, and this match went over 35 minutes,
It didn't feel it.
And it deserved to.
It felt half the length of the previous one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It went so fast because it was so jam-packed of amazing things and story. Like you say, like the emotion Will Ospreay is able to put on his face during any match.
Both of their facial work is so fucking amazing. So they did they start off with a lockup, and they move into the ropes and did the typical Okada break where he taps the ghost strike but taps the guy on the chest. But Ospreay basically just came straight back and fucking belted him. Okada hit a running back elbow and a DDT. Then that's when Okada did the dive. Then Priestley gets involved as he climbs back in, just starts trying to distract him, which allows Ospreay to hit a drop kick, sending Okada crashing to the floor. That's when I think Will starts ripping up the padding. Which I don't.
Yeah, I have never seen that in a New Japan match before. So
I'm trying to think if I have. I really can't think if I have or not.
It was very heelish because I don't think that the audiences have ever really seen that happen, especially at Tokyo Dome. It's
definitely a Western thing.
I've been watching New Japan for about 8 years now, and I have not seen that before.
I can't think of it in memory at all. But I do think. Yeah, it was. I'm trying to remember. Did they actually utilize it at any point? I don't think anyone took a.
I think there was a backdrop spot at one point.
I think
there was some really good stuff on the outside in general, but I don't know if they actually got them on the wooden floor.
Oh, but there was the table spot.
Oh
Yeah.
God! Like my
Oh.
God! The
Talk about fuck next. Jesus.
oh
Yeah.
fuck me! So because it was Will driving the Carter through, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And the table actually nearly broke in half properly.
Kind of.
It was brutal. So yeah, because Will teased the pile driver but didn't. Okada teased the DDT but didn't on the wood. That is, and then Ospreay hit a neck breaker but on the padded section. Red Shoes refused to count the pin, which I thought was weird considering he didn't actually use the exposed section. But anyway, it happened.
I've seen Red Shoes do this in a couple of matches. Now it's because it's not as if like any rules have been broken.
No.
He's just refusing to count the pin because he thinks it's a dishonorable way to win.
Yeah, no, I know.
Which is totally fucking Japanese, and I get that.
Definitely.
But it just kind of muddies the flow of the match a little bit.
Yeah, I think Will Ospreay used that, to his advantage there because he picked on Red Shoes a bit, didn't he?
Yeah.
Match.
And then after Okada hits a backdrop, and then we get the 10-minute call. So Okada then starts some strikes and gets fucking flapjack that looked amazing. Goes for an air raid crash Nate breaker, but is blocked by Ospreay. So then they come. Okada hits a big boot and then hits the air raid crash for a 2 count. Then Ospreay comes back with a Pip Pip Cheerio, which is basically his phenomenal forearm.
Set up for the Oz cutter, did you know?
Yes, mind every time. Ospreay hit a strike, or he gets a few strikes in. German into a bridge for a near fall. Then goes for a Stormbreaker, but Okada hits a backdrop on the reversal. Then hit Heavy Rain. Then they go back to striking, like the fucking strikes in this match. Just fucking, it's like Ishii level striking.
There's this thing in wrestling where you can tell the two guys working with each other are very close friends because they will always stiff the fuck out of each other because they know there will be no repercussion from it.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, Okada and Ospreay have got so much history. And like I want to say as well, the commentary throughout this was fantastic. Like,
Kevin Kelly sold this like it was Ali versus Frazier.
Oh yeah, completely. I mean, Kevin Kelly's amazing. I love I love Chris Charlton in there as well because he provides so much background information and sort of stuff.
He must have like one of those like computer database minds that you can just like tangentially link anything to anything. It's almost like a beautiful mind, except not shitty.
So yeah, they go into the strikes. Ospreay goes sit on the top rope. Okada hits with a drop. Ospreay with a drop kick off the top rope to the floor.
Can I just say, best drop kick in the business?
Yeah, completely.
Yes, no doubt. I do think he needs to start because there's this one thing though, because Okada matches aren't going to end until he hits the drop kick. Actually, before we get to any further, opinions on the money clip.
Fucking hate it.
Fuck the money clip.
It's not an exciting submission to finish a match with.
No.
Like when submissions finish matches, I think you want to feel the kind of the strain and the pain and the hope that they might get out of it. The money clip doesn't give you any of that.
Except when it was Takagi selling for it. That Okada Takagi match where Takagi that was the one time I was like, okay, maybe the money clip.
But compared to other submission finishes that have been kind of great throughout history, like the iconic ones, like the figure four and the sharpshooter, it's
and when you've got great submission workers like Zach on the same card, you can't have something like the money clip in a amazing match where the two people work so well together.
For me, it just brings the match. The excitement level drops a bit.
Yeah,
it's
not what you expect from them.
My only theory on it is, I don't know if he's going to go. Obviously, he did finish with the Rainmaker here, but I don't know if he's going to go back to using the Rainmaker proper until he's got the championship again. I think that's maybe.
Well,
He kept teasing Rainmaker, and then he didn't do it until it was a Vengeance Rainmaker.
Or is the money clip the equivalent of when he was doing the balloon thing?
That's what I'm thinking. That's why I think it's like when
depressed Okada.
I'll tell you what the money clip is the equivalent of. The money clip is the equivalent of John Cena's FTF.
It's not bad.
No, it's not that bad. It's not that bad.
Oh, it is.
Oh,
it
no,
is.
it's not.
Because
No, it's
not.
it just sucks the energy out of the match.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it brings everything down a level when he locks that on. Definitely.
I definitely think so. I definitely agree.
It looks better than John Cena's STF.
Yeah, it's because it's Okada. Like,
it's just not exciting enough for Okada. I just don't. I think it does. It takes his energy down.
It's also harder to tease a money clip than it is to tease a Rainmaker. And just think, like, you remember that spot in that first Kenny Okada Tokyo Dome match where he goes for the Rainmaker and Kenny just collapses. You can't pull something like that off with the fucking money clip.
I think I mean, it's effectively a rest hold. Rest holds aren't exciting. They're not meant to be.
No.
So,
so yeah. Sorry, go on.
Do you remember when Okada beat AJ Styles for the title at, I want to say it was Dominion 2014?
Yes, I have seen that match.
Like, one of the best ending sequences to a match I've ever seen. Like,
fucking incredible.
Like Rainmaker reversal, Styles clash attempt reversal, another Rainmaker attempt reversal. Imagine how lame that would have been if that match had just ended with a money clip.
Yeah, that's the problem with the money clip. But I do suspect that maybe this is like his weird phase, and he'll go back to the Rainmaker proper when he gets the title back.
Much like with his long trousers phase, which everybody universally hated. But at Wrestle Kingdom 2013, when
he got rid of them. That's it.
When he came out in the trunks.
They're waiting for a crowd again that can cheer.
The crowd popped. So that was the biggest pop of the night.
One of, definitely. That was hilarious.
So I think it might be one of those things like with his long trousers. It's just a phase that he's now grown out of.
Until he wins the championship again and becomes Okada again with a belt on, you know?
Yeah, which
is inevitable.
Because like Okada just looks naked without a belt.
Yeah. And he will never challenge for any of the other titles, because why should he?
Can I just talk about how much I just love Okada, like in general? I just love him as a person.
He's great.
No, but he's like a puppy dog, and I love him.
You know,
he's
like,
just so cute.
we call because our main coon cat is called Kazuchika, but we call him Little Kazu, and that's Kazuchika's actual nickname in Chaos is everyone calls him Little Kazu.
I was thinking with Okada, like when you see pictures of him outside of wrestling and when he's fishing and on boats and all that kind of stuff, like most wrestlers are kind of normal guys pretending to be larger than life zany figures, and I get the impression Okada is a goofy guy pretending to be a very serious wrestler. He's coming out the opposite way.
Have you ever seen any of Toriano's Chaos DVDs that he's constantly plugging?
No, like not.
No, I've seen clips of them with English subtitles. They're very hard to find, but he has the mental age of a 12-year-old. It's so funny to watch because he'll be out on a boat with Toriano. It's like, is everybody ready for a high seas adventure? Like it's an episode of SpongeBob.
do you follow him on Instagram? Because there was a thing a couple of years ago where he was just basically posting pictures of him doing a drop kick. He photoshopped him doing a drop kick into loads of random other pictures, kind of like the Randy Orton IKO thing, but it's like a Rocky Romero asleep on a bench and just Okada photoshopped in drop kicking him.
If you can find it, because I don't think the account is still going, or it might be live but not updated. There's a Twitter account called Okada's Ice Cream. And it's just pictures of Okada in particular outfits, and then somebody has found ice cream sundaes that look like those outfits. It's glorious.
That's fantastic. I always remember the video that one of the Young Bucks posted of Okada running after one of their children.
Sorry, there's a cat in the garden.
I'm just gonna pause and check that. So we'll be. Well, actually, no. You're not going to know I've paused because I'm going to pause and resume.
Well, now they know.
The fourth wall is. So yeah, as you're saying, Okada will. Where did we get up to in the match? I think it was just a drop kick to the outside from Okada to Will. Where is that in my notes?
I think we're up to the point where it was there brand about the Spanish fly point.
So Okada. No, that's Okada teased a suplex on the timekeeper's table, and then a tombstone on the exposed platform where they'd ripped up the thing earlier. Then Ospreay suplexed Okada over the barricade and through the timekeeper's tables. Both guys down on the floor on the other side of the barricade. Then Ospreay drags Okada back into the ring.
Why did he do that?
Sorry?
Why did he do that? Yeah.
Because I get it. The psychologist, I want to beat Okada, not a count out and have like a asterisk against this victory. I want to beat Okada.
But he's a heel. He should want the win. He shouldn't want the honourable win. He should want the easy win.
I don't think it's about the honor. I don't think it's about the honourable thing. I think it's about he wants to say he is better than Okada without any question coming into it. I think.
Yeah, okay, I can kind of see that.
Because that's been his whole motivation for everything that he's done up until now since turning on Okada has been, I am better than you and I will fucking prove it. And obviously when he beat him in, was it in G1? That was with outside interference. So that's, not really. Yeah. So I kind of get it. Even though it might not necessarily be the heelish thing, it's still because if you play it from the anger and vitriol side.
I think it's the heelish thing in terms of this character for Will Ospreay, because it's the heelish thing of, nah, I ain't going to let you have this chance of being like, yeah, but you only won by count out or you only won by this cheaty method. No, he wants to win by actually beating him so that then he'll get heat.
Yeah.
And, I think that's the Will Ospreay way of doing heat.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. So, yeah, he drags him back into the ring, hits another springboard forearm off the top rope and to the back of Okada's head, which looked fucking brutal.
Yeah.
He gets a near fall from that. Then he hit a running powerbomb, which I think was another 2 count. Teased a Stormbreaker off the apron to the exposed floor, which, oh my God, thank God they didn't do. Because, Okada blocks that. Then Ospreay teased an Oscutter off the post to the apron, which would have been gnarly as fuck, but Okada blocks. Then hits a tombstone, and that's, I think, about the 25-minute mark. Then we get Okada jumping back in the ring. Ospreay, another count-out spot. Ospreay gets in by 18. But he runs straight into a short Rainmaker, not like the full-fledged Rainmaker. Dodges another Rainmaker, but then Okada hits a drop kick, and the aforementioned Money Clip comes into play. Ospreay split gets out, but gets hit with a running spinning tombstone. What does spinning actually add to a tombstone, really?
Nothing.
Just
absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
It's purely aesthetic.
So now it's like Ospreay's kind of out of gas. Like he's a bit done. He's he was just falling and trying to claw his way back up at Okada and just looked beat, right? But Okada starts hitting with lots of strikes, and Okada's basically taking complete control at this point. He hits some short kicks, and then we hit to the 30-minute call, and then Ospreay tries to fire up strikes, but Okada's basically no-selling him. He hits some more strikes, just a slam, and then Okada went to the top rope, but Ospreay cuts him off, and they start trading strikes again. Then Ospreay hits a running boot.
Yeah.
And this is where we hit the Spanish Fly, which top rope, one-man Spanish Fly.
Beautiful.
Fucking amazing. No one does it better than Ospreay.
No. And credit to Okada as well. He knew how to take that.
Oh, that's a two-person move. That's not a solo effort. Spanish Fly is that's both of them going, but yeah, it was
they work
fantastic.
So well together.
Oh God, they're great opponents. They have such good chemistry. Then Okada blocks an Oscutter. Ospreay escapes another money clip. And then he connects with an Oscutter, but Okada kicks out at 2. So Ospreay goes back to smashing him with strikes from mounted, like an MMA mount position. And then some like short kicks to the face. So much so that Red Shoes tries to intervene, and that's where Ospreay kind of just throws Red Shoes down.
Yeah.
God bless Red Shoes. He takes it more than any other referee.
No, Marty Asami takes more punishment, I think, because everyone fucking twats Marty Asami.
Maybe he deserves it the most.
But yeah, then Ospreay hits like a fucking brutal strike to like the brain stem and starts to tease the hidden blade, but gets caught with another drop kick. Then Ospreay ducks a spinning Rainmaker to go up top. Okada catches Ospreay coming off the top with that drop kick out of midair, which was fucking fantastic.
Yeah.
Such great timing.
Oh. Then another money clip, which Ospreay escapes. A tombstone. And then a Rainmaker for a near fall at the 35-minute call. Okada blocks a Stormbreaker. Hits a fucking sit-out tombstone, and then immediately follows with an actual fucking Rainmaker for the pin. Although they didn't do the fucking camera pan.
I know.
Yeah.
Does that mean it wasn't a real Rainmaker?
Yes.
I'd say it was a real Rainmaker because he did the full ripcord, but...
Sorry, it's because Kazu keeps distracting me.
It was just like sliding further and further away in the room.
Eventually, I'm just going to disappear, following the kitten.
So yeah, that was I think a fantastic match. Like, obviously, I wasn't sure which way it was going to go in terms of the booking.
I had a feeling that like Okada was definitely going to get his wing back after his loss.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of did as well, but I was like, because they're obviously they've got big plans for Will. There's no denying that. They're going to build this company around, like, he's going to be a focal point of the company for their next kind of booking, like big story thing.
I love heel Ospreay. It's great. He's just this weird Tory boy who he looks like he could be Jacob Rees-Mogg's son.
He does look like Tory boy from Harry Enfield.
Yeah, I think I didn't going into the match. I didn't really have an opinion on who I wanted to win, but the longer the match went on, the more I felt I do want Will to win.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super biased. I always want.
I know,
Will
like
to
he's your total fave. He's not like I like him, but I'm not like all aboard the Will train the way you are.
You hate the noises.
I do hate the noises. He makes a lot of horrible noises.
Yeah, he was my wrestler of the year last year, though. I think he's
great, but like your love for Will is like bordering on obsessive.
It's not that bad.
After the 2019 Best of the Super Juniors final with Shingo Takagi, I totally understand because that was the match of the year that year.
Oh yeah, I mean, for me, the thing when I first started watching New Japan, when I first saw Will, I was just like, I was encapsulated just by what he could do, and his poise and balance is incredible. In terms of fluid motion, it's just and I think the big turning point for me was, and I know it's a controversial match, was with him and Ricochet, which was
2016 Best of the Super Juniors.
Yeah. It's incredible.
Yeah, I fucking love that match.
It's fucking incredible. And I know it's not everyone's taste in wrestling, but in terms of just literal poetry in motion, fuck me.
To be honest, he's what got me back into wrestling. Like when me and Teager first started dating, this was like 3.5 years ago, where we were first like properly hanging out again. And you got me back into wrestling because I used to watch it when I was a teenager. Will Ospreay, the Ospreay Skrull matches were what got me back into wrestling, as a 20-something-year-old, because they're just amazing. Ospreay is just amazing.
So, main event. Kota Ibushi versus fucking Tetsuya Naito. Jesus Christ.
People kind of like, who was that other guy?
Versus Tetsuya Naito for the IWGP Heavyweight Championship.
And Intercontinental Championship.
Double.
Fantastic people working together,
Yeah.
honestly.
Every
Like
time
these two haven't had a bad match. Like
every time they work together, it's
Amazing.
so
It is amazing.
it's fucking incredible, and it's terrifying at the same time.
I think I told you that I read a translation of an interview with Ibushi where they were asking me about like the level of danger in their matches and like, should you really be having this kind of match? And his answer was, I wouldn't have this kind of match with anybody else, but we can do this together and it's what we love to do. And like that kind of gives you a different or an extra appreciation for what they're going out there and doing.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I would wholeheartedly
Like,
agree.
does anybody else think that it was a weird omen that the commentators announced that there was a doctor at ringside?
Yeah,
I
I
found
mean,
it reassuring.
yeah. My only thought when they said that was like, well, as long as it's not the AEW doctor, I think we'll be all right. What's that?
All right.
True.
What's that?
R.I.P.
You just
Matt
felt
Hardy's
you
brain
just
cells.
busted your head open on concrete and were unconscious for 45 seconds.
You're fine.
Go climb that scaffold,
He's
mate.
fine.
They're trying to kill him off.
But yeah, this was obviously it was a fucking fantastic match. There was no way it was not going to be a fantastic match.
Yeah.
Obviously, skipping to the end, we'll go back. I'll go back and talk about the details, but I really want to talk about this. Obviously, so Ibushi wins, but the thing that I loved and really fucking got me emo was fucking Naito handing the belts to Ibushi.
That was a great
Roman.
touch.
Mm.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
was a really, really good moment.
It's like
It
the
really was.
full confirmed babyface Naito, but it's still going to act like a heel all the time. But yes, very, very, very good match. Great match. Safer than their previous matches by a significant margin, I would have thought. I thought.
Yeah, I mean, there was still a lot of fuck necks work
Oh,
going
completely.
on.
And there was when they got out into the floor, they did a few counters, and then Naito hit that belly to belly suplex on the ramp.
Yeah.
Which, Ibushi basically landed his head on the edge of the ramp.
Like there's your like every Wrestle Kingdom, there is like a token ramp spot.
We missed the one in we forgot to mention the one in Hiromu's match where he was going to do the big run up, but because the light up ramp couldn't see the guy that ELP had got up. Oh, was that in night 2?
Yeah.
No, that was night 1.
That was night two.
wasn't it?
That was
No,
night.
Was it night 2?
Are you sure? It was
No, it was night 1. Yeah, because
Yeah.
he went for it, and I said, "Was that a botch?"
They get back into Ibushi makes it back into the ring at a count of 15. Naito uses head scissors, and then the elbows. They were really selling the short elbows that he's been using to set up the Destino throughout this match. Like really putting that over as like, a very vicious part of his a new vicious part of his offense. And obviously, they need to talk about it more. But Naito wrestled the last year and a half basically blind.
Yeah, like the eye injury.
Yeah, he basically couldn't see for and everyone's like, "Oh, Naito's lost it. He can't work anymore." I'm like, "Motherfucker's blind."
And then you think again about some of the kind of matches he was having while he was half blind. Just like, okay, this guy's really good.
Yeah, he's fucking phenomenal. Definitely my second fave. So emotional when he won the title the year before.
Yeah.
So yeah, Naito was doing elbows, follows up with the before that, Ibushi fought out of a DDT and hit the jumping mid kick and standing moonsault and got a near fall, and that's about the 10-minute call. Then Naito hits another really brutal elbow. And then follows that up with the combination cabron, which is, as noted, was named by Rocky, apparently.
Didn't know that?
Yeah, they mentioned it
cool.
on commentary. Apparently, he named that the combination cabron. So then Ibushi cuts Naito off with a lariat on the apron, and Naito goes down to the floor, and Ibushi goes out after him. Naito hits the net breaker on the floor, another net breaker off the apron to the floor, which that was fuck next time. Fuck next. Like, fuck next. Oh,
that just made me cringe. I was just like, oh, poor Kota Ibushi's neck, honestly.
And
I
that's had surgery
swear
on that
Kota
neck.
Ibushi thinks that there's a demon in his neck that can only be exercised by taking neck bumps.
Like, this time I'll do it.
That's the demon that comes out of him. It's in his neck.
Then back inside, Naito goes to the crucifix. Use the crucifix. Ibushi forces the rope break. Ibushi comes back with a flying forearm and a German. Suplex that is just not a German. He didn't bring a German into it.
Throws a German at him.
Here, Walter. Oh no, he's
Austrian.
Yeah. There, Naito no sells the German, but immediately gets hit with a double stomp. Then we're kind of around the 15-minute mark. Ibushi hit a power slam, but misses the moonsault. Then Naito applies the Pluma Blanca, but Ibushi makes it to the ropes again. Naito then again with the elbows to the neck, those short, fucking brutal-looking elbows to try and set up for the Destino. And then he goes for a Gloria and gets a near fall off that. Then Naito goes for the top rope Frankensteiner, but Ibushi slides out and does a backflip kick, sending him off the basically off the corner to
Love that spot.
to the mat and rolling to the apron. Yeah, like that was beautifully executed. Just I do love it when he
precision on that. It was amazing.
I do love it when he hits the like. I think he's got such a great Frankensteiner. He can just whip it out of nowhere. It's crazy to think that Scott Steiner created that move.
It's
It
not
really
when
is
you,
when you think about
when you
it.
actually
Like-
see a young Scott Steiner do it, though. It's
Yeah.
not crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
when
like-
you see Papa Pomp, you're like, really?
Yeah, but like I'm in the mindset that like new generation Scott Steiner was the best Scott Steiner. I've seen very little of the Steiner's work in Japan, but
It's great. Like,
just the athleticism that he had in like the early 90s was fucking amazing.
even
Yeah.
like back in the NWA days and things, he was like fantastic.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they go to fight on the ropes. Naito hits that's when he hits that fucking reverse Frankenstein off the top
the
rope.
Poison Rana.
Yeah,
Oh,
Love
oddly enough, like from looking at it, a Poison Rana off the top rope is actually safer.
Yes, because you get more
looking
time to
than
get.
a regular standing Poison Rana.
Yeah, because you get more time to rotate
Yeah.
around rather than when Kenny does it. It's just like, fuck you. So
Just like Rick James in the Chappelle Show, like fuck your neck.
So they go back to a few trades. Ibushi blocks an attempt with a couple of high kicks. Oh yeah, because Naito goes for the Destino and Ibushi blocks it with a couple of high kicks. Then Ibushi tees the Kamigoye, but Naito avoids it and hits the Destino. But Ibushi kicked out, which was like, whoa.
Yeah.
As soon as he kicked out that Destino, I was like, yeah, he's definitely winning.
Yeah.
Then Naito goes for the second Destino, but Ibushi blocked with the bastard driver. Then they did another double down for the 25-minute call. They go back to trading a series of strikes. Naito used the rolling capo kick, and Ibushi answers with a lariat and the last ride. Although he didn't get him all the way up for that last
No.
ride.
No.
No, it looked like a bit of a struggle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you could tell, like they were starting to like feel tired at this point.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, I'm not surprised though.
no.
Then Ibushi maintained wrist control after hitting the last ride and hits a Kamigoye, but Naito kicks out at 2, which was surprising. I genuinely thought that was the finish. Ibushi misses the Phoenix Splash. Naito hits a second.
He ate shit on that Phoenix.
Oh,
I was like,
didn't he just?
my God, just like his face bouncing off the mat and just like, oh.
That was the fail video of the guy fucking belly flopping into a pool. But Ibushi belly flopping and fucking Phoenix Splash. It looked so fucking gnarly. So after the Miss Phoenix, the Naito hits the second Destino, but Ibushi kicks out again, and that's like, okay, yeah, he's definitely winning. No one kicks out of 2 Destinos. He slides out of another Destino attempt, mid kick, second Kamigoye. Naito kicks out again, 30-minute call. Then Ibushi pulls down the knee pad. Naito attempts an Enziguri in a Valentia. He hit the Enziguri in the Valentia, and then goes for another Destino.
No.
Ibushi slips out again, does a fucking sick ass jumping knee strike, and then hits the third Kamigoye and wins the double title. Fucking hell of a match!
Really
What a fucking match!
Yeah,
it was amazing.
Like if this was the only match to happen over those 2 days, I would have said that was match of the year, but we'll get to that when we come to night 2.
Definitely. Yeah. I don't think it was amazing. It was phenomenal. I actually think that as Tokyo Domain events go, I think the previous year of Naito Okada was better.
I think it was better purely because of the emotion of Naito.
Yeah,
because definitely.
And the story that went behind it.
That was Naito's moment after basically
7 years.
2 years. Basically, after 7 years, but mainly the last 2 years are basically just teasing. I mean, he did have a heavyweight championship run beforehand, but that only lasted basically 2 months, and it was a dirty win. And
it's been that tale from that point on when the crowd rejected him at Wrestle Kingdom. He went to CMLL,
Mexico,
but it was such a culmination.
That was his redemption story, and I think that's probably why it was my favorite match of last year.
Yeah.
My favorite match of last year was actually Will Hiromu from the Tokyo Dome.
That was brilliant.
Fair enough.
But again, my bias, I wear my bias openly.
But I think that with Naito, the chase is so investable.
I think what the problem for Naito was that he got A, the COVID run, and B, the matches with Evil were borderline bad.
I thought
the
match they had at Power Struggle was better than the previous 2. I thought
the one at Jingu Stadium for Dominion was okay, and I thought was the best of their series. But I hate Dick Togo. I think the interference stuff is too much.
I think it's disappointing because
we'll get to that when we come to night 2. My feelings on Dick Togo.
I hate Dick Togo.
Evil is a really good big horsepower wrestler, and they've taken all that away from him. And now instead of him being a big, powerful wrestler who can win on his own merit, he's a guy who needs constant interference to get anywhere. And I know, they've tried to put it over that, he's figured out that he can win by taking the easy routes and he'd rather do that. But as a fan of Evil, it's disappointing to watch a match like that.
Definitely. So we end with Kota Ibushi winning the title, the top 2 titles. The first time he's won the top title in New Japan. It's such an emotional story as well, just Kota Ibushi's actual story of wrestling. So it was really, really cool. And then we get Jay White come out and cut such a badass promo.
Yeah, I loved Ibushi's facials during Jay White's promo because he just looked like he was so sick of Jay White's shit.
Yeah.
Dude, will you shut the fuck up?
I mean, going into this match, he's 0 for 6 against Jay going into the match. He's basically, Jay White always gets the upper hand. So that's kind of the story of this.
He was going into night 2, he was 1-3 against Jay White.
Thank you. Okay. So he's, this is the story. Jay White is always, what he says comes true, and he's always finds a way to just get one up on Ibushi, not through honorable means by any means, but Ibushi just seems perplexed by Jay White and can't find the answer, right? So basically, have you noticed that Jay White's always saying his Destino now?
I said that. I said that
pointed that out on.
I was like, I said about he's saying Destino, and I'm wondering if that's a hint towards something.
Maybe they're going into
jumping ahead, but his post-match promo from night 2 as well. He also talked about him becoming God. He used both their kind of Naito and Ibushi's taglines, if you want to call them.
He does crazy very well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Very. He gives you proper like Charles Manson vibes.
The
With
Oscar
the
goes
beard.
to.
That was exactly my thought on that
Yeah.
promo.
Yeah.
But so yeah, we finished with the promo, and then just the celebration and the like typical winner promo that happens at the end of every major event.
Yeah.
And then we'll be heading into night 2. Before we do that, we're going to take another quick break because this is actually probably going to be the longest podcast we've ever done. So
It was a long 2 days.
yes, it was. So we're going to take a quick break now, and we'll be back after that. I'm probably just going to insert some music in for you, and maybe do the advert again. Maybe, don't know. It'll just see how the advert comes out when I record it. But yeah, we'll be back shortly. And we're back. A little behind the scenes. It's been a week. That was a long break. It was getting really late when we were recording, and this is on track to be probably one of our longest episodes ever. So we decided to reconvene for a week. So that's why if it probably won't feel disjointed. No, I should have just not said anything.
Yeah, now everyone's going to be looking for the point where we stop.
I don't know. I probably sound more tired than I was on Monday.
I probably sound just a bit more frantic because I've literally just finished work and it's been a day. So, but we were coming up to Wrestle Kingdom Night 2. We'd managed to get, I say managed, we'd worked our way through the first one. So coming out of that, we've got Kota Ibushi's the new double champ, IWGP and Intercontinental. We've got Hiromu as the challenger for the IWGP Junior Heavyweight Championship. We've got who was going into, what were the other matches on the card?
GOD, new tag champs.
GOD with new tag champs, yep.
Kenta retained his briefcase.
Yep.
Ace made Great O'Khan look really good.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
And
He sold for him.
And Okada beat Tory Boy.
Yes, he did. So going into night 2, I believe the dark matches from Stardom were on night 2, which we'll never get to see because they're never going to be aired or recorded.
Yeah, that's a real shame.
No.
Apparently they were very good matches.
Yeah, kind of weird now that Bushi Road owns
It's because of the TV
Stardom.
stations they're with. So I think New Japan's on TV Asai. And Stardom's on.
I can't remember the name of the one Stardom's on, but it's a different one. And so
they're not allowed to have their recording equipment there. So
is it the channel that All Japan used to have their weekly TV show on?
Maybe. I'm not sure off the top of my head. I'd have to double check. But it's basically it's nothing to do with Bushi Road or New Japan or Stardom. It's purely down to the TV licensing deals that they can't record it or broadcast it on anything.
That's a shame.
Which is a shame they can't record it and then give the recordings to Stardom World to put up on Stardom. Know, because they're obviously capturing the footage, right? So they could just take that footage, give it to Stardom, and go, there you go, upload that on Stardom World. Surely that doesn't break anyone's fucking licensing deals. But oh well, who knows? Yeah. I'm not even going to get into that kind of litigation. So there were those matches, which was Utami Hayashita versus and Saya Kamitani versus and Daisy M, sorry, versus Maika Himeka and Natsupoi. Then we had Julia and Surya against Mayu Iwatani and Tam Nakano. From the reports, I'd say big upset because Julia and Siru fucking words.
You're better at Japanese than this.
I know I am.
Yeah, you're the one who speaks Japanese out of the four of us.
I know. It's literally just because frantic from finishing work and then had to go over to my friend's house to get all those papers and just running around. So I'll calm down as I get into the group. But yeah, so basically, Mayu Iwatani and Tam Nakano lost to Julia and Siri.
Julia and her partner.
Yeah. Siri. Fucking Siri.
I don't know if it's, obviously we haven't seen the matches and we've not followed Stardom very closely for a couple of years, I guess.
No, but Mayu Iwatani is basically the MVP of Stardom.
She is, but they
are
really big on Julia.
Yeah, that's true.
She's one of the people who, since Bushy Road came in, they have really built up and focused on, from what I've read. So I don't think it's that big a surprise if you think of it in terms of where they want to go and how they want to present Stardom. Julia's, she's got a look,
Yeah, she does. So then we go into the match that I don't think anyone gave a shit about. The King.
I gave a little bit of a shit.
Okay.
I gave a little bit of a shit just because my boy was in it.
Oh, Bubble Butt.
My bubble butt boy.
Gotta love Bubble Butt.
So we're talking about the KOPW King of Pro Wrestling 2021 Championship match, which was Toru Yano, Bad Luck Fale, Bushi, and Bubble Butt. Because that's the only name he will refer to as from now on.
That's what I refer to him as all the time. Like, I talk to him on his streams and I just go, hey, Bubble Butt, and he responds to that now.
If he responds, then it's fine.
Yeah. So obviously going into this, it's Yano and it's going to be a comedy match. And, I like I said before, I am actually a big fan of Yano's comedy matches mostly. I do sometimes get a little bit tired of some if the ref sees him tying up someone with tape, that is a DQ. I am sorry.
Yeah.
That's a fucking DQ. that level of kind of immersion, that's immersion breaking.
And it's one
comedy.
of those occasions where, sometimes in the high stakes of the championship matches, they're like, oh, the ref is going to be lenient because we need a definitive finish. I don't think you can apply that rule to
the King of Pro Wrestling.
I think when Yano's involved in pretty much any match, the ref is just there to observe. And if Yano doesn't do something stupid, then the ref would be like, oh, what are you doing?
I do,
where's your duct tape? Yeah.
Yeah.
I do love how Kevin Kelly and that address it on commentary, because they're always like, oh, I don't know, my feed got out, I didn't see what happened, every time.
Yeah. The only notes that we put down for this was silly bollocks and heel tag team logic.
Yes.
Yeah, there was this one spot in the match that did actually make me laugh, and that was the typical spot in any multi-man match when two members of the same team are in it, and one will instinctively go for a cover and the other one will break up the pin and go what are you doing? And the same thing happened here with Fale and Chase.
Yeah.
And Fale just said to Chase, hey, you win, I win, we win.
Yeah.
I love that. There's this brilliant heel tag team logic.
Yeah, Bushi wrestled, Bushi's competent. I think he's
I forgot it was Bushi. I was like, who was the fourth person in this match?
I just said it a minute ago.
No, but that's what I was like, oh yeah, it was Bushi. But before you said it, I was racking my brain to figure out who the fourth person in the match was.
Sorry, you can hear cats scampering around in the background. You're probably going to hear some fighting cats because it's around
This is
just after
fine.
dinner time.
I'm so here for cats.
But yeah, Bushi's good. You know, Bushi's always a safe pair of hands. Like, he can help put a little bit more athleticism into a match. Oh, hang on. Pause. Sorry about that. Package at the door. Anyway, as we were saying, yes, Bushi's safe pair of hands. All in all, you know, that match was never I don't think it was ever designed to set the world on fire. Everyone in there, everyone in there is like, you know, competent. They're just not always the most exciting bunch to watch. But it served a purpose, and as predicted, Yano wins. Lol.
Yeah, I think this was probably the safest match of the whole weekend to call.
Yeah, definitely. I think. I mean, I was pretty confident Hiromu was going over on the first night. I wasn't so sure about the second night though. But then I
think we talked about it. Like, night 2 was going to be your happy ending night, right? Like, just given the world circumstances, there wasn't going to be any harm in having a night that left everybody just happy and upbeat.
And I definitely think it did, especially after that main event, which we'll probably talk about ad nauseum. So after the KOPW match, it was the junior heavyweight tag with Desperado and Kanemaru against Taguchi and.
May I have the floor for 5 minutes?
Yes, please. I'm open to hearing things about.
I forgot
Master
who Watto was.
The absolute state of this fucking clown. Like, I knew the minute this gimmick premiered during the New Japan Cup, I thought, this is dead on arrival. I pity the poor fucko coming back from excursion who had this. And then fucking Master Watto turns up like a fucking neon blue Ip Man.
That's the best description I've heard.
So he spends 3 years in Mexico and all of a sudden he's a grandmaster of Kung Fu. How is that related to wrestling in any fucking way?
Or Mexico.
Or Mexico. What is his fucking character? What is the fucking point of him? I mean, fair enough. Guy's pretty credible in the ring. He can work, has a nice corkscrew tope.
Oh, yeah. He's a little botchy.
And that is it.
He's getting better, though. He's not as botchy as he was. But it's just it's a weird thing. I almost feel like this is a gimmick you give to someone you don't like very much. I don't know how much say the Young Lions get in their personas when they come back. Like, is this something that he is into? Or is it something that's been assigned to him?
From what I've gathered with past interviews with... I definitely remember hearing in an interview with Jay White, he said the gimmick was chosen for him.
Yeah.
So somebody at New Japan really does not like Watto.
But yeah, exactly.
And
this is not what you do for a friend.
With this absolute bullshit. Like, every time he comes out with Tenzan's mullet is the most charismatic pairing in that.
And Tenzan's ankles are more interesting. Just those fused ankles. Like, I'm always fascinated by how Tenzan can move with fused ankles. Like, it's beyond me.
Yeah.
He only stopped doing the moonsault, a year ago?
Yeah, something like that. It's bonkers. It's absolutely bonkers. But yes, I completely agree. The gimmick for Watto is...
I don't even know what it is.
I don't get it. It's like, I'm a candy raver kung fu man and I like my hair blue.
I don't mind the blue hair. Like, I think the look is, like, it's no worse than when Show and You came back and it was all, like, platinum and they looked like a pair of chaps.
The difference being is Show and You had charisma, and I don't think Watto has any.
And also, why shorten his name to Watto? Kawato is a great
It's a
name.
much better name than Watto. Watto sounds like...
It sounds like a comedy name. Master Watto is a comedy name.
What it sounds like is it sounds like the mess that a Ren and Stimpy character would leave behind them. It's like, oh, Ren's done a Watto on the floor.
Yeah,
It really does. Yeah.
I feel like there's a cap on how far you can go with that gimmick.
Yes.
And I don't know if it's just because I'm underestimating what Japanese fans might like.
I do like Witcher.
We've already spoken about bad gimmicks within New Japan and the Great Okan and Taichi both having gimmicks that, as a Western audience, kind of don't get it.
They should form a faction.
Watto might be the same, it might be that we just don't get it as a westernized audience. But at the same time, it means that they've lost their westernized audience with it.
Yeah,
like,
and if they want him to be, if they want him to mean anything in the junior division, it like I say, it feels like there's a cap in place already.
I think we're like, to be honest, they've got such a good crop of young lions right now that they can afford to have a few. Like, because the thing is, you need a mid card, right? You need a mid card, and if you're positioning this guy to be a mid card junior heavyweight, then fine. That's absolutely fine. The gimmick's fine for a mid card. It's never going to be a championship gimmick, right? Maybe a trios championship, because they obviously don't give a fuck about those belts.
No.
But I think as long as if you look at the young lines they've got now, like Yu Uemura, King, like the Suji, like even the guys coming out of the LA Dojo, like Gabe Kidd and Clark
Connors is a future main event.
Oh god, yeah.
Absolutely.
And the ones who are on excursion at the moment, like Ren Narita
and Shooter.
Mm.
And if Shota Umino does not come back with the Shooter gimmick from Moxley, they've missed something.
Yeah.
But the match itself was solid. I think, it wasn't, it was an undercard match. There was nothing.
Despy's always good. Kanemaru's always good.
I really enjoy Kanemaru.
Oh, yeah. You can, they recently call him the heel master. Just absolutely textbook perfect heel work. Like everything from the Satoshi bottle to just nut shotting the guy while the ref's sight is just slightly to the left. So good.
Oh, yeah.
And as far as most improved over the past year, I'd say Desperado.
Despy, when he came back from injury, really came back with a bit of a fire lit under him. I think he was he really definitely turned it up a notch. And I've always been a bit of a fan of Despy because I really like his look. I really like that kind of I love his mask. I think it's one of my favorite lucha masks.
He's very memorable in the ring as well. I do I remember my early days of watching New Japan. I really liked watching him.
Yeah, he's always been a low-key fave. I'm always pleased when there's a Despy match on the card. Yeah,
he's a good, solid kind of mid-carder, I suppose.
I mean, I would say kind of upper mid-card because, he's definitely credible as a tag champ, and I definitely think he's a credible contender for the junior heavyweight as well. I can't see him necessarily getting the win.
No, but he's a guy you can slot in to the main event if you need to, but, he's fine in the mid-card as well. Yeah,
he's a good all-rounder, I think. The match was really good. As you say, it was full of great heel work by Despy and especially Kanemaru. But, despite all our earlier criticisms of Watto, he did, he's starting to get a bit more fluid in the ring, and there were some nice spots here and there.
Apart from that botch 619.
I was just about to bring that up, with the exception of a fucking horrifically bad botch 619. I just don't even know what the hell went wrong with that, to be honest. How do you fuck up a 619?
I suppose
it's the easiest out of all lucha moves. Has to be.
I suppose
maybe just an arm drag, but
if you're off by just a millimeter, though, you're gonna snag the ropes or something. I don't even Rey Mysterio fucks up the 619 sometimes.
No, the last one that Rey Mysterio fucked up wasn't his fault. It was because MVP stood up and started walking away as he was in the ropes, and Rey runs, and then MVP just stands up and starts walking away.
I'm done. I'm out.
Then just remembers and goes, "Oh shit!" It's so funny. But overall, pretty good, pretty solid match. Which ends with Despy hitting the Pinche Loco and pinning Taguchi. Actually, Taguchi is another guy who, for a mid-card guy, there's two Taguchis. There's comedy Taguchi, and then there's Taguchi that shows up and actually wants to wrestle once in a blue moon, and he's really, really good when he does.
He is. Very, very good.
Like, he always puts on an entertaining performance in the Best of Super Juniors. Like, he'll always have like one really standout match.
Yeah. Quite often with Rocky as well.
Yeah, he's pretty much been a staple of the junior tag division since Apollo 55 with Prince Devitt.
Yeah.
And then later on with Ricochet. And now this is his fucking tag team partner. Jesus Christ.
It's like, oh, we'll put him with Taguchi. He'll get him over. Look at the pass record. It's like, mate, you might be expecting to watch now. And then after that match, we're getting into the big heavy hitters, and we're coming on to one of...
Before we carry on,
yes.
I just want to point out, this is the first time in 6 years that the junior titles have been retained at the Tokyo Dome.
Yes.
This is how little they have faith in Master Wato.
New Japan's tag scene is it's messy though.
Yeah.
Like it's neglected on all fronts. Like
I think
heavyweight, junior,
I do
6-man.
I do think junior gets more love than heavyweight. I think they have more.
They have a few more team options, I guess.
Although with Show, because Show and Yo like heavyweight now, aren't they?
No, Yo's out with injury.
Oh yeah. Where's
Yo's out with injury. Show's in Best of the Super Juniors, so I think he's
so he's
still.
I feel like he's probably a candidate to go up to heavyweight, though.
I mean, look at him.
Size of him, like he's there in 10 more kilos.
Yeah, and he's kind of been in and out of the never scene, hasn't he? Which is usually a sign that something else is happening.
And Show has just got star written all over him. Like,
oh yeah, out of the two of Roppongi 3K, he's definitely the one who is going to go on to have most single success.
Oh yeah, I mean, like his matches in the last Best of the Super Juniors were fucking
him
outstanding.
and Shingo. I love watching him and Shingo wrestle.
Yeah, like that whole story leading into that Best of Super Juniors with just like Show being like laser focused on Shingo and just being like determined. It was fantastic. Actually, that was like I do miss like with Yo being out because I do love Roppongi 3K as a tag team, so I do miss. I will be looking forward to Yo coming back.
Yeah, they were pretty much the junior tag team division, like like just them and Suzuki Gun, and now
whatever this is.
So, given the current state, I hope Suzuki Gun holds those belts for fucking ever.
Yes. I will only ever I try to only ever now say Wato.
Got to put some stank on it.
Yes. But right, okay. So if it wasn't for the main event, this would have been match of the fucking weekend completely.
This fucking match, hook it to my veins.
It was amazing.
So it was for the Never Openweight Championship, which is is exactly what it says. Anyone from any weight division can challenge for it. But really, what it is the I'm going to genuinely hit you really hard belt.
Yeah, this is the stiff belt.
Yeah, the stiff, not quite the shooter belt, but certainly the snug or.
I think they should rename it the Ishii Championship.
Who was it on commentary? Was it Kevin Kelly saying rename it the Banff Championship?
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, UFC had the baddest motherfucker title, didn't they? The BMF. So yeah, I mean that is effectively what this is. This is guys going in there and going, do you know what? Let's destroy the fuck out of each other. So they do, and it's great. So Shingo Takagi is a big guy, and he came over from Dragon Gate. He was their world champion for fucking how long?
3 years?
Yeah, something like that. Okay, he's a long-time friend of Naito, so he just came over, joined LIJ. They put him in the junior heavyweight because they thought people couldn't see. He came out like in the junior. I was.
Someone is lying to me.
I'm like, can we just get him to stand next to Zack Sabre Jr. and then you two explain that, please? But yeah, so he's now heavyweight and he was challenging Jeff Cobb, who is a big boy.
He's a big boy.
Oh, isn't he just? For those of you that ever watched it, he played Matanza in Lucha Underground.
He was fantastic.
Oh,
really
fucking amazing.
Like, come out this guy looking like Jason X. It's just like, I'm just going to throw these 150-pound nothings everywhere. And you know what? I'm just going to do a standing shooting star press because I can.
Why the hell not?
He looked like the guy, like the beefiest form of the guy from Splatterhouse.
Yeah.
That's
I can
exactly
see
what
that.
he was. And he is so like just talking on Cobb for a little bit. He's an interesting one because obviously he's fucking incredible. But he had like in his new like his first G1 run, he was really
It was underwhelming.
yes, very
I don't know if that's just the expectations were so high because everyone knows how good he is. And because he's got that like legit, he's an Olympian. So people were really like,
for Guam.
And
it's still an
especially-
Olympian. You're never going to be an Olympian for Guam.
Because I'm not Guamish. Guamish?
Yeah,
But yeah,
Nero.
I think the expectations were so high that maybe
I think I
that.
had a Guamish at a kebab shop one time.
I was in the bathroom for about 10 minutes earlier, and that was a right Guamish. Oh, that sounds really bad.
Don't
That
do
was
this to
Guam.
Guam.
I don't mean to show on Guam. Guam's probably a really great place, and you produced a
Hey,
fine
it produced
wrestler.
Jeff Cobb, exactly. And he had a really great G1 last year.
Yes.
He had some amazing matches.
Yeah.
And the match that he had in AEW with Mox was great.
Mhm.
For a TV match, yeah.
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 I mean, it's a TV match, like it is what it is. But these two beat the ever-loving shit out of each other. Like, I mean,
They can take it though. Like
God,
if
can't
they didn't, I'd be disappointed.
You got exactly what you expected from this match,
Yeah.
right? It's just two
Yeah.
big guys leathering each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm.
And to see them both working, it's a spectacle, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
belly to the bell.
Man, it's like orgasming when he watches that.
He doesn't watch the wrestling.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's right. Fair enough.
The belly to belly that fucking Cobb did outside on Shingo. My God, like to be just so they are huge guys, and Cobb just ragdolls him over top of him, and he just go, oh my God, it was fucking incredible. Like that,
You could simulate this match by closing your eyes and just slapping a bag of soil.
like when you were a kid and played with action figures, and you just used to slam them together. This is the wrestling equivalent. And the belly to belly that Cobb did is that would be a fucking acceptable finishing move. A Bailey to belly is the worst finisher in history.
I wouldn't say it's the worst finisher in history.
Name me a finisher worse than the Bailey to belly.
Money.
Yeah, the money.
Case closed.
Fair point. Okay. Name me a worse WWE finisher than the Bailey to belly.
Do you know what I hate the most out of all the WWE moves? And this is what I hate Brock Lesnar, because the F5 is shit. It's shit. It's a shit move. It's not exciting. It's shit.
I don't agree with that.
I like the F5.
I like the F5.
It's just a big man hoofing guys around, right?
It's just over and over and over again, though. It's like, another F5, and then another F5, another. It's not interesting.
That's a Brock Lesnar match, though.
When Kenny hits his one-winged angel, you're like, oh my God, or Rainmaker. It's exciting. Whereas I think with Brock Lesnar, it's like, oh, okay. Cool.
The thing is, a Brock Lesnar match is made up of precisely two moves: a German suplex and an F5. So
exactly,
you get what you said.
I find it interesting.
Yeah.
And then I'm a fan of like the high flyers, the acrobats of the wrestling world. Brock Lesnar just doesn't do it for me.
I think he's best in a match with small people.
Yeah, with the right opponents. Yeah,
like him and AJ was good. Him and Daniel Bryan was fucking fantastic.
Because the match can work. Brock can work.
Yeah,
He
completely.
can do amazing things. He just doesn't most of the time.
Yeah, it is like they're like, okay, you can use these moves as often as you want, but you can only have two. And
Well,
that's
he's been paid a lot of money to do basically nothing.
I mean,
why would he put more effort in?
I respect his business acumen.
Yeah. Businessman Brock
And
Lesnar.
those few times that you get comedy Brock, I'm like,
Oh yeah, like when he came out with the briefcase, that was just fucking comedy gold.
Or in the Rumble when Keith Lee comes out, he's like, "The fuck is this?"
Yeah. Like he is good. I'm not like slamming Brock Lesnar entirely. It's just I don't think he puts in as much effort as he is capable
I
of.
mean, why would you though? Like, you know, it's like,
He's playing it smart, and he knows that it doesn't matter what happens because he's a big guy and Vince loves him.
Yep.
Going back to what we were talking about earlier,
Yes.
I thought of a move in WWE that I hate more than the Bailey to belly. Do you remember the overdrive?
Who's that?
That was used to be MVP's finish, and for a little time Randy Orton's as well. It's grabbing the arm, placing the leg behind the neck, and just doing sort of like a twisting driver that looks absolutely awful. I mean,
I
if
don't
you look
remember
it
it
up,
off the top of my head, but I'll look it up afterwards because it sounds fucking shit.
But yeah, one of the worst looking finishing moves I've ever seen in my life.
Actually, there is a worse finishing move I can think of off the top, the atomic leg drop.
Oh yeah,
That's fucking atrocious.
It's a different time though, right?
Yeah, I guess, but still, even then.
What made me stop watching WWE was Mordecai. So
I think I'd already stopped watching by then.
Yeah, I think the invasion killed me off for a while. Like after the invasion killed me off for a while, and then we came back in what was it? Just after Benoit. I seem to remember because I was watching when Benoit and Eddie died.
I don't remember.
yeah, I was watching when.
But
yeah,
we came back for a bit during the eternal John Cena, Randy Orton, always main eventing every pay-per-view ever set.
Oh god, I was in full TNA. I was in full TNA mode at that point. I did not.
We went to TNA. Yeah,
So probably around 2010 then, because we were definitely watching TNA when Hogan and Bischoff were there, and that was 2010, wasn't it?
Yeah, but we started watching TNA a couple of years before that, like maybe around 2000.
I don't know if we were together before that.
Well, I was watching TNA before that because I was watching it with mine. Anyway, sorry, big guys beating shit out of each other.
Yes,
So
beef.
big beef, slapping beef, all the beef, slappy beef. So yes, like I say, mentioned that with amazing belly to belly on the outside, and then Shingo, we get back in. Cobb tries to headlock. Shingo use the ropes to hit fucking gnarly back suplex.
Move on.
Yes.
Move on.
Yeah, even I'm not going to touch that one.
No, I don't think anyone is after last week. So yeah, before on the apron, Shingo teased a DVD. Then Cobb blocked and teased a razor's edge off the apron to the floor, which I'm kind of glad they didn't do.
Yeah.
But the part of me really wants to have seen it as well. But Shingo then escapes and hits a tope con hilo. Then back in the ring.
Did not expect that.
Man can fly. Didn't see that coming.
Never seen that from Shingo before. Just generally shocked and popped when he did it. Yeah.
like, oh my god moment. Of
Who
the
was
match.
the other big guy that did a fucking diving move recently?
Don't know.
They all do it now.
I know,
so-
there was someone else that we were watching that was like, you never see him do. Oh no, I'm thinking of Okada doing the dive. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah,
He
that was
never does
surprising as well, but
not as surprising as this because this is like a fucking 7-foot grizzly bear doing a tope con hilo, you know. So what was I? Tope. Then back in the ring, Shingo, another DDT, and then he makes his elbow drops look fucking fantastic. Like an elbow drop is one of the most basic wrestling moves, but his are fucking great. They I don't know what it is about the way he does them. They're crisp, they look gnarly, and he just looks like he fucking means it.
I think the key to probably making an elbow drop look good is the way you position yourself as you're falling.
Yeah. I think it's like he gets a good kind of like extension of the elbow
It's
and
similar
torques his little body a bit.
to Kairi Hojo when she does hers. Her form as she's coming down is amazing.
Yeah.
Like you can't quite put your finger on why it looks so good, but you're just like, she looks great.
So tiny that it just works, doesn't it, for her? Like, in any position in the air.
Completely.
Amazing.
So then Cobb fought out of a Noshigami attempt and hit a spin cycle. And then he hit with a leaping uppercut, which was fucking sick.
Yeah.
The height he got on that.
It was fantastic. Then it was a couple of gut wrench suplexes, which are always great by Cobb because he can just he can literally manhandle anyone. It's ridiculous. The guy's just got like can you imagine a strength off between him and Mark Henry would be really interesting, like prime Mark Henry. It would be quite interesting because, yeah. Then Shingo escapes a third suplex and comes back with a head scissors takeover. And then Cobb hit the black tiger bomb for a near fall. And I'm underselling how fucking impactful all this shit is. Like, everything they're doing, they are, like, leathering the fuck out of each other. All these spots are interspersed with them just beating the fuck out of each other.
I think the advantage of the crowds being silent in New Japan is when they have matches like this, you can hear everything, and it really adds to the atmosphere.
Yeah. Oh,
it sounded at one point, I think I... at one point, I know that I wasn't watching every part of this match, unfortunately, because I think I was getting messages from my mum or something. All I could hear in the background was just like smack, smack, smack. like someone hitting a bunch of hams.
Yeah.
It really was like if you imagine like a really obese woman's thigh or man's thighs slapping together as they walk, this is exactly what that noise was.
Like a good butt clap.
Yeah, exactly. Like when you get a really wet fart and everything goes bum, 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 bum. It's exactly that, but like it's two guys beating the shit out of each other.
Which in wrestling, wet farts happen.
Oh yes, and more.
Yes.
On the subject, did anybody else notice how much Jeff Cobb's singlet was just hugging him during this match?
Oh my god, yeah. I was going, it's like I'm wearing nothing at all.
He does look way better with the beard, though. I will say that.
Oh yeah,
like,
yeah. He's rocking the beard right now.
He does look like a tightly packed sausage, though. Which, I mean, for the people out there who are like Cobb fans,
yeah.
I'm sure that's right up their street.
Tightly packed homicidal sausage.
Name of my punk band.
Naming a sex tape. Tiny packed homicidal sausage.
Sex tape / snuff film.
Funny thing is, that does actually sound like the title of a sex tape in Japan.
Yes.
I was going to say, I didn't realise you were Serbian.
Oh my god. Okay, diverging again slightly, talking about like porn in Japan. So when we were in a hotel room, let's see if I can find them on my phone. We were looking at the porn that was on the hotel room TV.
Right insight into YouTube's love life.
Well, it was just like we're knackered after the day, and I'm like, what's on the TV? And like, oh my god. Well, I mean, it's just like, it's the pay-per-view on the fucking on the hotel system, right? And the titles of some of them were like fucking hilarious. I can't remember how far.
You're thinking of the Janitor Man one, aren't you?
No, there's like Libido of Janitor Man. Oh, here we go. I found them. Housewives titties on crowded bus. This is the English translation. Guess your sister, mother, grandmother. Libido explosion of Janitor Man.
That's the one. That's the one that broke me.
And hypnotizing mommy volleyball team.
This is too many crossovers.
Libido production of Janitor Man needs to be Kenny Omega's finishing move.
Only when he's in the ring with Kota, though.
Yeah. I was going to say, that's his golden lovers finisher.
So after the porn diversion, so after the Black Tiger Bomb, Cobb goes for Tour of the Islands, which is blocked, and then Shingo hits Death Valley Driver, is what we're trying to say, and then he hits a corner lariat in superplex, then a wheelbarrow superplex, and then they go back to just, I'm going to hit you really hard. Do you want to hit me really hard? Yeah, let's hit each other really hard for a while. Let's do that.
Lots of Pikachu spots in this match.
Yeah, we call those the Pikachu spots.
Okay.
It's like the ending of Pokemon, the first movie, where the Pikachus are just slapping each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean now. I didn't get the reference at first, but yes, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
So after that, trading strikes. Shingo rolls out to the floor for a count out tease, but makes it back in at 19. And Cobb follows out with a Gonzo bomb for another near fall. Shingo comes back with a dragon screw and then hits the Made in Japan for 2 count. Made in Japan and Last of the Dragon, very fucking similar, right?
Yeah, it's
just a slight difference of elevation, really. Like I think choose one or the other as have one as like, because having a finisher and a signature that are so similar is like, just drop the Made in Japan and stick with the Noshigami as a signature, and then have that's my personal take on it. But I mean, I'm not going to criticize the guy. He's fucking amazing. I know nothing.
You non-Olympian.
Go on it. But so he hits the Made in Japan for a 2 count, and then back to more fucking beating the ever-loving crap out of each other. Then Cobb hits a German, actually hits the tour of the island, but goes on to, sells his knee, giving out on the landing, so can't get the cover. Shingo gets his foot on the ropes eventually, after Cobb makes the late cover. Cobb then hooks both legs, but only gets a 2 count, because obviously Shingo started to recover by that time. Cobb teases a tour of the islands off the top rope. Again, kind of wanted to see it. Sadistic part of me just kind of wanted to see it.
We all have those thoughts as wrestling fans. It's like,
I mean, you really shouldn't, but please. It's just like, please don't do that, but kind of do that.
This is why I love watching Will Ospreay and Hiromu and Kota, because it's like, fuck necks. Like, one of them's going to get a serious injury at some point. It's going to be really amazing to watch. So, like,
Hiromu was out for nearly 2 years.
I mean, that was the last like big kind of injury in New Japan, wasn't it?
I feel like the shock is that there just haven't been more. I guess.
Yeah. But, I mean, it goes to show the professionalism of these people. They know how to take a bump.
Yeah.
Well, they take it hard.
Well, I mean, they are the best at what they do, like by a significant margin. Cobb tees that top rope tour of the island. Shingo slides out, hits a power bomb, and then tries for a pumping bomber, but Cobb blocks it with a lariat. Cobb then hits a moonsault power slam, which was fucking sick.
Yeah.
Like, I don't quite understand the physics of what actually took place there. Like, gravity is a thing. Someone needs to inform them that gravity does actually exist, and they are subject to those laws.
Theory, right? Jeff Cobb is part Bumblebee.
He shouldn't be able to fly. Scientists can't figure out how he does it, but he does it.
He's kind of Bumblebee shaped.
Yeah. He's a Bumblebee.
Okay, I think we've confirmed that then.
Yeah.
I'd love to see him.
Someone at Jeff Cobb on Twitter.
I'd love to see him.
That's canon now. Jeff Cobb is a bee.
Yeah.
I'd love to see him cosplay as the bee guy from Simpsons.
I'd love to hear him say, "Do you like jazz?"
Never quote that fucking movie again.
Shingo hits the pumping bomber. Cobb doesn't go down. Shingo hits 2 more lariats and a headbutt and a jab and another headbutt, and Cobb still doesn't go down. Shingo then hits another beautiful belly to belly into a double down, and then Shingo's first up hits the pumping bomber, followed by Last of the Dragon, and gets the pin. I think there was no surprises there that Shingo was going to retain like Cobb's first big outing at Wrestle Kingdom. It was unlikely. I would have loved to have seen it, especially for the Empire push, but
as a showcase of Cobb.
Oh god, yeah. It's like, you can't say Cobb came away from that looking defeated, right?
No.
Oh no.
That was a star-making turn right there, if there was ever one.
It made him look very, very good. It showcased what he can really do, while also giving Shingo even more of the push that he, he's on that upwards trajectory. Let's be honest.
If you want someone to have a good match, put them in with Shingo, right? It's just a done deal, right? I don't think Shingo is capable of having bad matches.
No, he's a great worker, and he's always just a solid worker as well. Like, I can't recall that I've ever seen Shingo have a bad match in New Japan since he came there.
No, not at all. Not at all. And I can't. What I've seen of his Dragon Gate stuff, I don't think I've ever seen a bad Dragon Gate match either.
And a lot of his New Japan matches have been really instant classics. Some of his matches with Will, some of his matches with Sho, and this one, I think.
Final of Best of Super Juniors. My God.
I didn't know anything about him before he joined New Japan, and I was kind of a bit like, oh, who's this guy? Definitely not a junior. But and then at the same time, I was like, he's actually really good, and I'm enjoying every match he's in.
Oh yeah, I did wonder how he was going to slot into LIJ, like in terms of aesthetically in that, but no, perfect, and he's the perfect kind of big guy replacement for Evil now as well.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, coming on to the next match, I'm gonna have to let someone else take the lead on this because I actually fell asleep.
You did, didn't you?
Yeah, I was
disrespecting Sonata.
It wasn't that I wasn't engaged in the match. I was just fucking knackered. Like beyond, I've just been having like bad stretch of not sleeping so well.
I mean, I can't be of much help because I was so distracted by Evil's stupid pink hair.
I love Evil's hair.
Oh, do you know what though? It does not suit him and his character. I like the actual colour; it's nice, but not for Evil. I've
always liked Evil with coloured hair because he's always like I think just like
big
baby pink. Nero.
Yeah, baby pink's one of my favourite colours. But I will say, he's punching above his weight with Not that I think he is a bad looking dude in any stretch. You put Evil in the suit and he looks fucking amazing.
Oh yeah.
But my God, how did he pull that one out of the bag? Like,
yeah.
Maybe he's got a great personality.
I'm sure he does.
I did appreciate
or a massive cock.
Or both.
Yeah. I appreciated that Sonata sorted his stupid Billy Goat beard out though.
I do hate Sonata's ring attire.
Really?
Yeah. I fucking hate that mask.
I'm a little biased on this, but I don't think Sonata can ever look bad. I've liked every iteration of Sonata's look, and I really appreciate that his entrance video focuses on his ass so much, and that's my fangirl moment out there.
Hey, I'm not knocking Sonata, but that fucking jacket with the big shouldery things and the mask, I think much preferred the pirate look.
Pirate look is great, yeah.
It's very Final Fantasy villain, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It is very Final Fantasy villain, and it is like they've come into their final forms, and it's like Digimon, where it's not quite as good as you expected it to be. They've just added more shit to it. And given Evil baby pink hair. It's supposed to be silver. I think it's not intentionally.
If it's just faded. Like, was it a different colour to begin with and he just hasn't redone it? I can't remember.
It's the tone.
Yeah, because when he turned on Naito... When he turned on Naito at the New Japan Cup finals, the next night at Dominion, he had his head dyed silver because he's in Bullet Club now, so he's obviously
go with the color code.
His look. Over time, that silver has faded into baby pink / lilac, and it looks fucking stupid.
It's the toner. I think because of lockdown, he's not been able to get his hair done, and I think that, like, seriously, the Ace needs to give everybody the number of his stylist.
See, I can't comment because I used to have a beard the same colour as Evil's hair.
Yeah, but you're not a wrestler called Evil.
No, I'm a tattooed baldy beard guy called Nero.
Who's like the biggest weeboo. Like, if I didn't know better, I would say you're probably gay, you know?
Do I come across as gay? Maybe a bit. Yeah, I could see why.
There are no such thing as straight men, just men who have not seen Kota Ibushi.
Yes, that's very true.
This is very true.
So none of us paid attention to this match then. That's what I'm getting.
I did, because I actually fucking love this match.
I need to go back and watch it because I've heard it's great. So
yeah,
it's on my to-do list. But James, lead us in this one. Let me know what I missed. Because I saw the beginning 10 minutes and the last 5.
Okay. My notes aren't that detailed because I was just so entranced in the match, but
no,
obviously they start with Brock. Sorry. No,
I was going to say what you've got, what you can remember. I can fill in blanks with other people's notes that I've stolen as well.
They start out locking up, and Sonata goes for the Paradise Lock very quickly. And I don't think anybody sells the Paradise Lock quite like Evil, because he just looks more annoyed with himself than anything. It's like, I've been teaming with this guy how long? How did I fall for this?
I'm always a fan of Rocky in the Paradise Lock. Rocky's always fun with the Paradise Lock, but yes, I was still waiting for that bit, and yes, I completely agree. Evil's facials during that are fucking fantastic. And I will actually say this is probably like what I saw of it is one of like probably Evil's best match since splitting off to Bullet Club.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I like this a little bit better than his match with Naito at Power Struggle,
It's like
which I think was the best match that those guys had last year.
Yeah.
I think this one just felt a little bit more personal because they were tag partners.
Yeah.
So,
I think this is what has been building up to for a while now, isn't it? And this needed to be the best because it's what everyone wanted to see was like,
And I think it's
vengeance.
I think also it's the shift as well, trying to get Sonata up to that next level. Because you notice Sonata, obviously, because he's challenging next for the belt. Like Sonata on New Year's Dash was the last one out when LIJ came out. Naito came out in the middle of the roll call, which was an interesting note from Dash. But yeah, I like on the older notes that I've got as well. I mean, I've got quite a spot fill fest actually.
it was definitely heavy on spots. Sonata's matches are usually a bit more technical, usually a bit more paced, but this was very thick and fast, which I actually think the match probably benefited from.
I think so as well. I think sometimes Sonata could do with upping the pace and tempo of his matches just a hair, because like I'm not saying he is like this, but sometimes in some Sonata matches I'm like shades of Randy Orton pace here, which like, and again it's like it's taking that thing of being calculating and being cerebral to the wrong degree, I think.
If he's with somebody who can match that pace, like the match he had in the 2019 G1 with Zack Sabre Jr. was fucking great.
He always has good matches with Zack. Yeah.
Because Zack wrestles a very similar style. I think all his matches with Okada have been great because Okada's all about that pacing.
But especially knowing...
But anyone else, he just doesn't really... He can have great matches with good to great matches with other people, but just not like the next level. Yeah, come on, let's go match.
Yeah. But we know what he can do. Like, so
totally. Like,
when he is going slow, I'm kind of like, come on.
Yeah,
come on.
I think that's it. I think everyone, even the really ardent Sonata fans like me, know there's a next level he can get to, and for some reason he never does. And it's I feel like every year people are like, this is his year. He's going to have a breakout performance. He's going to win a championship. This is it. And then it never is. And I don't know if it's because he's still a freelancer and they don't want to push too hard because he's not signed with them, or if it's just like, no, actually, he's already as good as he's going to get.
Well, so here's like maybe a hot take and maybe a controversial one. Sonata's moonsault, messy, right? It's not. Is it just me, or does it look a bit messy? He's like a little bit legs and arms everywhere.
Yeah, it's not as it could be. Like I think with Sonata is like, I don't know if his body is made for it. You know.
You know why his moonsault's so sloppy?
Go on.
Because he's Muta's boy, and Muta's moonsault was also sloppy.
It is very reminiscent of Lita's as well. Maybe not that bad.
Lita,
not that bad.
It's like she's going to break her neck on a moonsault. His isn't quite that bad.
Lita's
my God, that one she hit in the women's rumble on Sasha. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, I've never been so scared for another human being.
I was just like, that was the moonsault equivalent of just pancake belly flop.
That was just a fall. Yeah. That was just a fall with a twist. With flares.
Style.
So the part where I got up to, so Evil hit the baseball chair spot, which is like obligatory for every Evil match, which I kind of like. I'm not against.
I kind of like it. Yeah. It's a nice little bit of garnish.
Yeah, definitely
on his matches.
And then because after that, Togo starts getting involved, which is where
fucking Togo.
The suplex on the outside into the ring announcer twice. I fucking love that.
But so like I say, Togo getting involved is where I started to kind of drift, because Togo is what ruins Evil matches for me.
I don't like.
He doesn't need a heater.
No, not at all.
He doesn't. Like, fair enough. When Jay White kind of needs Gedo, God kind of needs Jado, because they're a heel team. Heel managers are supposed to get involved, get heat on the team. Evil, when LIJ first came through and they were a heel stable, he could get heat on his own just by being like a tough bastard.
Yeah.
And just being like very overly aggressive. He didn't need that. He didn't need that kind of heel tactic.
No, I mean,
and so just adding it now for no reason,
it feels really wrong, and it just brings the matches down. You just have to go back and look at like his stonkers that he's had with Ishii and stuff in the past. Like,
yeah,
he is a really good wrestler. He's a really good wrestler, and I just think adding Dick Togo into the match is doing him a disservice.
I don't see what he adds. He doesn't add anything. In fact,
A dick.
I think, he takes it away. He takes away from it so much, and I end up just thinking, "Oh, for fuck's sake, what really? Go away!"
You're waiting for the interference spot rather than going with the match. You're like, because you know it's going to happen.
It doesn't seem like Evil needs it, you know. Like with Jay White, he's a cocky bastard, and like he's got to get it on the side by kind of being a cocky bastard with him. So it kind of works for his character, but with Dick Togo doesn't add anything.
I think with Jay as well, I think you've got that deliberate mirroring of the Okada Ghetto relationship. So there's more to it than just
the story
heel
element
manager.
there. There's more story than just, oh, by the way, here's Dick Togo.
Yeah.
It's like the first time he came out, I was like, who the fuck is Dick Togo?
and then like your mind stretches back like, oh god, yeah, Kind Eye was the thing, wasn't? Oh god.
So looking at the stuff online, so it looks like there was quite a few bits in between, a couple of neckbreaker attempted moonsaults, some more interference, like Evil throws Sonata into the ref, who gets bumped, and Togo jumps back in and starts hitting Evil. Then Evil and Togo hit corner clothesline and Magic Killer. Then, which I guess is like obviously I didn't see it, but it was like a big thing because that was Sonata and Evil's finisher previously.
Yeah.
Togo goes to Teaser senton, and then Sonata shoves Evil into the ropes. Where I came back into it is I think just after the 20-minute call. So Sonata's hitting an O'Connor roll for a near fall, and then Evil comes back with a lariat. Then Sonata basically blocks everything that Evil tries to do for a sequence, and then Evil goes for a low blow. He tries to hit an everything is Evil, and then he goes for a low blow. And then it's all blocked by Sonata. Then Sonata actually hit an everything is Evil on Evil.
Yeah, it was a nice spot.
It's so rare that you actually see someone hit the move. Like, you see lots of attempts of the other person's move, but they never hit it. So I was kind of like, hey, sweet, they actually had the guy hit the move for once. And it kind of led to the finish as well, because then Sonata hits a pop-up TKO and a moonsault for the finish.
There was one bit you missed out, which was the highlight of the match for me, because I have been putting up with about 8 months of Dick Togo's shit now. And
I will.
That, like, when Sonata puts his Evil into the ropes and Dick Togo flies off through the table, the fucking pratfall he takes was so good, because you could tell they set up the table a little bit too far out, and he just had to take the bump, and sort of there was a split moment of hesitation, and then he just had to like jump back through the table, and as he's flying through the air, shouts, "Oh shit!"
Why did he swear in English?
That was the other thing I was going to say. Why did he swear in English? But it was so funny.
It's not there aren't always like allegories for swearing in Japanese, and they probably take longer to say.
Possibly.
So yeah, good match. Personally, I would have flipped the order of the match booking. I would, although I guess I don't know. Do you want a card like? Sorry. Oh no, because you've got Hiromu and Teager.
Yeah, you got the junior title match up next,
which actually
So yeah, I actually think they put the matches in the right order.
I would agree. I'm just like, do you put Shingo and Cobb before this? I guess not, because I don't know. Like,
I think the fact that it was the personal rivalry and kind of the culmination of quite a lot of storytelling over the past year or so, I think that pushes it up a little bit.
Yeah, I would agree.
Also, judging by New Japan's previous booking, which I do sort of look at a little bit analytically and look for patterns, that I kind of knew that they were going to put this match on second from last because they tend to want a title change before there's a main event where there's going to be a title retain.
Yeah, that's very true. And I mean, these two are fucking amazing together. Hiromu is amazing all the time, and Taiji is just this little kind of granite block that can fly all over the place, and it's just incredible. I was saying the other day, I would love to see Taiji Ishimori in Pac.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like my God, if like one went for a crossbody onto the other, just like the friction from the abs would cause a miniature sonic boom, which would cause them to fly across either side of the ring.
I wonder if they'd actually crack. Just like a breeze blocks hitting each other, just cracking in the middle.
Now that would be the match where it was the action figures being bashed together.
But yes, so this was a fucking fantastic match, like 25-minute plus banger. It was really interesting as well because it was really, really quiet. Like, the crowd was really quiet.
Yeah,
it's when when the matches picked up pace over these 2 days, that was when the lack of crowd noise was definitely noticeable.
Yeah,
and I wouldn't say it really took anything away from me, but it's something you are constantly aware of.
And
I think, to be honest, it added this sense of like everyone was so into it that they were just in shocked silence, you know?
I mean, normally I would do, but normally people are really hyped for Hiromu matches. And like they did come out a million miles an hour. Like straight off the bat, they're teasing moves on the apron, and Hiromu goes for a sunset bomb. But Ishimori lands on his feet. And then landed on his feet on the sunset attempt, but then Hiromu hits a pop-up apron bomb. Then
long concussions.
This is the night where Hiromu did the run down shotgun drop kick thing, but Ishimori was back up because when he did that pop-up powerbomb on the apron, like Ishimori's head just bounces off the corner of the apron. I'm like, gnarly. But yeah, he does that huge, like basically runs down the length of the M25 and misses that shotgun drop kick. And the timing was kind of off and it looked a little bit botchy. Because he was supposed to catch him with the powerbomb and it just a little bit off, I thought.
Yeah, I said that, didn't I? I said, that's probably going to end up in a Mafu.
Actually, apparently not, because Matthews actually said that Bushi Road are actually worse at copyright striking his videos than WWE are.
Oh, wow. Okay.
They don't want anyone to know the botches happen in New Japan.
It's like, no,
tables.
Fighting spirit, king of sports, no botches here.
Japanese tables are just...
You go to DDT for
that. So after that kind of like bit of a ropey spot, Ishimori exposes the turnbuckle, hits golden tribal moonsault off the post.
A lot of exposed turnbuckle spots tonight.
Yeah, I mean, well, I guess Yano sets the tone, really, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And then the Evil Sonata match, and then the match straight after.
They do quite
communicate a little bit, guys.
Maybe they just need new turnbuckles and they're trying to wear them out.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Hiromu comes back with a lot of palm strikes to the chest, a flying head scissors, and a shotgun drow kick. Shotgun drop kick and a falcon arrow for a near fall. And Hiromu's chops, man, like they are just a thing of absolute fucking beauty. Like that Dragon Lee match where they just chop each other for like 10 minutes straight is fucking outstanding.
I mean, I'm purposefully trying not to say too much about this match because I'm very, very biased towards Hiromu.
Yeah.
Same.
I love him very, very much. And he's just great. He can't do any wrong.
Yeah, I think it's a fair assessment.
No slouch either.
Ishimori, he's great.
I think
he's fantastic.
Definitely my 1 and 2 favorite juniors in New Japan.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, New Japan made the right decision by coaxing him away from Noah.
Oh, completely. And I think he's a valuable piece of the Bullet Club puzzle.
Yeah.
Like, there's definitely some fat that could be trimmed off Bullet Club, but he is one of their key guys.
You can't
Mainly Dick Togo. Mainly Dick Togo is the fact that can be trimmed from Bullet Club. Not Gino, though. Gino can stay. I like Gino.
Gino's fun, definitely. So yeah, then after the near fall, Ishimori hits a sliding German, which always looks sick.
I love that sliding German.
So fucking good. And then a springboard 450 onto Hiromu's arm, which was kind of built up from the previous match with the LP with the loaded boot gimmick and his hand and whatnot being fucked. And then
also a little bit of a nod to his previous tag partner, Robbie Eagles.
Oh yeah, didn't think of that. That's very true. I'm interested to see what they're going to do with Robbie, actually. I fucking love Robbie.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was in the Empire, to be honest, because
he has been getting a lot of
Osprey
that on
together.
Twitter. Like, a lot of people on Twitter have just been saying, like, hey, you and Osprey still cool? And he's just like, it's complicated. Like, you're telegraphing this a fucking mile away, mate.
He's too babyface, man. He's just such a great babyface for a heel faction. It's why I think they were right pulling him out of Bullet Club, and because he's just like you can't boo that guy. He's just got such a nice face, cheeky face.
he looks like
Scamp.
Dennis from It's Always Sunny.
He does.
He does.
Don't know. It's Always Sunny.
Oh, you should watch it. It's great. Anyway, he looks like Dennis, and Dennis is an asshole. So that's all I see.
So yeah, the springboard 450. Then Ishimori puts him in the S lock, but Hiromu reaches the rope for a break. Then Hiromu comes back with a released German into the corner pad and a running DVD. These Germans into the corner pad always look fucking sick as well. And like Ishimori's yes look is easily on par with D-Bry's.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Easily. It just looks tight and fucking painful every time. So then we've got Ishimori hitting a series of forearm strikes that are just completely unanswered, because like this is like when Hiromu's just like completely out of it. Oh wait, no, I've skipped forward because Hiromu goes for a time bomb, which Ishimori escapes and hits the jumping knee strike. Then Hiromu hits a German, but Ishimori comes back with a destroyer into a double down. Then they trade.
Of course, it's a destroyer.
Yes. It's a junior heavyweight match. There will be destroyer.
I have opinions about the Canadian destroyer.
Me too.
Is it the same as PD Williams?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of people's feeling.
Because it's the correct feeling to have.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a finisher, not a transition move. But then they go into the trading of forearm strikes, and Hiromu is finally dropped by Ishimori. And then Ishimori starts just laying in with forearms, keeps hitting them in unanswered, like I was saying, because Hiromu's basically out. And we're kind of coming to like the 15-minute call in the match. And they start teasing a bit of a ref stoppage because they're like, oh my God, Hiromu's just not responding to anything. The ref might have to stop this kind of thing. Because Ishimori's just like leathering Hiromu with strikes, but Hiromu is a masochist, just genuine fucking masochist.
Yeah, he's a crazy person.
He is, and I think like he is just one of the most charismatic people in all of wrestling, and yes, should be the guy they're building that division around.
Yeah,
and if anyone is ever going to make the junior heavyweight belt main event the Tokyo Dome on one of the nights, it's going to be him, because if he can't do it, no one else can.
Absolutely.
He's so over as well with the crowd. The crowd loves him.
Yeah.
The fans love him. He's pretty much, I don't know of many people he doesn't work well with in New Japan either. Like he has good matches with everyone. He can adapt his style to everyone. You know, he's just a well-rounded wrestler.
My most vivid memory of the first time we went to the Tokyo Dome, what was it, 2018? They had that with the four-way with him, Skrull, Osprey. And somebody else. But
good.
The point where the crowd thought Hiromu had won.
Yeah.
And they exploded. Like everyone thought they'd hit a 3 count, and the crowd just like surged. And then they realized the match was still going on. And we were all just like,
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
But yeah, he is fucking amazing, and he gave us Daryl and Carol. So
Of course.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I have my Daryl right here.
ours are upstairs on the wall of wrestling.
Oh, my Daryl just face planted. Daryl sit up nicely. There you go.
He also gave us the Will is a cat meme, which
Yes.
I'm forever grateful for.
She's the best thing in the world.
that exchange throughout social media was fucking hilarious. Just everywhere Will went, her was there going, "You're a cat." He's like, "I'm not a cat," and then Will released that T-shirt, "I'm not a cat."
Yeah. I liked the promo.
It was fun.
With-
Talking about promos, my favorite promo ever. Do you remember the one where it's like Will he's in WWE now, fuck, Back to the Future, Kushida and Hiromu, and like Will just knocks out Hiromu when they're all like vying for the junior heavyweight champion. Then the next time Hiromu comes out with like
the helmet on,
the helmet and everything, I was like,
yeah.
Stuff like that is why this guy is so fucking over.
Yeah.
He's just fantastic. So yeah, like after the teasing the stoppage, Ishimori hits a Cypher Ataki for a near fall, and then Hiromu managed to block a bloody cross attempt, and then hits a victory royal into a double down. Hiromu then starts coming back with a lariat, followed by a DVD into the exposed turnbuckle. Hiromu then hit time bomb.
That's all I have to say about that. Oof.
Yeah. Just anything into the turnbuckle is always like, oh, next.
Yeah.
Fuck next.
Yep. But yeah, then Hiromu hits a time bomb, but Ishimori kicks out. Ishimori then blocks the time bomb too, and then gets him in the bone lock. Ishimori rolls through to try the bloody cross, but Hiromu blocks it, hit another victory royal at the 25-minute call, and then hits the time bomb too, and pins Ishimori, and we have a title change.
Yay.
And the title back where it rightfully should be, in my opinion, forever around that man's waist. He is the Okada of the junior heavyweight division.
Yeah, I absolutely love this match. I think I preferred them 2018 Best of the Super Junior final match more, but I think that was because that was much more of a car crash.
Yeah, and also it had
like yeah, and also you cannot beat doing a Hurricane Runner at the top of the stands in Korakuen Hall and tumbling all the way back down to the floor.
It was savage. It was so fucking savage. Oh yeah, man, I can't wait for proper wrestling to come back. Like crowds and fucking actual. Oh my god. And then we come on to. I mean, do I even need to notice this? Fuck this match. My god.
I've been waiting for this one. I have so much to say. It's just so. It was such a roller coaster.
This match was genuine. Like, so it comes out of the gate and like it's one of those slow burner matches, right? Because like it goes. I mean, it's the longest match in Tokyo Dome history. It was like 40, just over 48 minutes.
So before it even starts, you have the ab off. Okay. I just want to talk about this for a second because Jay White should not be trying to show off his abs when Kota Ibushi is standing right behind him.
Not when the other guy is Kota Ibushi.
When the Adonis, who was carved from marble,
don't they do like a bodybuilding competition like just before the Tokyo Dome event?
That is a thing that Tanahashi sometimes leads to get everyone into shape for Tokyo Dome.
Yeah.
He's like, everyone get their ab on kind of thing, just to get everyone like into proper the best shape they have been in all year, so they look amazing for the Tokyo Dome.
It works.
But this match, so like I say, it is a slow burner. Because like I think about 20 minutes into the match, I'm like, this match is great, but it's great. Like it's great. And then I think it's like by about 30, 35 minutes in, I'm like, holy shit, this is an all-time fucking classic.
Yeah.
The storytelling in this match, and like this match had phases and it almost had like an act structure, like a fucking play. It was incredible.
Yeah.
So obviously you start off with you've got that typical typical bit of Jay White tomfoolery.
He is so good at the panto.
Oh, Jay White is one of the best heels in the business right now. By
He's fantastic.
Country mile. Like if anyone ever was sleeping on Jay White, this and his promo, oh my God.
Yeah. He's a great actor. Like that's the best part about him being is such a good heel is that he's such a good actor. He plays his part so well. He's he plays that part of like the arrogant, cheeky asshole that makes you hate him, but then he's so fucking good at wrestling that you kind of can't help but love him. And I've been trying not to breathe with the switchblade for so long, going, no. I will not accept Switchblade as the new Lord and Master. No. But after this match, honestly, I've got to say, let's fucking breathe with Switchblade, mate.
I think the turning point for me was actually when I met him. And I was like, oh, you're such a funny guy in person. Like, oh, yeah, okay.
Casual flex there, Nero.
No, just like when I said that, like he was like, I was wearing an LIJ shirt, and they're like, you can't meet Jay wearing an LIJ shirt. You have to cover it up. So I covered it up with another LIJ shirt. He's like, you're taking the piss. It was really funny. We had a proper laugh about it.
He seems like a nice guy.
He is. He was really, really good fun. But yeah, so he starts off with his typical stalling and stuff. But they basically they come back in. They start with a fucking perfect solid lockup. Gets back into the ropes, clean break, and we start getting little bits of splices of interference from Gedo straight away. He trips Ibushi, and then White just jumps on him and starts hitting a series of stomps. Then we get back into the center of the ring. You've got White basically doing his typical kind of heel stuff, taking control with the headlock. He is one of the few people that does a headlock takeover on the ground and just makes it look fucking like I'm not bored instantly. Because he's just got venom in it. I don't know what it is. Like,
and because he's usually jaw-jacking while he's doing it, so you still have that engagement.
Definitely.
Without it's not like when Randy Orton does it when it's like, okay, rest hold time.
We're all just going to sit here for a few minutes. Yeah.
So then they go do the shoulder tackle stuff, and Ibushi does a kip up off a shoulder tackle, then misses with a kick.
Teager, did you just throw the cat?
Getting caught up in my headphones.
I heard this almighty bang from upstairs and was like, oh my God, then I saw the cat go flying. Sorry.
My headphones, and when I tried to get him untangled, he jumped out my arms and took with him.
That was just really funny.
Oh, the joys of cats! I can't tell you how many cat interruptions I've had in podcasts.
Or just work in general. So like, at least once a day, Kazu will come and just sit on my laptop, and he just looks at me like, I know you're not going to move me.
Yeah,
I found out why they do that.
Because it's warm.
They're trying to copy their humans. If you get another laptop and put it next to yours, the cat
you have like a decoy keyboard. They'll sit there. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
It's so cute. They think they're little people. Anyway, back to the match.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got some misdirection from White, and then Ibushi hits the flying mid kick. Ibushi is some of the best kicks in the business.
It's like kickboxing background, isn't it? His kicks are just, they're elegant.
He competed in the K1, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah,
and also his legs are made of marble.
His everything is marble.
Yes. There was a cheeky bum slap at one point, and I got offended for Kenny Omega.
Yes.
That is mine.
So end up out on the floor, and we get some more Gedo trying to get involved, but Ibushi hits him with an elbow to the ribs. As they climb back inside, White hits a DDT to gain the upper hand, and then he throws him back out again. Then he hits a back suplex onto the apron.
Fuck next.
Yeah.
That was gnarly as fuck. That really was like, like Ibushi just kind of be like, what did they do to when he had surgery on his neck? Has he actually got a futuristic neck that's made has he got a Wolverine neck?
He's made of adamantium, 100%.
want to believe this rumor that he comes from an extremely wealthy family and doesn't actually need to wrestle.
No,
He
that
just
is
does
true.
it.
That's confirmed true. His dad owns like some toy company or something like that.
He just does it because he's a sadist.
It's spent no expense because I remember reading somewhere that part of the reason, well, apart from the fact that he just didn't want to, part of the reason he didn't sign with WWE is because he revealed to their doctors that when he was in DDT, he used to take top rope bumps on the top of his head to try and strengthen his neck. Because he's a moron.
Yeah, that's not how anything works.
It's a good thing he's pretty.
Yes. I didn't know that one. That's fucking insane. Jesus Christ.
I think it was at this point in the match where we got our first glimpse of Demon Kota, where he was kind of at that point going, I ain't going to sell your shit, you know? But then, yeah.
Just like so tired of Jay White's bullshit that he's just like, make my day, motherfucker. Just, go on.
Before we got that, what we did get was Jay White doing a spot which I really love, where he's slamming in between the ring apron and the guardrail. It always looks gnarly and brutal as fuck. And he puts stank on that shit.
And Ibushi's just doing the extra whiplash just to try and sell it more.
It's to strengthen his neck.
It is one of my favorite little Jay White things that he does. Because have you noticed Kenny started doing it as well now in AEW?
Yeah.
Yeah, now that he's in full cleaner mode, he's starting to do more heel shit.
He's picking up some Jay White tricks, I feel. Like, Kenny's gone very, Kenny did it first with the cleaner, but he's definitely, because they're all still friends, you know, he's definitely picking up some Jay White-isms.
So we then come back after the outside stuff. White hits Ibushi tries to fire off a drop kick, but White avoids it. Then White hits a DDT, or a DDP, who knows? And then he starts like fucking giving the mouth to Red Shoes, because Red Shoes is there to be abused.
Kota nearly breaks, doesn't he?
Yeah. But you can tell he's trying not to laugh. Yeah. So
corpsing Kota is brilliant.
Send for the
man. So then we get followed up with a couple of mid kicks and a standing moonsault from Ibushi for a near fall, and that was his first significant offense of the entire match, pretty much.
Yeah.
Ibushi sends White outside. White gets rammed into the edge of the ring and into the barricade on the way back in. And then, White rams Ibushi again. Then White hits a dragon screw in the ropes. Ibushi tries to fire off a springboard attack, but White shoves him off the ropes to the floor. As Ibushi's coming back in, he eats a underhook suplex into the turnbuckle pad. Again, fuck your neck. Fuck your neck. Then, what did we get next? Kiwi Crusher.
Yes. Did anybody else get tired of Gedo just shouting, "Show me that Kiwi, Jay! Show me that Kiwi!" Like, how is Gedo actually Japanese and yet the most offensive stereotypical portrayal of a Japanese person?
The only thing that could be worse is have you ever played Total War Shogun 2?
Yeah.
So if you lose in Total War, shame for display. Yeah. That'd be the only thing worse is if you did that after a match, you know.
No, I think it would be better. I think he should do that.
I think he should do the actual voiceovers for Total War.
No, because you just be like, Okada,
come on, Shogun, come on,
Waymaker. So Ibushi hits Snap German. Then they go into exchanging the forearm strikes, and this is where we start, I think, to get into the pissed off Ibushi, because Ibushi misses a bomb IA and goes knee first into the turnbuckle, and then White hits the half and half. Then he hits a Kiwi Crusher for the two count. White makes the call for the Blade Runner, but Ibushi counters into the back suplex. Then he hits the Bomaye for a 2 count. Then White tried a pin with his feet on the apron ropes, which is how he won the Power Struggle. He won the briefcase by that cheat, but Red Shoes catches it.
Good guy, Red Shoes.
Yeah. Like, as soon as he did it, I was like, they're going to stop. They've got to stop. It's not going to be.
Yeah.
It's not going to be that same thing. That is not how you end a Tokyo Dome show. So then they fight to the rope, and we get into the 25-minute call. And this was part of the time where I'm like, damn, this match.
Yeah.
Damn, this match. And it's like halfway through.
I like there was a bit of commentary which I thought was really, really good from Kevin Kelly at this point. When you see Ibushi's dead eyes looking at Jay, and he says the line, "The bright light that is Ibushi sometimes gets very dark."
Yes.
I loved that.
Kevin Kelly's
I
so
just
good.
loved that. He's like a little poet, isn't he, on the commentary? It was just brilliantly said.
Who'd have ever thunk that Kevin Kelly of WWE old would be the greatest wrestling commentator going at the moment?
And WWE went for Michael Cole. Really think about that.
I don't watch
Michael.
WWE shows. Michael Cole on them anymore. He is genuinely the fucking dirt worst. The only time I can actually laud Michael Cole for like his work is when he King had the heart attack and Cole covered. Like, fair play. You
Oh yeah, class act. Got nothing against the guy personally, but when over the past, I want to say 10 years, just
Probably.
with Vince constantly in his ear, I think he's like Vince's voice in his ear has developed a tumor that has basically just rid him of all emotion.
everyone on commentary devolves in WWE because Corey used to be great and now he annoys the piss out of
He
me.
was great in NXT.
He was fucking great. Morrow started to annoy the piss out of me. Samoa Joe's still great, but I give it time.
Booker T's never been good though, really.
That's because Booker T's missing brain
He's
functions.
got his own brand of commentary, which I feel you can't really devolve.
I will say, man, he gave us that spot with Rowan. You're looking really jacked, man. You're looking really jacked, boy. You're looking really jacked, boy. Just looking really jacked, boy. That's comedy gold.
Yeah.
But yes, this match just keeps building and building with pace and just
Apart from when
intensity.
Jay had a nap. Jay had a little nap.
Which point was that? Oh,
He's just
you
late.
mean like
He's
that's
just
quite,
late.
quite nearly quite late on, and he's just like, no, I'm done.
Yeah.
It's a very fine line between selling and I am very sore and fucking exhausted.
Yeah, just need a minute.
Yes, definitely. But like as they're fighting on, they're getting into kind of past the 35-minute mark. You've got White hitting a pair of deadlift German suplexes. Then them teasing another fucking German on the apron, which eventually leads into Ibushi doing that German from the second rope into the ring.
Hate
Fuck
it.
next.
Yes.
Fuck next. Fuck next. Everybody fuck next.
Oh my
Fuck
God.
next.
That
Just
one
the
especially
whole-
is just designed to obliterate any kind of neck thoughts that you might have.
It's just when he starts to do that, when he's on the rope trying to do it, all I can think of is all the horrible ways this can go wrong. I can't I can't watch him do that. Even when they don't pull it off, it still really stresses me out to watch.
Yeah.
So yeah, they do the German to the ring. Last ride, which was not a last ride. Ibushi did not get him up.
No. That was. I think that was mainly like a slight grip issue. They were probably very sweaty at this point.
God,
but-
I'm not. This is not a criticism. It's like, I mean, I completely understand why you couldn't get this human being above your head from after wrestling for 35 minutes. It didn't take fuck all away from the match, but I was like, you should have just called it power.
The stamina at this point amazed me. I think there was a good 10 minutes where I thought, this match is still going on. It seemed so quick, though. It doesn't seem like it was as long as it was.
Yeah, this did not drag.
No,
I was just amazed that they were still going and they were still doing these amazing things. Like there was like the the German suplexes, then there was the half Nelson, then there was Kamigoyes. You know, it was like, oh, okay, you guys aren't stopping then. Like, there's no breaks in this. And all of those moves, I was like, fuck next, fuck next, fuck next.
I think it's a testament as well to the performance that these guys put on, that they were able to go this long in pandemic era wrestling without crowd fueling it and it not drag. That just gives you an idea of how, like, there is not, I don't think there's been a match in the pandemic era that has reached this level of holy shit awesome.
No, I was invested in it.
Yeah,
like emotionally invested in it. You could see they're both such great actors, especially when like Demon Kota comes out and Jay White being the obnoxious little prick that he is, but then getting more and more frustrated as the match goes on, and you see that emotion on both of their faces. It is like watching a drama, like an episode of Game of Thrones or something, you know?
Completely. It really, I mean, it's about as long as an episode of Game of Thrones as well. So Ibushi hit a Phoenix Splash and gets two Gedo pulls Red Shoes out of the ring. Gedo goes to jump in with the brass knocks, but Ibushi just fucking kills him and hits a Kamigoye on him.
That may be the most satisfying thing that happened in this match. Like, thank you.
Yes. And just hitting a Kamigoye on him as well was just like the perfect, yes, fuck him. He's dead now. We sweep him out of the ring. So White then goes to try for another sleeper suplex, but Ibushi elbows out. Tries to set up a German. White rolls through and applies the TTO. Ibushi tries to fight his way to the ropes, and like Ibushi selling in that TTO was fucking fantastic. Like that was like I genuinely wasn't sure at that point. Like they made me believe that Jay was about to win.
Yeah, but as I think Teager put in the notes, if Red Shoe stops the match, Ibushi will actually kill him.
Yes, very much so. I think, like, I genuinely think Ibushi would have torn him literal limbs off. Like, he's like, just like, you know how I hate my neck? I feel about you how I feel about my neck right now. You're going to die.
Just imagine Ibushi pulling Red Shoes' legs off like a spider.
I just imagine like the perfect finish.
It's like viscera and blood and guts and shit and cum everywhere.
Oh, of course it's common because it's Ibushi. Even if he was tearing you limb from limb, you'd still get off.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, Ibushi fights his way to the ropes. They finally break it, and that's the 45-minute call. Still going through, like the kind of pacing here is so well done. I mean, White hits tries for a blade buster. Ibushi hit a V-trigger, which was fucking great, and hits a regal suplex for a near fall. White hits a Bloody Sunday, DDT, and then Ibushi pops up and hits another V-trigger, and we get more Demon Kota.
Yes.
Then Ibushi grabs his wrists, and this is like peak fucking Demon Kota, and they just start trading kicks. Ibushi hit
the eyes completely. Just I don't care anymore. I'm going to destroy you.
It is just like, okay, yeah, the human part of me has vacated. All that is left is killer.
Yeah, and it's all when he turns into this as well. I just love that he's just like, come on then, hit me, give me your best shot, and it's like never good enough. And it's just that no selling. But he can get hit so hard and he just comes back, and the look in his eyes is just fantastic. I love it. Yes,
it is. He does it very unique as well, because it's like no selling can not work sometimes. But I think that
I don't think the other guy is ever diminished by Kota no selling.
No, it's
because he is really good at selling. You know, he's really good at telling the story in the ring and making you get involved and invested. So if he is no selling, you don't see it as him not playing the game, right?
It is Goku going Super Saiyan and beating the shit out of Frieza. That's this. Do you know what this is actually? This is the perfect analogy. I don't know why I thought of it. This is the wrestling equivalent of the fucking final fight from the Namek saga.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
Absolutely.
Like, it's just as emotional.
Definitely.
Naito is Vegeta.
Yeah.
No, Naito. Naito. Oh yeah, Naito is Vegeta, definitely.
Yeah, Naito's yeah.
Yeah, he turns face at the end.
Mm-hmm.
He killed millions of people, but he's okay. We'll let him marry Bulma.
I think the thing that I like about Ibushi's no selling the best is the way he sells it is, okay, yeah, this guy has hit me really hard and they're really good, but I'm at that point where I just don't care anymore.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the thing. He's not no selling them as if they're rubbish wrestlers or they can't do it or I'm just not playing the game. It's I'm that crazy.
Yeah.
I'm just that crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
You
It's
know?
like he's taken it up a notch rather than the other wrestler having gone down a notch.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, the final sequence on this match is like, it was fantastic.
Beautiful.
So yeah, he's got his wrist. They're trading kicks. Then Ibushi hits another V trigger, tries for a Kamigoye in, gets reversed into a Blade Runner attempt, and then escapes and hits that high kick, and then hits a Kamigoye to the back of the head.
No.
Yeah.
Oh.
Say it with me, everybody. 1, 2, 3.
Fuck next. I need to soundbite that. And then hits a standard Kamigoye, obviously with the knee pull down and everything, and wins. And like, my God, like I came away from that drained. Like I was exhausted after watching that. It was, and not like in a bad way, just like, holy shit.
It was definitely a journey.
Yeah. And it was one of the longest matches in the Tokyo Dome.
It
Or
was
the longest.
The longest, 48 minutes and 5 seconds.
It's
It
amazing.
didn't feel like it at all, though. It really didn't.
It's about 30 seconds longer than Kenny and Okada.
Something
It's
like that.
pretty
It's
close,
just, it's very, very close. It's just over Kenny and Okada, which, again, fantastic match. And then to cap it all off, Jay White's promo after the match was, and I'm going to link, because that's available on YouTube, so I'm going to link to that in the show notes, because you should just, if you're not, just go and watch. Even if you're listening to all this and you're not a wrestling fan, go and watch that and you'll
Just
become
watch
a
it.
fucking
You
wrestling.
will be. You fucking will be.
Oh, yeah.
But all in all, for the situations that they were in with the COVID era and everything, they put on two of the best shows of the pandemic era, hands down.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think that they did an amazing job with how they did it. I mean, there's been other promotions, not naming names, Vince, who haven't dealt with the pandemic very well, and their talent has gotten COVID, and they've got barriers up, but they don't seem to care about that because they go through them when they do spots anyway. So I think that New Japan has handled it very, very well.
I mean,
they have been sensible while still being able to provide entertainment.
Definitely. I mean, on that note as well, like WWE have forced all their trainees back into the performance center every day this week. So they've got to be there 5 days a week training in person, and they're only being tested once a week. Yeah,
I think Florida has very, very relaxed laws on COVID, so they're getting away with it.
Florida has a cunt.
Yeah.
DeSantis. DeSantis is a ignoramus of a human being.
Well, I think that's the reason that I think Chase Owens is, instead of going home to Texas, he's going to Florida at the moment because they don't have quarantine. Because that he can just fly as he wants, which is great for New Japan. He's being sensible about it as far as I'm aware.
Well, he has to quarantine for 2 weeks as soon as he gets to Japan, regardless of where he's coming from in the States. So
but he can not quarantine when he gets back into the States.
So it's like the only other shows in the pandemic era that I think have been kind of on even close. Like, I mean, Dave Meltzer actually went as far as saying that that second night of the Tokyo Dome was the best Tokyo Dome show ever, which is fucking high praise. I mean, I don't necessarily agree, but
Uncle Dave's opinions, they're either really well informed or they are basically just him just sucking his own knowledge dick.
Well, no, I think the thing is with Dave's opinions, they are opinions, and if he thinks that is the best night in the Tokyo Dome, that is his prerogative. He's allowed to think that. And that's, I think people get too hung up on Dave's opinions. I do. It's a really good barometer for things because he's so knowledgeable and so has so much experience in history and probably seen more wrestling matches than anyone else live. Yeah, he's a great kind of like benchmark to see if a wrestling match is good or something.
Yeah. But he is one guy. He's not like a critic's choice.
Yeah.
You know,
if you disagree,
he's one guy.
That's fine.
Yeah, if like a lot of people, a lot of people disagree with him. And if you do, that's perfectly fine. No one. Dave's not going to come after you for disagreeing with him. No one gives a shit. He's just putting his opinion out there, and you're entitled to your own. There's no need to rage on it. It boggles my mind though, because I'm a diehard observer, subscriber, and FOW listener, and so on. And the hate that Brian and Dave get from the IWC sometimes is crazy.
Yeah.
It's not fair because it is one guy's opinion.
I feel like the most annoying part of the IWC are the people who take Dave's opinions way too seriously and the people who just shit on Dave's opinions just because they're Dave's opinions.
Yeah.
It's like me writing a blog, I'm just one person, right? And then everyone going, yeah, but no. Like, that's not right. And it's it is an opinion.
Yeah. It's like me putting out this podcast. It's full of my opinions, and I never pretend they're anything but my opinions. You know, I think Ron DeSantis is a malignant stain on the planet, but some people might like him,
I think Donald Trump, I think it's been far too long since the president was assassinated, but there you go, that's just me.
I think it's the same in any fandom, though. There's always a hardcore fans who make the fandom horrible.
Yeah.
You go to any popular, like Star Wars, Game of Thrones, My Little Pony, for fuck's sake. There's always going to be this hardcore who are like...
Star Wars one is the one that annoys me the most because...
Okay,
I've got the take that fucking gets me the hate from Star Wars. Last Jedi, best Star Wars film ever. That's my opinion. I think it's that second film in the new trilogy. It did something bold and different with the series. It's one of the most visually striking films out of the entire series. It's fucking superb.
It's an opinion. I can see why. I don't think it's the strongest out of the three new ones, but I can see why. Mm-hmm. I enjoyed it.
And you know what?
Yeah.
I'm in 100% agreement with you. It's my second favourite after Empire.
Empire is
Empire
not
really
get the
hate that film gets.
No.
I
it's
do not get
good.
it.
Empire was great though.
Empire is
probably
amazing.
my favourite.
Empire was my favourite
the greatest sequel of all time. You can't really disperse that. But again, the newest films have their high points.
I really enjoyed Rise of Skywalker, though. I really did.
I enjoyed it. I was expecting more because I had Jim just disappeared. I expected more because I had these high hopes coming off Last Jedi. And I thought, Last Jedi is doing something really cool and different. I'm hoping more about the Rise of the Skywalker, and it was good. My big criticism is it just felt a bit trite.
I felt it was a little bit fan servicey.
Yeah, it was safe. It was like, and there's nothing wrong with this. We're going to send the fans home happy. Obviously that should be your aim. You make the money, you make people happy, you keep people on board. Yeah. But
it didn't do anything too risky. Yeah. It was very okay, here's some fan service.
Here
for
are the
fans.
things we know you want.
Yeah.
And
and it's the equivalent of a Kenny and Kota kiss.
The thing that I actually find quite I don't know if you've ever followed or watched any Movie Bob online. He's a film critic online. He's got a really good deconstruct take on The Last Jedi, which I totally fucking agree with. And generally a deconstruction of Star Wars as a whole. And it is Star Wars in itself when it first came out, you forget now because of the hyper commercial machine that's behind it. But it was a very kind of subversive film for the time. It was so radically different. And I think Last Jedi is the closest the series ever come back to recapturing that kind of sense of trying to push boundaries and do something different.
I absolutely agree.
Do you know what though? I think The Mandalorian's doing that better than any of the new films have.
Mandalorian is my favourite Star Wars thing.
It's so different, and it is my favourite Star Wars thing that exists.
Yeah,
it's like the perfect blend of what George Lucas's very influences were for Star Wars, which were basically westerns and Akira Kurosawa films.
And Flash Gordon a bit as well.
And a little bit of Flash Gordon.
I mean, I love the Western influences in The Mandalorian because I'm a huge Western fan anyway. So it was just perfect Star Wars Western mashup kind of thing.
It evokes the same vibe from me that Firefly did.
Yes.
That Western in space vibe.
Yeah. It just had such a cool, almost graphic novel-esque like feel to it. You know, but so going back to wrestling fandoms for a second, I just wanted to add part of the Cultaholic group on Facebook, and some of those people, the wrestling fans, are some of the most toxic fans.
They seem to
in
hate
the world.
wrestling. This is the thing that whenever I dip into like online wrestling forums, it seems to be populated by people who just hate wrestling and don't want you to have a good time.
Yeah.
They don't want to give it. I've got a friend, right? And he says that he won't watch AEW or New Japan because he's loyal to WWE. And I'm like, okay.
It's the stupidest fucking thing.
Why would you ever be loyal to a corporation?
Yeah. That's what I said. I said, there's wrestling out there. You like wrestling, so watch wrestling.
I have my preferred promotions, but that's not because of their promotions or anything to do with the company. It's to do with the type of wrestling that they show.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like when the Elite broke off from New Japan and went to created AEW. I then watched AEW because I followed the wrestlers, the talent that I like, the moves that I like, you know, the way that they wrestle. I follow the people rather than the promotions.
Yeah.
I mean,
so it's the way it's done for me is on talent.
I mean,
you know?
I don't think we touched on this at all, but if Switchblade ends up in WWE, I'm fucking checking it out.
I mean,
well, yeah, I would be checking that out.
Well,
I don't want him to.
Yeah, I think we did say.
Oh God, no! I want to nail his feet to the floor in Japan just so that he can't leave.
I think we did say last time that the reason we signed up to WWE Network and started watching that again was because we knew AJ Styles was going to be there. So we were like, okay, I want to go and see what AJ Styles is doing.
Yeah.
And Shinsuke,
you
know,
and Shinsuke, and just a general vibe from NXT, like Prince Devitt and things as well. This is the thing that I'm worried about. I genuinely think that, you know, from what the reporting is, Jay has like a multi-year deal still, not even halfway through with New Japan. And
he's not quitting. It's all a thing.
This feels far too much like a work to be. Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if he was genuinely quitting. I don't know if they would have given him that camera time to air his grievances and be like, I'm out.
No,
and they are advertising him for future events.
Yeah, he's advertised for the anniversary show in March.
Yeah, he's advertised at Krogan.
So maybe there'll be more developments.
But I think this might be leading to like a separation from Bullet Club potentially. Who knows?
Possibly. The word on the street is from my very reliable source of Chase Owens. I asked him what's happening with Jay. And he said, don't know, like, obviously he's got to stick to kayfabe.
Yeah.
But on his stream, he's like, don't know, we haven't heard from him. None of us have heard from him. We don't know where he is. He's not responding to his texts. He's not responding to his phone calls. We don't know where Jay is. I don't know what's going on with him. You know, and so he's playing up to that. Oh, no, we don't know. We don't know what's going on with Jay White.
I just like to think he's just like passed out in a gutter somewhere in Roppongi, just drinking from a bottle of vodka. They're marbles! They're marbles! I did love that bit at the end of the match where like he was sort of like coming out from it and he was just like sort of like scrambling for those. No, they're my belts. Like he's shooting McGavin at the end of Happy Gilmore. Just like, no, it's my jacket.
I do think it's unlikely because I think he's too big to kind of go into one of the stables, not the lead. But he just in keeping of theme, man, New Zealand was a colony.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a fit. I don't think it's a word.
I see there being some kind of leadership challenge, you know, because I think they realised that Bullet Club was probably at its best when there was that feud for the Civil War.
I didn't know. I thought it was weakest.
It didn't pay off. That was the problem.
I liked the
I
original.
hated
It
it.
had its moments, like when the firing squad thing initially happened. You're like, oh, they're really
Yeah.
fucking going for it. But it petered out. And then,
And
Yeah, it would have been
I-
nice if that had had a payoff.
I blame Cody.
Which they should,
And
I
his
do.
self-insertion,
Yeah.
self-masturbatory. Oh my god, look at me! Have you noticed Cody's the only one that comes out the middle at AEW?
Yeah.
Mhm.
He's got his
the only
special
one with that
entrance.
ridiculously long intro
oh,
where
they
he's
just keep
basically
adding more and more to it.
Wasn't you were saying there was a stat the other like the at
Yeah,
one point?
so I don't know. I haven't got the exact figures off the top of my head, but somebody had worked out that over a certain period in AEW, there'd been more TV time spent on Cody's ring entrances than Hikaru Shida's matches as champion.
goodness me. Cody does like to suck his own dick,
He's
but you
marked
know,
himself.
Every time Cody comes out, I just turn to Naomi and go,
yes.
just
I do
vigorous
love him
self-masturbatory.
though. Like I do. I just think he plays his character so well, but I think that's just him in real life.
I'm not knocking like his work. I mean, I don't think he's actually as good a wrestler as he thinks he is.
No, he does think, he's part of this royal family, wrestling's royal family, as his intro says. But I do like him when he works in the ring. And,
Oh yeah,
we said about the latest episode of Dynamite and being the elite. Where's Cody at? Like for this reunion thing that they're doing, right?
well he's not truly.
No, he's more. I think Teager put it best. He's like, he's got EVP shit to do, and a baby.
And
away.
also, he was never really core elite. The core elite is Matt, Nick, Kenny. That's the elite.
And Hangman.
And Hangman, yeah. And Hangman.
Yeah. Can't forget Hangman, even though he's so Dark Order now.
Oh, yeah. And Dark Order, a
Can you
pure
blame
baby
him?
face.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
So
my
good. If
God, what a
Hangman-
turnaround that was from their debut.
Yeah.
Like when Evil Uno and Stu Grayson, I think, like when did they debut? Was it like Double or Nothing?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty early on. Like, they've been with the company pretty straight
Yeah, it was
away.
Double
Yeah.
or Nothing, and it's not a good sign when the crowd are chanting, "Who are you?"
Yeah.
Clearly, not a lot of people watched Chikara, sort
Oh,
of
so
like
it's Super Smash
2006,
Brothers,
2007. Yeah.
I just think it would be really good, and I want to hit your opinions on this. What if Hangman was the next Exalted one?
I don't think there should be another Exalted
No,
one.
I think that title should retire with Brody Lee.
Like they can have another person of leadership, definitely, but they shouldn't be referred to as the Exalted
Yeah.
one.
No. But I think they should have another leader, and I think it would be really cool if it was Hangman.
I think him as this kind of like reluctant accidental leader you could get some fun out of that. Yeah.
Like
A little while.
Also-
not forever.
No.
I will say, as I was watching Dynamite this week, and like Reynolds is talking to Hangman, I turned to Naomi. It was like it was just something about the angle I saw him at and everything. I just turned to Naomi. I was like, Teager.
I'll take that. Yeah.
Alex Reynolds was definitely like, and it was not a diss in any way. I was just like the angle he was
Not a
looking at,
bad
the
looking
angle
guy.
he was looking at, and everything. I was like, just at that particular angle, I was just like, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
definitely. A little bit, not not dead ringer, but just like I saw bits of you in there. I was like,
The wiry black hair and the kind
he's
of
growing a bit of the beard through as well.
Yeah,
It's that thing
Yeah.
that, like, if you were a wrestler, you would be Tommaso Ciampa.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the same kind of thing. Yeah.
yeah.
I actually, for Halloween a couple of years ago, I went because I was being lazy. I was just like went into work. I'm cosplaying Tommaso Ciampa. I just wearing a Tommaso Ciampa t-shirt. And everyone was like, "That's a shit costume." And I showed them a picture of Tommaso Ciampa, and they were like, fair enough."
You went as Tama Tonga, didn't you, in face paint because you've got the same beard.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, that was one of my favourite Halloween costumes I've done.
Yeah.
And then year before last, it was Jimmy Havoc, which in
Yeah,
retrospect,
Not aged well.
The last fancy dress thing, it was an on-wrestling one that I did a while back. I went because it was the theme of what did you want to be when you grew up? So I went as Lister from Red Dwarf.
Nice.
That was what I wanted. That's why sometimes I drop into a Scouse accent, because I used to watch so much Red Dwarf as a child. That
Oh, yeah, yeah,
I now have Scout in me. It's like what we were talking about the other night.
Cornish pasties.
Oh,
You were
yeah.
going on this rant about steak bakes and Cornish pasties, and you just got more and more Liverpudlian as you went on. And I don't know why. It's not like a significantly Scouse thing.
I want a fucking Cornish pasty. So I've looked up a recipe for Greg's steak bakes. So I'm gonna I'm trying to find pastry now because I can't be asked to make my own. But I want to I'm gonna make some fucking steak bakes because fuck me, Netherlands can't do fucking pastry right. What the fuck is wrong with the fucking Netherlands? I want a Cornish pasty. God damn it, I want a Cornish pasty. Sorry, this has been building in me a lot.
I'll bring you some Just Roll pastry.
Well, I'm hoping it's just our supermarket being shit, and I can find it in another thing. Yeah, that's it. Maybe. Although Amazon in the Netherlands is shit, and it's only just started selling something other than books like last year. Before that, it was still just a bookshop because they've got their own thing called Ball, which is shit. So I use Amazon DE.
Fair.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit that's really whack about the Netherlands. There's a lot of great shit, don't get me wrong. But their parliament just resigned today.
Yeah, that was unexpected.
Okay.
How cool is that your government can just quit?
Right? Although they stay on until the elections in March, at which point they will probably all get re-elected anyway. So
it's token at best.
I wish our government would just resign.
Yeah, imagine having enough self-awareness to realise you've done a shit thing and then to be held accountable.
Hang on, though. How many Tory PMs have resigned?
I don't know. Are you asking me?
Well, I mean, David Cameron resigned. I suppose May was forced out more than anything.
May
Boris is probably teetering.
But I mean, the ones who they should all resign.
I mean, at what point do you be able to do, especially when it comes to America, what point can you just declare a political party illegitimate? Because I think you're at that point with the GOP. They are not a political party anymore.
They're trying really, really hard at the moment.
The Libertarian Party is, I think in the last election, gained something like 150 to 200,000 votes per... I don't know per what section of the country it was, but it was a significant increase from the previous two elections.
I wonder
so
if
I think more people are starting to think third party.
I definitely think there is a push for that, but I wonder how much of that was people who were like, I cannot vote for Trump again, but I also cannot vote Democrat.
Mm.
Yeah,
and I wonder if in 4 years' time you will see the same numbers, or if it will drop off again.
They don't understand that there is a middle ground. So, I was talking about this to one of my friends. She's an avid Tory voter, and I was trying to explain to her she's not that educated on it. So I was kind of talking to her and saying, there is a middle ground. You don't have to just agree with them. And her excuse for voting for them almost was, yeah, but you know what you're getting with them because they're honest.
But what you're getting is shit.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
You have to agree with them. Yeah, they're honest, but they're honest about being anti-gay and anti-abortion. You don't have to agree with it just because they're honest.
Yeah. That's not necessarily a virtue when the things they're honest about are fucking appalling.
Yes, completely.
Politicians will always lie. That is just in their nature. You're not voting for the politician, you're voting for a party and for policies that you agree with.
Yeah.
And if you don't read the party policies and the all of their manifestos and everything, then you're not getting the full picture of what they're actually going to try and do. And of course, half of it's bullshit. Yeah. It always is. Everything.
Or it's a single page that was Trump's.
I don't even know if he had a manifesto last year. It was just it's Trump. Literally, you do know what you're getting, and presumably that's why people voted against him in droves.
Yeah,
they voted for Trump because they're all in this mindset of, we hate cancel culture and we hate the snowflakes and the libtards and everything. The language that they use to hate woke people.
5 days from this recording. We've got 5 fucking days.
Yeah, 5 days.
It's too long.
It is. But it's amazing the impact that I feel exhausted after 4 years. We've been watching the big fat quiz of the year, and just going back to 2017 and stuff, the ones we've missed. And they're talking about how bad things are. I'm like, 2017 people, they had no fucking idea.
I looked back on.
Did the Orange Man put out a mean tweet?
So I looked back on some of my Facebook memories.
Over 1 million people dead. You cannot exaggerate. Past us can go fuck themselves.
I remember looking at a Facebook memory that said, 2017's been such a shite year. And I was like, oh, you sweet summer child.
Right. Well, with that note of like 2020, fuck that shit. We've been, this is a 4.5 hour episode.
Oh my God.
Yes. Apologies, listeners, but you're going to stick through it. I know it might take you a few sessions, but
cut out the tangent till bounce out to an even 2.
Yeah. No, I keep the tangents in. It's part of the appeal of this podcast.
That's why the word rambling is in the title.
You can cut out some of the rambling and the cat's interruptions, I suppose.
I already paused for that kind of stuff, so I'd be fine. But anyway, hope you've enjoyed the show. We're going to be coming back to you. There's going to be a bit more wrestling content thrown out on this channel from this point on now. We're going to be coming back to you again soon. Probably just we've definitely agreed on a plan that us four are going to reconvene and do a Rumble rundown from WWE this year.
Can I ask then? Are you going to do the Royal Rumble drinking game? Because if you do, you're not going to remember any of the Royal Rumble to discuss.
Well, no, because I'm not I can't. I've no one to do it with. I'm not going to solo the fucking thing. It was the first year they did the men's and the women's. Me and my mate Dave 2-man the Royal Rumble drinking game.
Oh, no.
It was messy.
Oh no,
it was nasty.
Dave threw up on himself, threw up outside of our front door, and then passed out in a fetal position on my chair and doesn't remember anything. Between the two of us, he got through a crate of Stella Artois and I got through a crate and a half of Copperberg in 45 minutes.
Christ.
Yeah.
Do not recommend.
It's not fun. Not fun.
I've been playing the Royal Rumble drinking game every year for the past 11 years. And
do you have
it was never so good as it was in 2018 because like about halfway through the men's match I was completely slaughtered and my inner Mark was just like coming out and then Nakamura won and I was just screaming.
That was the year that we did the
screaming with my front door open.
The thing that fucked me up because that was the year that was it Kurt Hawkins that got knocked out before he could get in the ring.
Yeah.
Curtis Axel.
Curtis Axel got knocked out. And I had Axel, so I had to down my drink. It was like fucking brutal because I had just opened a fresh drink and I was like,
oh no.
Yes. But yeah, so Royal Rumble drinking game, a lot of fun. Not going to do it this year because yes, I need to pay attention. Or maybe I'll do it and watch the Rumble twice. We'll see how the Rumble is. But yeah, so we're going to come back after post Rumble at some point to do a Rumble rundown. Maybe if we can get another episode out before that, maybe just me and Naomi. I'll see if Bongle's about and he can join me. You know, my actual supposed to be co-host. Not throwing shade at you, Bong, but a little bit of shade.
But
at
where
you,
are you?
Yeah. But yeah, very good chance we're going to come back and maybe talk some board games and things like that because we've been doing a lot of that shit recently as well. So just to mix things up a bit. So yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed the show. And we'll be back soon. We'll love you and leave you. And once again, big shout out to our sponsor, Easy Peasy CBD. Easy Peasy CBD. I really need to say that properly. I'll put links to the description so you guys can go there and check that out for all your CBD needs. And literally all your fucking CBD needs, like you name it, they got it. And top grade stuff as well. So until next time, she'll bid you adieu. Say stay safe and let's hope we have a better 2021.
Fuck next.
Fuck next.
Next.
Fuck next.